Honestly, it's about as good as the black swan proving Earth is flat. This whole horizontal baseline thing.
Yeah, I think that the Sexton argument was birthed in the moment the black swan came.
Sorry, what was it?
Yeah, I think the Sexton argument directly follows the black swan argument.
Yeah, but I'm saying they're both. Neither of them are like really that good. The black swan helped. At least the black swan helped to show us that things aren't in their actual position and shit's moving around, and you know what I'm saying. What we're seeing might not actually be where we see it. So I mean, that was good for that. But the Sexton thing, I just don't. I don't get how they just shut it down or where it shows Earth is flat or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, you know how they operate, right? So they use their definitions and uh, stick really, really rigid to the wordings of those, and by that you can come to their argument, which requires this horizontal plane of reference for operating the sexton. So by that rhetoric, by the application of that, it's pretty solid, I guess, from their point of view.
You need a horizontal line. It doesn't is that because you need you make a horizontal line to get the angle. So what means the Earth is following the horizontal line underneath it?
Sorry, can you repeat the last part again?
Just because you're making a horizontal line to get an angle, does that mean the Earth is staying along with the horizontal line?
I think that's the argument.
How the fuck do they know though?
Well, that's what I try to explain. They just go by, for example, definitions for obtaining elevation angles, and in every of those, it will say you need a horizontal plane of reference.
This is all a definition game based on the definition of horizontal or elevation angle.
Sure, sure. I think it's the argument is kind of that you see a celestial object above the horizon, and you measure the angle to this celestial object, and the horizontal line you imagined or you obtained to measure this angle, right? This line will expand all the way beyond the horizon to the GP of the celestial object, demonstrating in their point of view effectively that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, but when the Globers do it, don't they factor in the angle of depression? Is that a thing?
You mean because you would actually look down at the horizon?
Yeah, because the horizon's below the
Right. Yeah, I think there are
dip angle they call it.
yeah there are such tables to correct for horizon dip.
No, I want to go base my reality on a definition. It's just made up.
What do you mean?
I just personally wouldn't start basing reality off definitions that men made up. It's fucking stupid.
Right, because our impression of reality always comes first. We can only derive a definition after that. So, what do we weigh
This
more? Do we weigh more definitions or do we weigh more immediate impression of reality?
You weigh more whatever agrees with your
Oh
beliefs.
God, bacon! What's going on with your mic, bro?
Oh, is it bad?
I might have had the volume turned up on my phone. I
Is
think
it
you're
still
all right.
is it still bad?
No, you're all right. I had the volume way up on my phone.
Oh,
Your input gain is just really high and it makes a kind of distortion.
okay. Give me a second.
Maybe you are just in proximity to your mic.
This is a bad mic. Give me a second. Pick a better one.
I mean, is that how they get an elevation angle? You make the horizontal line, then you know the distance to the object, and then you figure out the triangle and see how high it is.
Oh, no, you don't. You don't speak about that. No, 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 no.
Let's speak about what.
We don't speak about the height of the celestial objects. We don't. We don't. And we
I know when
I
I
don't.
when I went on there I tried to use the triangle. I'm like, why you guys still asking for the distance to the sun? Well, you got a triangle. Because they use the sun in
Oh,
celestial
did you ask
navigation.
that? Did you ask that?
He was just said something weird like, no, you can't do it. It doesn't work or something. I forget what he said exactly, but that wasn't my main goal of going there, so I just let it go. But
Are you describing being on Nathan's show?
Yes.
Uh, and Floric is uh, trying to mimic the response. Is that it?
No, no, no. But you can imagine what that kind of point
Yeah.
would cost right there, right? So
Uh-huh.
yeah, yeah. So my advice would be not to speak about that.
Yeah. I feel like they're so for so long in a feeling safe in their echo chamber that whenever they feel like they might have to actually address the problems with what they're arguing about, that they feel too much threatened. I don't know. I can't see as anything else than fear when they react like that.
Mm. Yeah, they might have just committed to that kind of argument really, really hard, so they can't change it.
They can't back off now.
Yeah,
Well, good for me, I guess.
yeah, perhaps. I didn't follow the show for some time now. I only see it as entertainment. I changed my approach a little bit as I got the impression that some, not to mention names, but that it might be just a like get out all your anger platform, which really got to me emotionally. So I just go for fun now and use it as entertainment.
Mm-hmm. It was very weird last time I was there because they said there's an angle of depression towards the horizon. And when I mentioned that the horizon drops from my level, they shout out that the horizon doesn't drop from my level. But it has an angle of depression. How can how can you not see the contradiction?
You know, whenever I get the impression that someone is trying to convince me of anything, like on both sides, right? I don't know why, but it causes an adversary reaction in me because I don't want to get convinced by anyone, or even better, by anyone arguing rhetorics or ideological arguments with circular logic. I just want to understand all this stuff myself. Then no one has to convince me of anything.
Mm-hmm.
There are several
Well,
things.
definitely. My
Sorry,
bad.
go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
Yeah, thanks. There are several things I understand, like uh, which are pretty good globe arguments or cases or data. It's just that, like, from those points, I still have the impression that I have to step into a gray area of learning process, that the conclusions followed by the angle of depression to the horizon or its dipping with altitude, that those will exclusively follow for the globe. I understand those. I understand the parallel light argument as well. I think I understand those. It's just that I don't think those are really exclusive. I think there must be a better way.
Okay, from what I'm seeing on this angle of elevation thing, they're definitely using it to get height.
Definitely what?
They're definitely you can definitely use an angle of elevation to get height, it looks like. If that's like the thing that they're doing.
Yeah,
Right, they're using an angle, an
usually,
elevation angle, an angle of elevation.
sure. Usually you can use it solving it trigonometrically, but that's the entire case. That as soon as we start to do that with a celestial object, it won't work anymore because it's not a trigonometric function. I think.
Why? Why it's a triangle? Do you somehow not have a triangle?
Yeah, you don't. You have two rays.
Yeah, a triangle, right?
No, not really.
If you think the lines are all straight, you
Yeah,
do.
yeah, and if we use the triangle, we kind of
Saying, so
maybe, that's kind of committing an incorrect simplification. It's just to, I think, get over the process to conceptualize it, and like to give an easy understanding of the visual process involved, and then you show a diagram which is uh, which is not in perspective and from the side, and this is a representation which is not what is obtained from reality, because in reality you look through your eyes, right? I mean, there is no triangle we can touch. We can't go from our eyes to the horizon and like stick our hands to the bar of that triangle, and there's no diagonal or you know. So I think it's just to simplify what is happening.
I don't know what you said, bro. We got a fucking triangle there or what? My man, is there a triangle there or what?
You know, if you know the distance between two places, and then you have a 90 in the one place, I think this is enough data to solve it for anything. You can make it a triangle, you can whatever, right?
So we got a
Yeah.
triangle. Never mind.
Know that if you go to Stellarium and you click on a star, it tells you not only the elevation, but also the azimuth, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So
I know. This ain't really for you though. This is it's kind of why we need like a flat earth only room, honestly. I don't know. Maybe I'm just in a bad mood. I don't know.
all right.
Yeah, I don't even.
I gotta go. I'm back in a few hours. See you then. Nice talk.
So I take a look at the chat, and there's a few one here. I walk my son into the school, come back in the car, nobody's in the chat. What the fuck? Did you chase them out, Jeremy, or what?
May have. Well, the one guy had to go, and I told Bacon this wasn't for him. Okay.
Who was that? Gio. Gio, you not on the mic, man? Who unmuted me?
I don't know who unmuted you, but let's try to take it easy today, will you?
Are you serious?
Yes, I'm very serious. Yes, be easy on the mic. Don't,
Would you like to give specifics?
yeah, don't cut people off. One at a time. Don't
That's
interrupt.
it.
Very specific. Don't interrupt people. Yep, that's it. That's why you got muted yesterday.
So you mean if someone crybabies about being interrupted, they're gonna get special attention?
No, people get, if somebody gets interrupted, that's one thing. If somebody does the interrupting continuously day after day after day, like you do, that's a whole nother thing.
Like I do?
Every day, Don. Every day. And when shit's getting crazy, I can't sit here and babysit you, bro. You need to just fucking be an adult and wait till other people are talking. I know it gets heavy, but
You need to make me
you
a
just be
mod, buddy.
wilding. No, you are the person that needs to be modded.
For
We're
real?
not going to make people mods that need to be modded. That doesn't even make sense.
For real, German?
Yeah, for real. Do you not know how you act? I'll clip it out for you, and you can listen to it back on YouTube. Is that what you need me to do for you?
I think you need to wake up, buddy. Yesterday, North was asked a question about is he the Father? He answers yes, and then you allow him to go on a monologue about some side note that had nothing to do with the question. You don't ever fucking get people nailed down. All you do is sit there and listen and do your little fucking politicking, bro. When people have disagreement, you could be going back and forth, this and that. You gonna mute me like for hours, dude. You don't even know. You don't, Jeremy. The only reason you got those last 3 sentences out of me, buddy, is because on this interface, I haven't found the button quick enough to leave the server.
Don't sugarcoat it, Jeremy.
Whatever, man. Heads don't want to be modded. It ain't my fault. Like, I don't know. You can't control yourself. Go somewhere else. All right. Have a good day. Legit got to mute him every fucking day because he comes in like a fucking bulldog, barrels through people, over talks, constantly yelling. My bad, though. My bad. Maybe we should make him a mod. The guy we have to mod every day. That makes sense. I got a list of people in my head that just get muted off the jump, and I don't give a fuck how long they stay muted for. He's on that list. Just right off the jump. No more fucking playing games where I got to sit here and be like, hey, one at a time, guys, for fucking 6 hours while you just ruin the chat. It can't go down like that. Maybe people want a shit show and it should go. I don't know. That's not, there's plenty of places to have a shit show at. That's not for here. You want to have a shit show and go talk over people constantly, continuously, and get like go do that shit somewhere else, man. Something's wrong with your mic barrel. It didn't even sound good. Yeah, I'm honestly like fed up with almost everyone in this whole. So my mic's fucked up. Constantly having mic issues. It's fucking. I'm just.
Jeremy, how's my mic?
Yeah, it's fine now.
Yeah, I think you should mute people more often and not do the list thing. Just start muting when people start over talking. I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, no, we've been doing that. I've been trying. I mean, there's certain people that are just getting like insta muted because I know what they do. But I mean, other people, I don't know. I try not to mute. We don't want to mute anyone. Like we're all adults here. I know shit gets heated and shit, but you're just doing it day after day after day, like. Like I don't know what. Well, I don't know what heads think my job is here. I'm not facilitating your conversation or trying to like do whatever goofy shit Don said. Like, yo, I make sure it doesn't break out in a shit show and everyone gets to speak their piece. Other than that, if you want to call out like I'm not gonna sit here and call out fallacies and shit. I mean, I will if I can, but there's just not always time for that. Talking about I'm sitting in here politicking. Get the fuck, man. Dude, this ain't my job, man. I'm mad busy. I have wild shit going on in my life. Like, nobody even fucking understands how much shit I have going on. Didn't give a fuck if what North said yesterday about God or shit. He's always babbling on about that biblical shit. I'm not gonna try to get down to the bottom of that. For what?
Bro, who are you talking to?
I'm just ranting. I've been on a huge rant.
What's wrong, man? What happened?
Nothing. Just people are difficult.
You good, bro?
I'm all right, yeah.
Alright, man. Sound like you mad at breakfast.
I am. I am.
Roll a joint or something. Take it easy, bro.
Nah, man, I gotta go back to bed. I'm fucking exhausted.
What time did you go to bed?
12:30.
What were you doing?
Working. Come home, eat, shower, do shit. I'm lucky I get to bed that early. I don't get home till 11:15. I used to stay up till like 2:30 and shit. 1:30, 2:30.
Doing what?
Bro, I get out of work at 11 p.m. Can you imagine trying to get out of work and then go to sleep?
What
Like a
time
kid
do you
does
go
it
to work?
at 2:30.
Oh, okay.
I usually go earlier because I'm the best employee in the fucking world. I literally go in like at least a half hour early every day. If I'm only a half hour early, I feel like I'm late.
Word. Yeah, you should go back to bed, bro.
Wanted to come kick it for, a few minutes. I got like 20, 30 minutes no more to kick it in here, but no one was in here. And I yelled at everyone that did come in here, I think. Kind of, not really. I don't know. Don came in fucking pissed because he got muted yesterday, but he comes in, he overtalks all the time and shit, so. I ain't got time to be muting, unmuting Don every 5 minutes. Like, that's not in the cards.
Did you mute him?
Yesterday, yeah.
I don't know, bro. I think this modern stuff is changing you, Jeremy.
You guys are animals. You're kind
Yeah,
of
but
calm sometimes, but it gets
me?
crazy.
When you've never had to mute me, bro. Like whenever I have a
I've had to mute you
difficult.
several times. Several
For
times.
what? Why? When? Stop lying.
Because when shit gets crazy and there's two people talking, you won't stop sometimes. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. Everyone's
Nah,
had to
most
be
of the
modded.
time I stop. Come on,
Bro,
man.
I need to be modded sometimes. There's times where I should get muted.
Yeah,
So
you definitely wild out, but I tend to follow the rules unless people make it personal, you know?
yeah, I know.
You know, take a break, bro. Like just delete Discord for a week, you know?
Nah, I ain't doing it. Fuck out of here. I
'Cause you
did
can't?
fucking delete. I was so groggy earlier. I fucking deleted a server I was in, and I thought I was leaving Blue Marvel's server, and I fucking left some other server I was in. I don't even know what server it was. There's no way to even check for that.
Do you remember anyone from the server?
I don't even know. I'm in 100 Discord servers, bro. They limit
This
you
is
unless
true.
you have Nitro. Unless you have Nitro, they limit you at 100. I'm in like 90 son.
Are you active in all 90?
No,
So why are you in them for?
I use them for shit.
What do you mean?
Just various things to. Hold on a second. Shit. Some crypto stuff, some phone mining, just a whole bunch of stuff I got going on, bro. I'm in like 20 flat Earth Discord rooms. I left most of them though.
That's crazy. I'm literally in 3 servers. This one, gems. No, I'm in 4. This one, gems. The other flat Earth server, and like a server with my friends.
Yeah.
Could you though go a week without Discord? Could you do it?
Could I do it? If I wanted to, yeah, I don't want to.
I don't think you could, even if you wanted to.
Bro, there's so many days there's so many days I wake up and I'm just like, fuck it. So,
But yo, don't let me stop you ranting, bro. Keep on going, man.
no, I'm good. Good. Here we go. Rig is here. He'll debate you on the globe for a little bit, maybe.
I ain't
Can't
debating
right
nobody
now.
on no shit. But I will say that my religion's better than all of y'all's religions.
No, we're not doing that again today. I'm happy to give the
somebody say Jesus Christ like 100 times, please.
I'm happy to give the Bible people their time to chat about and discuss about it. Like, it's fine. I'm not really that into it, but you know, if that's what people want to talk about, then fine. Some of the stuff is neat, but elbow in the house. What up?
Just here for the Bible talk, y'all.
No, it's fuck,
That's
Greg.
it. I'm only here for the Messiah. He's
Bro, we give him
returning.
like one day a week because we do be doing that shit with other topics. Like, we'll talk about Coriolis for a whole day straight, and then something else for a whole day straight. So like, it's fair to give everyone a shot at their subject.
Are you like the head mod, Jeremy?
What's up?
Are you the head mod?
I mean, kinda. Why? What's up?
I'm just
Geo's
asking because I hear you telling other mods off sometimes.
Geo's ahead. Geo's ahead, man. I'll tell other mods off. Yo, everyone's got to get muted. Everyone has to get modded. I should be modded sometimes. There's sometimes you're wilding out. Like, when you're in the heat of battle with you motherfuckers, crazy. I don't know.
Who wants to battle? What's happening? Who's battling? What's the battle?
Nate said Earth is a globe. Riggs, you go with that?
He knows it's not. So
Deep down, they must have some inkling that what's going
I'm
on
pretty
here.
convinced at this point, like deep down, like the people here every day, they kind of know something's wrong. So
It ain't adding up. If you went into a room and they were like pigs could fly, like how long would you sit in that room and try to convince them that they're wrong and can't fly?
What do you mean, Jeremy? It's the same way you sat in gems every day for 2 years. You know, you were around people that didn't agree with you at all, but you kept coming back.
No, it's not the same. We don't need you guys.
I'm just
You're
friends
here
with
for
chemo.
us.
I was just friend boys with chemo. That's why I was hanging out.
Yeah, same. I'm boys with you and Rick, you know, so I just come in and hang out with you guys.
Is that what we're doing here?
I guess that's what
Yeah.
we're doing.
Yeah. Just kicking it, right? I mean, I hate talking about flat Earth, but I can't control what you guys talk about.
Well, Riggs wants to get into some Bible talk.
No, I don't. I don't want to fucking talk to nobody. You motherfucker. Look, I'll get something real straight. I'm not going to debate this shit ever. I don't care enough to debate. I got my own ideas, and that's just how it goes. I don't fucking have to push it on nobody.
When they gonna start putting the 360 cams on, on space? I got to go buy a 360 cam at once. Maybe a few $100, get a 360 cam. You just point it wherever you want.
You got a drone.
Like, wasn't that their claim for why they were using wide angle lenses and not giving us an accurate representation of what space looked like because they wanted to show us more of it? Wide angle lens, but now that we have these 360 cams, where are they at? Don't they want to show us more of space, or is that's not the excuse anymore for the wide angle lenses?
I think the
Weird.
excuse is they don't give a fuck about flat earthers.
It ain't about flat Earth though. That was their excuse before flat Earth
It
even
wasn't
came about.
an excuse though, man. They just don't give a fuck about like making an Earth claim. They just care about the footage. They don't care about like it being like super accurate or whatever. They just care about getting the footage.
Yeah, but what better footage would you have than a 360 cam?
Well, 360 cam is highly distorted, and it's it's stitched together in the software. So, I mean, I'm
It
sure
ain't that
some people would
distorted.
use it, but
Yeah,
whatever.
it ain't more distorted than a wide angle lens, is it?
Possibly. I imagine it uses a couple wide angle lenses. But there's obviously probably a few different kinds of 360 cams, though.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, you're
Oh, we
back.
can now.
Okay. I was wondering, like, I was saying that which one is it, man? Is it they don't care about the distortion? I mean, and they just want to get footage of an area, or they do care about the distortion because
I
you
don't
just
care.
yeah, I mean, because you just contradicted yourself saying, well, they don't care about proving blah blah blah. They just want video of the area. Well, I mean, a 360 degree camera will be a video of the whole area that they can see. So why not? Why not have it up there, man? What's going on?
Yeah, Riggs. What's going on? Right? Because that used to be their excuse. Like, I'm like, yo, why ain't they giving us an accurate representation of space? And the Globers would be like, well, they don't care about that. They're just trying to show you as much as they can. So now we have these 360 cams. It's like, well, you ain't gonna show. It's obviously the best camera to show stuff. So why the fuck aren't they using that? They don't want to break the fourth wall.
It's because outer space is fake.
Huh. Yeah, I don't think that. I don't think that. I don't think they give a fuck about what kind of camera they use up there. Just saying. So that's all I meant. They're not very particular as long as it meets the requirements of what they're trying to do. Like if they're jumping out of a plane, they're going to use a GoPro because it's the most popular. It's what their friends are using. You know, if they're gonna do any kind of like a movie or something, they're gonna have camera setups they've always used. Right. But none of these applications are designed to like evidence the Earth. That's not what they're used for. So it's not that they don't care. It's just it was never what they were trying to do. Bitch.
Yeah, no. The Globers made the claim that they're just trying to show us as much of the area as they can. That's why the wide angle lens. Because I used to be like, why aren't they giving us an accurate representation of what's going on up there? If you have a wide angle lens and shit's curved, you got straight lines curving and shit. It's like weird. It's like, why aren't they giving us, it's accurate representation of what it really looks like? And the Globers would be like, well, they just want to show you as much as possible. That's why the wide angle lens, so you can see more. You're not gonna. That excuse doesn't really work now because you're not gonna see more than a 360 cam. Shit blows the wide angle lens out the box as far as seeing more.
Jeremy, tell us about special relativity, man.
What's that? Those drone light shows, Bacon?
Oh, what's that?
What was playing in the screen just now? Oh, never mind. You know what? I think I had YouTube over your square, and I thought you were showing something. I was watching drunk people go against Fight the Flat Earth or whatever this guy is. I don't know.
Hmm.
Yo, Jeremy, tell us about general relativity, bro. Come on.
Why?
Why not, man?
Never read a word. You know what? I actually used that yesterday. They were talking about the Bible, and somebody, SE was saying he never read the whole Bible or whatever. And they started ripping him for it. I'm like, dude, I never read a word of GR or whatever, and I could sit here and debate it with these guys. So I think that was really a realistic reason for why he couldn't argue with it.
Hey, Jeremy there.
Yeah, what's up?
I remember all that talk about the moon landing and the orbit around the moon?
Yeah.
Yeah, I ran a simulation just to check how easily or how hard it would be not to follow the moon. Like if you're orbiting the moon and you go faster than the orbital speed, you still follow the moon. It's hard not to follow the moon, actually. Um,
If you're in the moon's orbit.
yeah, like if you go faster than the orbital velocity, you don't fly to space or fall back to Earth. Uh, your orbit becomes elliptical, but you keep following the moon.
Yeah, I don't know. People were trying to say you didn't have to be in orbit with the moon to land on the moon.
Yeah, I think you can't. Like when you're descending, I don't think you'll be orbiting the moon.
You have to be okay. The moon is orbiting Earth, right?
Uh huh.
In order to land on the moon, you need to be going in the path that the moon is taking in the
Yeah, that
craft
means
you're in.
orbiting the Earth, not orbiting the moon.
Okay, but you have to be following the moon's orbit in
Yeah,
order to land on it.
but that's not orbiting the moon. That's orbiting the Earth.
Okay, well you can call it whatever you want. You have to be keeping up with the moon's movement through space that way, and you also have to keep up with the rotation.
Yeah, that's the thing. Keeping up with the moon's movement around the Earth is the easy part.
I don't know.
Uh,
Witsa had a citation that said NASA said it was difficult and they had to orbit the moon and shit.
yeah, but I went to the video in which he said they say that, and I didn't find they saying that.
Yeah, I don't know. The point is, you would have to keep up with the movement of the moon through space. The moon is moving through space, and you're in a craft moving through space. You obviously have to keep your craft has to keep up with that movement, right?
Right.
Yeah.
I'm
So
telling
whatever
you.
that move, you can call that movement whatever you want. You can call it an order. That's one movement. Then you also have to keep up with the rotational movement if you're going to touch down on it.
Yeah, but that's the last one you mentioned is the one that you actually have to worry about. The other ones, you don't have to worry about. Like it's very easy not to follow the moon if you're that close to the moon. The moon is already dragging you around the Earth. Uh, so the influence of the Earth, all it does, it keeps you orbiting the Earth with the moon, and the influence of the moon sticks you around the moon.
Okay.
It's
So if I'm
hard not.
going to land, my bad.
Well, it's hard to not follow the moon. The only thing that is relevant there is to sync with the surface. That would be the hard part.
All right. So if I'm gonna go, I'm on Earth. I'm gonna go land on the movement of the moon through space doesn't matter when I'm going to land my craft there, or what?
Ask that again.
I'm on Earth. I'm gonna take off and go land on the moon. You're saying the movement of the moon's orbit? It's not important. I don't need to worry about it.
Of course, you need to worry about if you want to get there.
Okay.
I'm saying like
Right.
once you
Yeah.
get there. Yeah, but I'm saying once you get there, then
Get
you
get
don't have
there.
to.
Get there as in touching down on the moon.
No. Get there is orbiting the moon. Like if you enter moon's orbit,
So they
then you
were
don't worry.
orbiting the moon. So they were orbiting the moon. You
Yeah,
told
I'm
me
not
they
saying
weren't orbiting the moon.
I didn't say they weren't orbiting. I said while they were descending. So there's a part in which they go.
Jesus Christ.
What do you mean? I mean, this is.
You just told me they weren't orbiting the moon.
I
You just had
didn't
this
say they
thing where like
weren't. I
you said you
said
couldn't.
while they were descending. I don't think they would keep orbiting it. So they were orbiting it before they start descending. When they are descending, they're no longer orbiting the moon. That's what I said. I didn't say they never orbited the moon at no point. Yes, they do orbit it before they descend. And now you're talking about when you go from the Earth to the moon. Yes, if you're going from the Earth to the moon, there's a point there in which you're going to orbit the moon. Oh my god. Just left.
Yo, what's good in the hood, Howard?
What's up, Nate? There's no, there's nothing good down here in Central
You're breaking up, Howard.
Texas. It's ice. Driving on the ice. Oh, okay.
I just heard you driving on ice. That's all I caught.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I mean, you got tires for that, right?
No, I do. I
What?
run highway. I run the south side of. I run down I-20 and I-10. I'm in this. It's kind of rare to have ice down here, but we do.
Now, what if you gotta make like a sharp turn or something? Or there's like a moose or something in the road. Or like you guys ain't got mooses down there. What do you guys have? Like a wild coyote or something? Howard? I guess we lost Howard. Howard, you back? Or is he gone? You, that's me in the corner. That's me in the spotlight. Who's in my religion? Doo-doo, doo-doo, doo-doo-doo, doo-doo-doo-doo. I'm going to sing it to my. He said it all. Consider, consider each of the century. Says, me. Yo, Howard, you back? Maybe you're not. Oh, damn. All right, you went in and out of service. Okay. Guess I'm gonna be alone for. Was just a dream. That was just a dream. Was that the corner?
Hey, Nate. Nate, you're there?
Yo, Bacon. What's good, man?
You're hot micing a lot. You're hot
Say
micing.
what?
You're hot micing.
How do you know I'm hot, Mike? You just. How do you know though? You just joined VC.
I joined
No.
VC to tell you. I forgot the live stream open on YouTube, and when I got back, I heard a lot of weird noises. And then I saw it was coming from you, so I joined to tell you that you're hot micing like a lot. Anyway, I'll be right back.
Hello, Bacon. Can you hear me? Maybe not.
Yeah. What?
Yo, Bacon.
Hey, what's up?
Chilling. What happened to you, man? Your reception was all fucked up.
What's fucked up?
Never mind. Never mind. How you doing, bro?
I'm doing okay.
Yeah. You sound
Mhm.
happy, man.
Yeah, well, yeah, guess I can say that.
That's what's up. Sounds like you got good news. You want to share it?
Well, I don't get good news. I don't have good news at the moment, no.
So what's good in the hood, man? What are we talking about today?
I don't know. I'm building a simulation right now.
You building a simulation for what?
It's a three-body simulation in which one of the bodies is the Earth, the other one is the Moon, and the third one
Mm-hmm.
is the lunar module from Apollo 11.
So I'm guessing you're gonna neglect the mass of the lunar module, right? You're gonna turn it sort of into a two-body problem, or what?
No, it's still solving as a three-body problem, and I'm not neglecting the mass.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I'm building a simulation, so I don't have to neglect those.
Yeah, but I mean, in most simulations, like we would just take into account the mass of the moon and the Earth. The mass of the lunar module would be so insignificant that you could treat it as zero.
Yeah, but if I put 0, I'm going to fuck up the math
Well,
because
all right.
there will be no inertia. Like when I divide the force by the mass to get the acceleration, I'm gonna get infinite. Actually, I'm gonna get 0 force because if the mass is 0, then the gravitational force is
Exactly.
0. So I have no
Exactly. Yeah.
force of attraction. So I also have no acceleration.
Yes. So you neglect everything about the lunar module. Its force, its mass, its gravity, and you
So it
just
won't
focus
move.
on the moon and the Earth because whatever Barry's center, all of these three objects are orbiting around, would be closer to either the moon or the Earth. You know, your Lagrange points.
Breaking up. No, I think I'm breaking up.
But include all three.
I think my internet fell off for a sec.
Oh man.
Um, but no, I get what you're saying. But that's
All right.
just more hard work, unnecessary to what I'm trying to do. Like I don't need to do that. It wouldn't make it easier. Actually, it would take me more effort to try to do that.
Would it? I mean, you counting for less variables, but I mean, potato patata. What is the end goal of doing this? You just want to do it to show you can do it, or are you trying to prove something to a flat earther?
It was to be able to test the arguments because uh, we were having this conversation with Kosho, Jeremy, and Witsit, and
Uh-huh.
maybe some other people um, about the landing, and they were pointing out that there should be some problems given our understanding of physics. But
What
I
sort of
don't think,
problems?
for example, um, at some point the lunar module will be orbiting the moon, and from that orbit it would descend and land on it at some point.
Mm-hmm.
And what Witsit was claiming is that the lunar module, it could easily, if it wasn't like orbiting the moon, it would miss the moon. So it would miss the moon's movement around the Earth if it wasn't correctly orbiting the moon. And I don't think that's a very good understanding on how orbits work. Because I mean, if you're not orbiting the moon, either you're getting away from the moon or you're falling towards the moon. So as you're descending towards the moon, you slow down your speed, your tangent speed slow down. That doesn't make you go away from the moon. It actually makes you fall towards the moon. There's less centrifugal force, so you're even pulled towards the moon harder. But their understanding was that either you are orbiting or you're not orbiting. If you're not orbiting, then you're not going to follow the moon in its path around the Earth anymore. You're going to miss it. And I think that's a misunderstanding and a lack of intuitions on Newtonian mechanics. But
And
that's
then
just
how is your simulation gonna
yeah,
clear up their confusion? What
yeah.
is it gonna
So
do?
yeah, that's exactly the intent. So uh, without the simulation, it's just me saying what I expect given my understanding of Newtonian mechanics against what they expect given their understanding of Newtonian mechanics. And if we expect different things, then of course at least one of us is wrong. And the idea of the simulation is just to apply Newtonian rules and see what happens. So the simulation is unbiased. I didn't ask it to ignore the influence of the Earth. Actually, the Earth and Moon gravitational pull. I mean, it's a it's an n-body simulation. You're going to put bodies there. It's going to make them interact given their gravitational acceleration between each other, regardless on what values you input. It's just going to use those values to simulate it. So I put the Earth with
But
given.
aren't you gonna direct your lunar lander or module towards the moon? Or is the point not to see how it would land on the moon? Because if it's just to see how they would
Well,
all
first,
orbit each other,
well,
I
I was
don't.
first putting the like. I start first. I started the simulation with only Earth and Moon, and then
Yeah.
I put it all the variables of how the average distance to the moon, the mass of the moon, mass of the Earth, the radius of each, the period of rotation of each. So all that I just put the variables into the simulation, and so if you would match the variables that I'm not inputting, for example, I'm not inputting how long it would take for the moon to make a rotation on the Earth. That's going to be governed by the laws of physics of my simulation. And it turned out it also took like 27 days and some hours. It took the same amount that it should take. So simulation is good. Uh, so I decided to add the lunar module. So I added it close to the moon, and then it fell towards the moon. So I added a tangent speed, and then I adjusted the tangent speed so it would orbit the moon. So I found the exact speed in which, at a certain height, it won't fall towards the moon and it won't miss the moon. It would just orbit it. And then I increased the speed. Like, well, let me see if I'm going faster, if I'm going to miss the moon. And it turns out if you go faster than the orbital speed, you still follow the moon. You still keep following the moon around. Now you just have an elliptical orbit around the moon. But it's not that easy to miss the moon. Even if you go faster than the orbital speed, you still follow the moon around. And I didn't code the simulation to do that. I only coded the basic laws, and those are the ones that govern the simulation. Does that?
All right.
Maybe I monologued a little bit.
You did. You definitely did. But I
Sorry.
hear you, Bacon. I hear you. It didn't really answer my question, but I hear you, man.
Well, didn't it?
Oh, didn't.
Oh
But
yeah,
it's
yeah,
okay.
yes, it did. Yeah, well, first I wanted to check how easy it is to miss the moon. That's it. So I don't have to try to land it. The lunar module was just a body, just another body, and in the end-body system. So
Yeah, but what are your starting conditions going to be? Are you going to start with a lunar module on Earth, and then it
no,
leaves Earth? No.
no, because it didn't left like it was rocketed out of the Earth, right?
Yeah, but what are your starting conditions going to be? It's already in space.
Yeah, it's starting orbiting the moon already, because
Oh,
the discussion was about the landing. Okay, so it's orbiting the moon. How it land? How does it land now?
I see. Oh, so it's
And one of
only
the
the
claims,
landing that's being questioned here.
yeah, one of the claims was that it's hard to keep following the moon because if you're not orbiting it, then you're gonna miss the moon. And I could test that already just by playing with the speed of the module around the moon, and that turns out to be incorrect. If you're orbiting the moon and you speed up or slow down, you don't miss the moon. You still being dragged by the moon around. So I could validate with my simulation. What I want to simulate now is if, given that the module is orbiting the moon, if it can land given its thrusts. So I'm gonna see if I can find how strong the thrusts are. What's the acceleration that they provide, and add that to the module and try to control with my keyboard. So I'm gonna try to land it myself, and it's not a simplification. I'm not ignoring the Earth. The gravitational acceleration of the Earth is still there. All the influences are still there. My simulation doesn't neglect none of those.
Okay.
It's
No,
constantly applying the pull from the Earth and from the moon.
I understand. Then I was wrong about neglecting the mass of the moon. But I don't know if I would call this an end body problem. This sounds just more like whether or not something can land on the moon.
You broke up a little bit. What did you ask?
I said this doesn't sound like an in-body problem. It sounds more like whether or not you can simulate landing on the
Well, I'm just trying to answer how would the if the influence of the Earth can actually be ignored, because we were arguing that as you're close to the moon, the influence of the Earth is negligible. You can ignore it now and think about everything in the reference frame of the moon. And they were saying you can't. That the influence of the Earth is still, you can't just ignore it. So it's just their word against our word. Now with the simulation, that's no longer the case. Simulation isn't thinking about it. It's literally just applying the rules unbiasedly, because it's just a computer applying basic Newtonian rules.
I hear you, bro. Do you think they're gonna buy it though? Like, if they just say simulation, it's not reality.
Uh, well, my point was never that the simulation is reality. The point is that their understanding of what's the implications of these rules are wrong, because the computer is applying those rules much better than they can.
Yeah, but
Because
they'll
if
just
you,
say you didn't do it properly. Like the computer is not doing real physics. So you didn't put in real physics rules. You know, like
well, I
you know
can,
what they'll say basically.
they can say that. I can show them the code, ask them what am I doing wrong, or but I'm not. I don't think that's going to be.
They'll never tell you what's wrong with it. They'll just tell you it's wrong.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure if that's going to be the response. Actually, I don't think that would be a response Witsit would give. Let's
Really?
see.
What do you think? What's it's gonna say?
I don't know. I don't know. I guess I'll have to wait and see. But yeah, what I'm doing now is just to the drawing of the. I'm coding the drawing of the module.
Okay.
Hello,
This is
Danny. Welcome.
who's Danny?
Well, Danny is here. He's joining the servers recently. He's been around.
Did you
I didn't
did you,
see
did
him
you invite
interact
him?
though. Yeah, I invited him. I found him in Tertaria.
Earth is a
And,
globe. Okay, he's a globe. Thank God.
yeah, I recognized him from a social media group.
Oh damn. It's a
And then I
small
invited.
world, huh?
Well, if you're considering the world of flat earthers, then yeah, it's not that big of a world. There's less flat earthers than people in general, right?
Yeah, but I mean, do you partake in flat Earth?
Hmm?
Are you in flat Earth groups outside of Discord?
Yeah.
Damn, Bacon, aren't you taking this a bit too seriously?
Excuse me.
Aren't you taking the whole flat Earth thing a bit too seriously? Not being a flat Earth thing. I don't know. What would you
If
be doing?
I'm taking it seriously,
Yeah, like if you're not a flat Earth, why are you different platform?
just give me a second.
All right.
Yeah, I'm back.
Welcome back, bro.
Thank you. Well, one of the arguments from yesterday's conversation was that in a documentary, which it said that they were saying while the lunar module was landing, it was still orbiting the moon, was keeping a moon orbit, which I think doesn't make any sense. If you want to land on the surface and you're orbiting, you're much faster than the surface, which means you have to slow down relative to the surface. And if you do that, then you're no longer orbiting it. You're much slower than the orbital speed, and you're gonna fall. So you need the thrusts not to crash into the surface. So what I understand is the only way to land that you're going to slow down and try to turn on your thrusts downward so you don't crash into the surface. And that wouldn't be orbiting it. If you're slowing down and you're not falling using your thrusts, that's not an orbit. You're just flying over the moon. And then he said it was said in a documentary, and he linked the documentary, and I watched it, and I didn't find they saying that. So I think I should bring that up again. Maybe
Yeah.
I passed it and didn't notice when they said it, but because it's like a very long video, so I try to rush it a little bit. I may have missed it. I don't think so though, but it's possible.
Is it possible to just get like a transcript for the documentary or something?
Sorry.
Isn't it possible to just get the transcript?
I think so,
Yeah.
but
You just read it. Like just search.
I'm a very slow reader.
Well, find it in Portuguese.
I think it's worse to read auto-translated transcripts than English. Like I prefer to read English than something
Or, or,
translated by a bot.
or just find the English one within the document transcript. Just search for that sentence.
A transcript of the video.
Yeah, the documentary.
Uh, Let me see. I'm not sure how to look that up. Let me first find the video. Okay, well, they talk about the landing like twice in the video, and I look in those parts, and they didn't say any of that.
Don't you have a bot that can convert the audio and it from like speech to text?
Yeah. Okay. Let me first get the link.
All right.
Okay, I sent on Livestream on text. Okay, that's the video. What do we do now?
Is that the video? Yeah, I'm on my phone, so I can't really do much for you. But if you have a app or something that can turn audio to text, speech to text, you'll be just fine then. Like just find something that can rip audio from a YouTube video, and then something else that can change that speech to text. You get what I mean?
I'm not gonna do that much effort. I mean, I already watched the video. If Wixit wants to keep making that claim, then he find a timestamp. I'm not gonna do that for him.
That's fair. That's fair.
You're gonna insist on a claim, you better find where it comes from. Don't just expect we were gonna take it. I mean, if they said it, I would say it's a mistake on the documentary. It's on a mistake on whoever wrote that or said it. That the moon's orbiting while it's descending. No, if it's descending, it's trying to stop orbiting it.
Yeah.
And also, he said that he thought that the closer you were to the surface, the lower your speed to orbit the moon, which is the other way around. I mean, this should be intuitive. The closer you are, the smaller the radius, the quicker you gotta orbit. Even if the force was constant. I mean, that's how centrifugal force works. Hello, extremists.
Hello.
What's up?
Nothing.
Guess who's wasting time doing stuff for flat Earth arguments that's not gonna be worth it?
I don't know who.
Me.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought
I'm
that was like
building
a trick question or something.
No. Yeah, I'm spending time doing something because of an argument, and it's going to be ignored anyway. I'm not sure if you were here yesterday during the moon landing discussion, or the day before yesterday.
All day yesterday was nothing but Bible talk.
Yeah.
Why
So it
didn't
was
you
the day
just
before
show?
yesterday.
Bacon, why didn't you just show what's the formula?
Yeah, next I'll do that in the next opportunity. But before I do that,
Solve.
sorry.
Yeah, I mean that would have ended the argument right there.
Yeah, but I didn't have a simulation when we were debating. I decided to
No,
use.
just the simple formula for the centripetal force.
Yeah, well, that wasn't the point of the conversation. I'm just mentioning one of the mistakes that he made. They're very basic regarding Newtonian mechanics.
Who is this? What's it?
Yeah.
He's off on a new. He kind of gets new ideas in his head about once a month.
Yeah. Well, I'm very curious about the thing that we don't see in Euclidean geometry. We see in spherical geometry, and we are doing perspective wrong. I really want to see what he's going to come up with, because he said he was doing the math for that or something like that. That it was coming, that something was coming. It would change everything. Made a big deal out of that, but I heard nothing so far. I mean, I played with both perspective and spherical geometry, and I had no idea what he's talking about. Maybe he can enlighten me and show me how to. Next time I build a render, so I get the perspective correctly. Apparently, I'm getting it wrong because I'm doing Euclidean geometry.
It will come down to you don't understand, and it's objective. And what else will he say? You have to agree with me. Stuff like that.
Well, it's funny that I don't understand, but at the same time, I can do stuff with my understanding. Like, I don't understand that. I don't understand how perspective actually works, but I can build a render. I don't understand how physics work, but I can build a physics simulation. What else?
Well, he's always fond of saying we don't understand how light works, or something to that effect. But then, I mean, literally, so many inventions are today based on our understanding of light.
I mean, we have to have a pretty decent idea to make use of it.
Yeah, if you take a look at CGI that's looking absurdly photorealistic, like last Avatar, they didn't reach that by making light works in a different way that we believe it works. It's the other way around. They added more and more of how we think light works into the rendering process.
Anyway, you're right. It's going to be ignored or strawmanned or something. Actually, what he'll do is he'll claim you strawmanned him. That's what he's going to do.
Right. Oh, but my simulation is looking very nice. I added options to switch from reference frame to reference frame. So, like, you can at any point switch the reference frame of the Earth or the Moon, and you can even pick between a rotating frame. So the surface is the reference frame, or you can pick a non-rotating frame. So just the position of the Earth or the Moon is going to be used as reference frame, but not the rotation.
So, what did you do all this simulation in?
JavaScript.
Oh, I mean, I thought it was like a program, not a
Yeah,
language.
yeah. I'm building it. I built it.
That's
I did
impressive.
one yesterday, a very much simpler one. Like it was already working, but now I'm trying to build a fancier one. So I'm going to draw the lunar module, and I hope to put some controls on it. So I want to be able to replicate the thrusts, and then try to use it to land on the surface of the moon. And the nice part of the simulation is that I can guarantee that the influence of the Earth isn't being ignored by the simulation. It's actually there all the time. So they can say, like if I use another program, they might say the program, when you get close to the moon, turns off the influence of the Earth and then switches to the moon. That's not what my simulation does. So I don't have that problem. You know, like my simulation is completely careless about which reference frame you're using. It has its universal reference frame, and it uses that, and the motion of the three of the bodies, like the Earth, the Moon, and the lunar module, are governed by all their interactions between them. So the gravitational force between the Earth and the module, between the Earth and the Moon, and between the Moon and the module, those three gravitational attractions are constantly being calculated and applied. They're at no point they're ignored.
I'm going to tell you that Witsit will completely ignore it, but and most of them will. Jeremy might be the one flat earther that might see reason. Maybe.
The one first, what?
Jeremy might be the one flat earther that might see reason in the simulation. Maybe.
Well, yeah. Sometimes Jeremy sees reason and stuff, but it might take a lot of time to get there.
Well, yeah, and Jeremy's biggest problem that I see is his whole reference frame. Reference frames, I don't know if I'd say mess him up, but they give him an out. I'll say that.
They give him what?
They give him an out. They give him a way to deny things in his own mind.
Right. Oh well, the reference frame thing in my simulation is purely visual. It's just where it's gonna place the camera. That's basically it. It doesn't affect the math at all. So if you try to use reference frames, I have that.
Jeremy, like most flat earthers, is stuck with this idea that there's one absolute reference frame, and everything else that happens in any other reference frame is just fictitious or, not real.
Right. Well, that actually I'm not as opposed to that idea, because even if there was an objective reference frame, I wouldn't change anything about relative reference frames. So just like the simulation, there is an objective reference frame in my simulation, but you can switch to another one, and that works as a reference frame too. So that's not the objective one, it's not the universal one, but relative to that reference frame, things still work the same. So yeah, you don't even get into any contradiction if you assume that there is a universal reference frame. It's just not relevant. So if there is or if there isn't, you can still use different ones than the universal one. Does that make sense?
Well, a little bit. I mean, I have to think about it a little bit more.
Okay, well, okay, there's basically two possibilities. Either there is an objective one, or there isn't. If there isn't, but we assume that there is, is there any thing we're going to notice that is wrong? Like, is there any way we're going to detect that we're missing that there's an objective reference frame?
No, not really. No.
And what about the way around? Let's say there isn't, but we assume there is. It's also not. Is that the first thing I said? Oh, anyway, it doesn't matter how you look at it. If there is no reference frame, but you assume there is, or if there is one and you assume there isn't, it all turns out to be the same. There's no difference. So I don't think any argument could be solved by pointing out that there is not an objective reference frame, or that there is. Even if there is an objective one, we can still use relative ones. The things still work in relative reference frames, even if they're not the objective one. Anyway. Yeah, that might be a boring point.
I think you may underestimate the flat earthers' abilities to deny things. I actually find that pretty common among Globers. We often underestimate the ability of flat earthers to deny.
Right. I think we need more moderators here.
We need what?
More moderators.
Why?
Because I'm often in a discussion where people are over talking, or just like obviously personally attacking all the time, and there's no one helping. Like sometimes there's no moderator, sometimes there is, but they're AFK, and I don't know. Or sometimes there is, and they're not AFK, but they're driving or something.
Well, I would say they need to do a better job of, I mean, Jeremy kind of tries, but he's a little bit too many warnings. It's like if you don't start, and then like another warning and then another one. Like it takes 8 warnings for him to actually do something.
Yeah, well, I think he's fair, but I think he's too slow. And like, let's say he's going to mute someone, but it takes like 5 seconds, and in that time, you was already interrupted, and you lost track of what we were saying, and then he unmutes that person, and that person keeps over talking. Then take him another while, so he'll mute them again, and it kind of conversation doesn't flow. That when he mutes the person, sometimes he won't. Anyway, I wanted to try at least moderate for a while.
Okay, you have my permission.
Yeah, I got the same mod role once. Gio had to leave, and Data was in the voice chat, so he made me a mod for that period of time. I don't know. I think I can be a good moderator. Like I'm moderating another certain like Tertaria moderating there. I didn't have anyone complaining about me moderating. Anyway, at least when I'm here, there would never going to be a time in which there is no moderator in the room. If I'm a moderator, I wouldn't have to worry about that.
I don't think I would be a very good moderator. I'd be okay except for DMOC and Flat Earth Data. Those two, I would just very short leashes.
Yeah.
They drive me crazy.
Are a bigger deal in terms of moderating.
And
it's
even
funny how Jeremy takes care of Dimog. Dimog's like just started making a complete side point, something completely relevant. Jeremy waits until he's done and says something like, "Great point, Dimog. I'm glad you brought that to the table." And then he just moved back to the conversation where it was.
Yeah, DMOC and Flat Earth Data does the same thing. But I can't stand either one of them. I mean, it's like they both ruin the conversation.
Well, at least Data tries to argue. Dimog just, does what he does. It's not even arguing, right?
Well, no. Data actually just he will, if you don't, if the other side doesn't interrupt him, he will talk for 10 straight minutes.
Yeah, well, but it's still, he does that expecting a response when he finishes his monologue. And there's something being discussed with Data. With Dimog, there's nothing even being discussed. He just spiral random stuff and then just curse you.
DMOC just kind of just puts random words together.
Sorry?
DMOC just puts random words together, yes.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I'm not saying you can have good conversation with Data. I'm just saying like Data isn't like Dimog.
Yeah, they both ruin it for two different reasons, yes.
Yeah, I think I could say that. But I managed to have a discussion with Data a couple of times. Not all the times, but when Jeremy was helping with the moderation, at once I got to have a conversation with Data for a long time. It wasn't easy. I mean, he still monologues, so it's very hard to make progress. But even being less productive than the average conversations, I would still could get somewhere with the help of Jeremy moderating, because at least he could guarantee that I could respond. Where's everyone?
I don't know. They were on the other server.
Well, I'll go there, check it. You in there too?
I'm in the middle of something, so not right now.
All right. Yeah, then. Yeah, they're debating politics. Never mind.
What's going on?
Politics.
Yeah, that's when I was over there a few minutes ago. They were talking about something. I mean, yesterday was all day religion and Bible talk.
Yeah.
And
I tried to join a couple times and I gave up all of them because of that.
yeah, that's religion and politics are two pointless topics of discussion.
Uh, I think they're only pointless if the people that are discussing it have two radically different views on it. If their views are aligned for the most part, then I think you can discuss it.
Yeah, but the thing is, you're not. I mean, you can discuss it, I guess, but you're not going to change anybody's mind. I mean, everybody's mind is made up.
I don't think so. I've changed my mind on politics many times. And religion. Yeah, it varies from person to person. And also the kind of conversation you're having. If you're having a confrontational conversation, you're never going to change your mind on that. But you're just talking about it. Having just a conversation about it. I think you can. There's a lot of room for change. Like it's much easier to make a concession if you're not fighting the person. If you're just talking like if you're talking to your friend, it's much easier to make a concession.
I don't like to be preached at. If you're having a conversation, it's kind of a back and forth. That's fine, but I don't like when you're being preached at, whether it's politics or religion. You should believe this. Everybody else is wrong.
Right. What do you think happens if you're below the ISS and you just jump, like you throw yourself away from the ISS towards the Earth?
You'll fall down and the ISS will go sideways. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, well, is that your response?
Well, I mean, if you're on the ISS and you just jump off, you'll go sideways with it.
Right. but will you like if you're below it, below the ISS, between the ISS and the Earth, and you jump towards the Earth, are you going to fall towards the Earth?
Or what's the other option?
There is another option, which is my response, is that you're going to get closer to the Earth for a while, and then you're going to start to get away from the Earth again. That's my guess.
Get away from the Earth? What do you mean by that?
Yep. Yeah, it's not that intuitive, but it's very hard to fall towards like a planet if you're orbiting it. I mean, if we ignore the atmosphere, I mean, eventually you're going to fall because you're interacting with the atmosphere, so you're going to slow down and just fall. But if you jump from the ISS towards the Earth, even though your sideways speed, you had the sideways speed of the ISS, and you're moving downwards, the closer you get to the surface, that sideways speed becomes higher relative to the surface, relative to the Earth, and it becomes higher and higher. And at some point, that tangential speeds gives you a greater centrifugal force than gravity, and then you start going up again, which is simply what an elliptical orbit is. So if you try to jump from the ISS, you just enter an elliptical orbit. So you're going to start getting closer to the Earth because you're getting to the closer part to the elliptical orbit. But once you want to get past that, you start to get away from the Earth again. Does that make sense?
So, like when you're doing this fall, like you just went straight up in a rocket ship and then just jumped out, or what did you do? You're jumping off. You're not jumping off the ISS, are you?
Oh, you're pushing yourself away from the ISS towards the Earth. So you're right below the ISS, basically floating with it. And you put your feet on the ISS and jump towards the Earth.
Okay. So I mean, but my point of my question is, you have the ISS's sideways momentum to start with.
Yeah, which is enough momentum to make you orbit the Earth.
Right.
And you don't lose that momentum by jumping towards the Earth. You just add an downward velocity.
Right.
And that momentum, as you get closer to the surface, it is enough to prevent you from falling. It just turns your, like, let's say you didn't jump from the ISS just disappears. You're just going to keep following the ISS path, but now it's just you instead of the whole ISS. So let's say that's a circular orbit. If you push yourself away from that circular orbit downward, that just shifts the orbit into an elliptical one. You don't actually fall towards the Earth.
I actually understood. That made sense when you put it that way.
And when you just shoot something, it makes a parabola, right?
Okay.
If you switch the Earth by a point of mass in its center, so you switch the whole size 3959 mile Earth to just a minuscule point with the same mass, that parabola is actually the tip of the orbit that the projectile would make around this tiny Earth. So all the ballistic, when you make a shot, when you shoot a bullet, that path of the bullet is the same as the path that the bullet would orbit the Earth if it didn't hit the surface. And that doesn't matter how fast or slow you shoot the bullet. If you shoot a faster bullet or a slower bullet, it's never gonna hit that point of mass. It's never gonna hit the center. It's always gonna make an elliptical orbit around it and go back to where it was.
Right, I understand.
Yeah, and like when we treat it as a parabola, that's just a simplification that treats Earth as flat. So you have x y axis. The x-axis is like the, let's say, the ground. The y-axis is upward, and that's not a sphere. It's a flat Earth. That's just an approximation. But if you try to deal with ballistics that are too far away, you now have to use orbital mechanics to solve, because that's exactly what the bullets are doing. It's just an orbit that gets intercepted by the surface. The surface wasn't there. You would just orbit the center of the Earth.
Yeah, I understand. Makes sense. What's the point?
I don't know. Just want to give you some intuitions that I noticed by playing with my simulation.
If you fire a gun from the ISS, if you fire a bullet, if you were like strapped to the front of it and firing a bullet, what happens then? Bullet catch up to the ISS? Does the bullet wind up hitting the ISS?
Sorry, can you say that again?
No.
Okay. Then I don't know how. I don't give you an answer then.
Bacon, you're hot micing.
Oh, sorry. Who said that?
Well, today's the second day of the entire winter. I've seen snow coming out of the sky, but it's not sticking.
Yeah, melted here too.
I know they got a lot of snow up north, but we're gonna be whiffing the entire winter here. There's no snow accumulation. Now, usually that's not the case, and at least like one time it will just become like a weird ice storm of some sort, but nothing. Well, I remember when I was a boy, snow used to, it's real high. Like 4-foot snow, 6-foot snow drifts and shit.
Hey, Bacon.
What's up?
Jeremy's here. Explain to him what you were doing in your simulation.
Ah, I tried already.
Ah, never mind.
Oh, by the way, you know the ISS question I asked you? So you gave me one answer, I gave you another answer, and Witsy actually gave you a third answer. He said you will miss the Earth because you're no longer orbiting it.
I don't know why.
What I understood from his argument is that the Earth is orbiting the Sun, and if you're no longer orbiting the Earth, you won't follow the Earth around the Sun anymore. You're gonna miss the Earth. The Earth is gonna left you behind.
That seems illogical.
Mm-hmm. Which is similar to the moon lunar module around the moon. You're saying that if you're no longer orbiting the moon, you're gonna miss the moon. Yeah, you're
Was
two
NASA
orbits.
did the lunar lander orbit the moon before it landed?
During one part of the mission, yes.
Before it landed, were they orbiting?
Yeah, before they landed, yeah.
So what's the problem? You guys were arguing that they weren't orbiting.
Now the argument that they didn't keep the orbit while landing, that was something that Witzit said that they said. That doesn't make any sense to me.
The moon is orbiting. I explained this to you earlier. The moon is orbiting Earth. That's a direction. Obviously the lunar lander would have to keep up with. Not going to hit the moon. It's going to either crash into them or go away from them.
Yeah, but
Uh,
when it's close to the moon, the path that it has to follow to keep up with the moon is the orbit around the Earth. So given that it's at that distance, it's already orbiting the Earth with the moon. Both the moon and the module are orbiting the Earth, but the module is also orbiting the moon.
what's your point? What's the point of this?
That you're trying to say that it has to keep up with something that is completely ignorable.
To keep up with the moon, because if it doesn't keep up with the moon, it'll either get farther away or crash into it. Not ignorable at all.
Yeah, that's not keeping up with the moon. That's just not crashing into the moon or missing the orbit. But that's not related to the moon being moving. That would be true even if the moon wasn't moving. It has nothing to do with the moon's movement. When you're orbiting the moon's
Whatever,
movement
dude.
around the Earth is completely ignorable.
Yeah. Okay. You know what? You won. You got me. You got us.
I know. I mean, that's what what happened in the simulation. So what is there to argue? What you think should happen?
Your cartoon won. You got us.
No, it's not a cartoon. It's literally a simulation that simply applied the laws that we're talking about.
Bro, the moon, it's this simple. The moon's moving.
Yeah.
In two
So is
different
the
directions. One of them's a rotation, another one's an orbit around Earth. If you try to put something on that, a lunar lander, to keep up with the orbit, it'll get farther or too close to you and you'll crash, or it'll get farther away from you. It's a movement. It's also an angular movement that you would have to keep up with, making it that much more tricky, but you also have to keep up with the rotation. Like I don't understand. Are you trying to play word games? Like what's going on?
Wait, you're talking about the rotation of the moon surface?
You won, Bacon. You won, bro. I'm just not in the mood, dude. Like for real, man. I'm done arguing nonsense shit. I think maybe I try to every day, but something's moving. They need to keep up with that thing. There's not. I mean, what else is there to talk about? Is it a word game thing? Like I don't understand what we're doing.
If you're talking to Bacon, he's not listening.
Good, good.
So what is nonsense? What does that mean? You're not arguing nonsense.
This thing I'm arguing with Bacon over, I don't understand. It's nonsense. The moon's moving into orbit. There's something moving in a circular path. If you want to try to touch that thing, you got to keep up with its circular path. Otherwise, you're not going to hit it.
Okay, and what's the
I
problem?
don't know. Yesterday they were trying to say it wasn't orbiting the moon. Now they're saying it is orbiting. Like, I'm just done, dude. It's fucking annoying. I don't know. It's just not even worth it, man. For real. If heads want to do it, I don't blame them because they need to get sharp and shit and learn their model. But I'm good. It's come to the point of nonsense. I got Zanuck telling me the ground is actually raising up, accelerating upwards to meet people when they fall. He says that's actually happening. It's stupid, just stupid shit. Like I don't know. It's gotten to the point of ridiculousness with you guys for me.
Ridiculousness. Yeah. Okay.
It has. You think the ground's lifting up, or it's one day it's one thing, the next day it's another thing. It's a lot of ridiculous shit going on. Just didn't just start either.
Ridiculous shit, huh?
Ridiculous shit, yeah. I mean, people are sitting here arguing. They're arguing it wasn't orbiting yesterday. Now Bacon's sitting here describing how they were orbiting and it wasn't a big deal. Like it's crazy, bro. I can't do it.
No, the argument. I just don't think I'm just not following the conversation, because
Okay.
what we said yesterday is that it wasn't orbiting while it was descending. So there's a time in between the orbit part and the part that is on the surface. In between that, it's no longer trying to orbit the moon. Now it's trying to land. So it is stop orbiting it to be able to land.
Yeah, so they
It
had to
doesn't
get
land
into
by
an
orbiting
orbit.
it. Sorry?
In order to land on the moon, they had to get into an orbit, right?
Yeah, they got to an orbit. Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah, yesterday they were saying it didn't orbit.
I don't think anyone said at no point it didn't orbit. Just that not while it was landing.
Get into an orbit. Keep up with the moon because the moon's moving. So the orbit keeps up with the moon.
Oh, you don't have to orbit the moon to keep up with the moon.
I don't care.
That's the mistake, is to think that if you're not orbiting the moon, you don't keep up with the moon. That's it's just a mistake. It's a misunderstanding of how orbits work.
Oh boy. He said he was done. He was done arguing dumb shit.
Oh, he didn't say where what was the dumb side, right?
Yeah, I was watching TikTok. I didn't hear anything you guys said.
It's kind of hard to argue dumb shit when you're not even listening to the dumb shit.
Yeah, not anymore. It's too dumb.
Oh, I like that. It's too dumb. So you're gonna go watch TikTok instead. I got it. I know where your priorities are.
As long as this place ain't breaking out in a shit show, you guys can talk about anything you want. Certain other things, whatever. Just Data's here. He'll keep you busy.
We can talk about anything.
Yeah, data.
Yeah.
So, well, if you're listening and you can respond, do you have any follow up to that thing about the sunrise in Perth? Because, well, I just replicated all the timestamp, the angle of the sun, everything, and I found no inconsistency that you were saying was there. So you asked for the blend files, I give you the blend file. But I think he's in here. He would be responding already.
Oh, excuse me. Ah. Well, this is boring.
Dan, was data muted? I didn't even check.
No,
Did he say something?
not either.
All right.
Oh, he was muted, but not with the red mic.
Nothing going on in here, huh?
Yeah, I don't know where everyone is. They must be doing some goofball shit or something. Maybe they're taking a nap.
They're probably all in that other room. Because I got kicked out of there. There was one called can't remember. It's something Tartaria, something another. And I noticed whenever this room would be like super full, that room would be empty. But whenever this room was empty, that room would be full. And I noticed people would just jump back and forth. But I'm not on. I got kicked from that server for talking about Switzerland. uh,
That's weird.
yeah, no, well, I was like, I was saying something about Switzerland, and the very second that I was saying it, someone else started talking about the flag being the only square flag, and he got really like, "Who the fuck's talking? Shut the fuck up!" And then he like just deleted me. I'm like, "Oh, well, shit, that was damn." He got really upset because like we both talked at the same time. But whatever.
All you did at the same time? It was crazy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I didn't. I was already like, I was like mid sentence, then he started talking, and like I don't know if there was a delay and he didn't know that I was already speaking, or vice versa.
I mean, over talking happens all the time on accident and on purpose. It's not like something even boot someone or ban someone from the whole server. It's so crazy, yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, well, damn, that was like, I was like, shit, that was extreme.
It does sound
And it
very.
wasn't even like about like it wasn't even like a heated debate on anything. We were just it was just small talk, and then someone like we were talking about Switzerland for whatever reason, and it just because I've got banned from here, but then I would immediately like if I was on here and I was drinking or something, and I said something, but I mean that's understandable. I thought that was a little. I'm like, well, this room's weird. Apparently, it happens all the time. So I'm like, oh, whatever. So it's Switzerland's fault. I haven't had any discussions about flat Earth in like a couple of weeks.
Well, there's people in there you can talk to about it.
You know what it is? I think I'm not burnt out on the subject. I don't want to say bored with it either, but it's just it always devolves. Like you can only have the same exact word for word debate with somebody so many times.
Well,
so I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah, it's gotten to a point of
Coriolis.
Yeah, it's
they
gotten
always go
to
to
a
the same
point of.
place.
It's gotten to a point of complete just goofiness for me, though.
Yeah,
like it's just gotten weird. They made it weird.
Yeah. Which the flat earthers or the Globers? Or just everybody?
The Globers. They made it weird.
Yeah, it's devolved a lot on their end to like I can't even give an example, but it has gotten kind of streamlined. Like their arguments have become more streamlined, but in a bad way, if that makes any sense. Like, excuse me, oh, I got a head cold. I don't know, but I mean, like I could probably go about another year and a half before I ever have to discuss Coriolis again, because it's literally devolves into the same thing. How they spend 30 minutes on how Coriolis is a thing, but it only happens going like north south, and then next thing you know, they're saying, well, the reason why we don't see planes drift is because it's controlled flight, so pilots are correcting for it. But then if they're correcting for it, couldn't they undercorrect or overcorrect and shorten flight? So the whole thing gets silly. But then it's not anything that we ever see regardless. and then somehow hot air balloons don't become controlled flight anymore, and it's just silly.
No, hot air balloons are controlled flight. Maybe to an extent.
Right. Yeah, well, I mean,
Dude, they're not
I
supposed to
can get
have
into a hot air
Coriolis.
balloon. Right.
You know how you get Coriolis?
Probably
Well, I
because
mean, if you're talking about it on the globe, you know how you get Coriolis on in their globe, right?
yeah,
How?
it's because.
I feel like you were bluffing just now when you said yeah.
Well, I mean, the globe's going east to west, right? So that means the Earth's turning east to west at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. If I'm in the north, if I'm a cloud on the North Pole, I'm pretty much moving like 0 miles per hour with the spin of the Earth because the Earth's not really spinning that fast. But then, for some reason, if I go from the North Pole and drift down, I'll start gaining speed with whatever shit I'm over. And then they start talking about conservation of momentum and this and that, and how like you're not going to notice any difference. But if I already have conservation of momentum from the North Pole, if I drift down to the South Pole, when does the conservation of momentum change to the landmass that I'm over? It should just be the North Pole. So if I'm a cloud coming from the North Pole, the ground under me should be spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, just whizzing past me.
That sounds like New Perspective's argument, which I still don't understand. And I've heard him spit that shit like 10 times.
Right. Well, no, I mean, that was from just a basic run-of-the-mill like 3-minute YouTube video on what Coriolis is essentially, and they just use the example of a cloud drifting from the North Pole to the equator or South Pole to the equator. But I mean, if I'm on the ground and the ground is moving at X miles per hour, it really doesn't matter. The fact is the ground's not stationary. Once I get up into the air, how am I staying lockstep to that area that I'm over? But simultaneously as I fly to a different part of this globe that's spinning at a different speed, my speed's going to automatically switch to the landmass under the plane. It just, or
Yeah,
it doesn't.
you know how
both.
Coriolis happens on the globe? You know how you get Coriolis? Like how to make it happen.
By
The
being in
thing
a
that
different
makes it
plane of
happen.
reference, because the globe's rotating.
Okay, here's how you make Coriolis happen on their globe. You got to change your tangential speed, right? Every rotating body has an angular velocity and a tangential speed. Even though the Globers will, for some weird reason, deny the tangential speed, they'll say it's not doing that, but it actually is. Anyways,
Right.
so the angular velocity of Earth would be, what is it?
Huh?
What's the angular velocity of Earth?
I don't know.
It's like 15 degrees an hour. And the speed is in miles per hour. That'd be like
Oh,
1,000.
right. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so you got to that 1,000 miles an hour thing. At the equator, you need to change that. That's why there's no left to right, or there's always up and down Coriolis, unless you're it's opposite for the North Pole and South Pole. But like if you're flying in a plane, that's why there's no Coriolis at the equator, because you're not, that tangential speed is not changing if you just follow the equator. That's what they say. So that's why hot air balloons don't get it, because you're just sitting there.
Right, but if you're just sitting there, then that means that the ground should come to you then.
Why?
Because you're just sitting up in the space above the ground, not moving with it.
No, the air is moving with it.
Yeah,
No,
but then that comes into the whole argument. Right, but then that comes into the argument of the whole lockstep, air to the ground thing, and then what the hell's going on at the Kármán line? It must be like a buzzsaw that's just going to chop your head off. Because you got to think the higher you go up, the faster the air has to move. So what the fuck's the air doing at the edge of the atmosphere? It must be, the whole lockstep atmosphere thing's a terrible argument that they have, and then they try, but then they turn around and say you're the only one say lockstep, and it's like, no, you're claiming the air is moving uniformly with the ground, And if that's the case, if the ground's moving at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator going east to west, that means a 1 mile an hour breeze going west to east really is going at 1,000 plus 1 miles to counteract for you to notice that 1 mile per hour breeze.
Yeah,
And that's
absolutely. Whatever the if there's a
yeah,
1 mile an hour wind speed at the equator, yeah, it's going 1,001. Yeah. Or it
yeah.
could be going, if
And
it's
I
in the
mean,
other direction, if it's in the other direction, it could be going 999
right, exactly.
for
And
them.
I mean, that's absolutely silly. I mean, to say that that's proof of the Earth rotation. I mean, there's nothing that.
Well, they use a full call pendulum for Coriolis and shit like that.
Yeah, you could take your Foucault pendulum, you set it up, and you run it 100 times, and
Yo,
you're
give me
gonna
1
get.
minute. Do me a favor. Give me
Yeah.
1 minute. I'll be right back.
Foucault pendulum.
Lemon
But
Bird
just
used to
make
call
sure.
it. Well, hold on, Bacon. Lemon Bird used to call it the fuck all pendulum. Fuck
Yeah,
all.
this is fuck all.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
You set up the Foucault pendulum, 100 times, you're gonna get the result that you want like 40 times out of that 100 times. All the other times, well, my line had too much elasticity in it, or this was off by 1, millimeter of something not balanced. Like it's like, okay, so your experiment that you claim is it's not even perfect. You have a trillion different things that could go wrong that cause you to get incorrect results. But then once you do get the result you want, then it's perfectly valid. It's silly.
Well, just make sure you can still man the argument before you respond to it, because whenever you're
What
trying
do
to
you mean?
phrase our argument, I think you're strawmanning us.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't think the way you think we are arguing is what we are arguing.
No. The thing is, if I was to get a Foucault pendulum and I had it made perfectly, it's not going to be 100% of the time working the way it's supposed to be. And the thing is, like I said, you literally can argue, oh, there's like maybe the string like twisted a little bit and there was tension in it. That could be a factor. Or something wasn't balanced properly this one time, like when I spun it too hard and something got knocked out of whack. So that's going to cause it not to. There's a trillion different reasons on why your experiment didn't work. But then once it does work and it gets the result that you desire, then it's 100% accurate and, this is 100% proof. But it wasn't 100% proof the other 30 times you tried the experiment. So, I don't even know if I want to call it
Yeah,
that.
there's
You,
okay. I get a response. I heard that response many times.
yeah.
But the thing is that, yeah, if every time you do it, you get a different result, you can't get consistency from the results, then that experiment doesn't mean anything. It's a bad experiment. It's a bad test.
Yeah, like.
But so the thing is that when you achieve consistency, so for example, you do the Foucault's pendulum, you get just a random precession, and then you do it again, you get a different precession, and then you realize each day you're getting something different, and then you realize, well, maybe that's because
Well,
my
I mean, each day
windows.
you're getting something different, but if you're doing the Foucault pendulum 15 times in one day, and you get 12 different results, and then you get 4 of them that are the same. But the thing is, you could go into an
You
empty
don't have to
field
repeat
and have
your argument. I already understand it.
right, but see, not only that, you can get. Let's say that the path for the pendulum to rotate. Let's just say you need a minimum of like 30 feet from each.
I
Like
didn't make
you
the
could
point
set
that I
up
was trying
like
to make.
what I'm saying is you could set up like a whole field full of people all simultaneously doing the Foucault pendulum, and they're all going to get different results every single time. There will never be a time where you get 30 people doing it simultaneously that all 30 are going to get the exact same result.
I'm not sure how
So
you
I don't
know
see how that's
that, but
proof of anything.
I'm not sure how you can claim that unless you have done that. But let me just finish the point I was
No,
trying to
just the
make.
probability. I mean, you can't even get you can't go into a museum where they have one
Can
that's
I finish the
professionally
point I
built
was
by
trying to make?
architects to do it 100% of the time.
You're assuming it's going to be inconsistent before you test it if it's actually inconsistent. So
Well, it is
what I'm trying to
inconsistent. The ones in museums are inconsistent.
I don't think that's true.
It is true.
Are the ones in the museum? I know we went over on Brandon's show where the guy in the museum, the curator of the museum or whatever, was actually pushing it with a stick to keep it going.
A stick?
Yeah.
You guys remember
Yeah.
Brandon's show? We went over it for like an hour at Brandon's show. There was, I think it was in Canada. The curator of the museum, like the mechanism. I think they had a mechanism and it broke. So the guy just started pushing it with a stick. We were making jokes, talking about how pushing sticks. You guys don't remember that?
Yeah, well,
Yeah, I
so it
remember
did
that.
I
work
think I've
before
seen the
you
video
had
on
a
my
guy
own.
pushing it with sticks, right?
It worked
I don't
before
think
it was
that's right.
broken.
Yeah,
What are you
so I
guys
don't
Yeah,
think
talking
right. It
that's
about?
worked
relevant.
before it was broken. But what
Sorry?
I'm saying is, if we were to, if I could like get the focal pendulum that's in that museum, and like just cut and paste it and put a whole bunch simultaneously in one field, put a big roof over it, and have them all spin it. They're they're all going to be doing different things. Every pendulum's going to be slightly different or off. Some of them may line up perfectly, but they're not all
That's
going
an
to, and it never
interesting
will.
hypothesis, dude. But you
I
have to test that before you can claim that's what would happen.
I'd
I
actually like
Well,
to
I
see
mean,
that. There is definitely full call stuff. We should be doing full calls during eclipses, all kinds of shit. Yeah, we should have done a lot of shit during that last solar eclipse we had.
I've said this before, but I went to the Glendale, observatory, and where they have a fulcrum pendulum, spinning
What is it?
I've been, what was it called? A pendulum?
Full call.
Fulcrum. I'm drunk right
Full
now,
call.
so I'm sorry.
Okay,
When aren't you?
Right? Okay. So, but I've been to the museum, Glendale in California, the space museum, whatever the fuck call it. Observatory. That's what they call it. And they have a fulcrum pendulum swinging, and one time I went and it wasn't moving at all, and somebody asked in the crowd on the tour, and they said, "Why isn't it moving?" And the tour said, "Oh, because right now we haven't set it right. Like it was perfectly still in the middle."
Yeah, you got to
But
set it in motion.
yeah, exactly. But
just
that's
like
my
every
point.
tower crane.
That's my fucking point. And then I realized, like, wait, if the Earth is spinning and all the bullshit they call,
The dumbest point.
then it's not
Go
fucking.
ahead.
It's
So
not
you
a.
think
It,
you think
what was that?
the full call pendulum should just start swinging on its own?
You would think,
I do,
because
yeah.
that's what they claim. That's
Uh,
what they claim. They claim
You would
They don't
think
movement.
claim
if
it.
you...
Well,
that's just a very dumb
no.
argument.
They don't claim rotation causes it to move.
And you
It
Well, they
shouldn't
causes it
can't
expect
to
because
that.
it doesn't.
persist when it's in
You,
motion.
You should
you, sh-
expect that. You should
you,
absolutely expect that.
no,
The
you
Earth is going
shouldn't.
1,000
Can
miles.
I,
The Earth is going 1,000
can I
miles at
explain why
equator.
not?
It's going
You're next,
550,000
Bacon. You're
miles
next.
around the sun. It's chasing the sun through the fucking universe at over 1,000,000 miles per hour. Everything should be slightly moving.
Yeah, exactly.
Go ahead, Bacon. Bacon's up.
Right. Yeah, well, if you're hanging, the pendulum is going to swing if when you release it, it's not in equilibrium. So if all the forces are not
But
net
Hold on.
zero,
Let him finish. Hold on. Do not interrupt Bacon, or this is going to end up into a 5-10 minute Bacon thing. So just let him finish, and then you can go.
yeah, the
okay.
pendulum is going to swing if when you drop it, it's the net force isn't zero. So
Okay.
that wasn't the whole response, dude. That was a sentence.
Bro, say over. Say over and out when you're done talking, Bacon.
I will. Don't worry.
Okay,
I will.
thank you.
Right. So if the Earth isn't rotating, that you drop the pendulum when it's pointing straight down. If the Earth is rotating, that creates a centrifugal force. You're right, and that's no longer pointing straight down. That gives you a different direction in which, if you drop the pendulum, now it will be at net zero. That's what happens when you drop a pendulum. It's already in that direction, so the force is net zero. Why would it move?
Over and out. Over and out.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. So my point is this. Over and out. Okay.
Yeah,
My
that was a
point is
question.
this.
So go ahead.
My point is this. The ball was standing perfectly still. Now, then they enacted a force upon it to start moving. But my rebuttal to that would be, well, why wasn't it moving on its own if it was a spinning, moving, ball? Because technically that's what it should be. But if you want
I
to,
already answered that.
but hold on. But if you want to say, no, you have to put it in motion first, and then it's going to represent the spinning ball. Well, then I would rebuttal. Well, then you enacted a force for it to do something that it wasn't otherwise doing to begin with. So it kind of negates your whole spinning, moving, idea or
I mean, isn't
conclusion.
that affirming the
Yeah,
consequence?
it won't swing if the net force is 0.
Why would the net force be 0 if it's on a moving object?
Yeah, the moving object can still have you can still have a net force of 0. It just changes the direction in which the pendulum
But
hangs
see,
to have a
we
net
do
force of 0.
direction.
Okay,
I mean,
the
how do we have
rotation.
0 if we're on a elliptical orbit, meaning there's going to be corners on that orbit that are slower and faster than others?
God damn.
Okay,
Yeah, it changes
the
speed.
rotation of the Earth adds a centrifugal force, right? So if the Earth is stationary and then starts moving, then yes, your pendulums are just going to start by itself because it's going to create a
But it
centrifugal
didn't.
force that wasn't
But
there. But if
but
the
it
Earth
didn't.
is already rotating, that centrifugal force is already there. When you drop the pendulum, you're dropping where it's the net force is 0.
Bacon, let me ask: so that being said, what if the Earth changed rotation speed? Would it affect the pendulum?
Yeah.
If you had a
Yeah.
pendulum, so say we have a hold on, guys. If we have a plumb line just sitting there and the Earth changes rotation speed, will that pendulum start to move?
There should be some effect on the
It
pendulum.
doesn't. That's the point. It doesn't though. It never.
Yeah.
Hold on. Bacon. I want you to realize that
He said if the Earth change.
Bacon. I want you
Yeah,
to realize this. I want you to
it's been
realize this.
changing, Bacon. Hold on, Apocryphon. It's been changing.
Okay.
Yeah, like how much it's changed is proportional to how much it's gonna affect the pendulum. If you wanna,
I don't know. We also have an orbit that isn't a constant thing.
yeah, but the orbit is like the whole Earth is being applied the same acceleration around the sun, so that doesn't really affect anything.
You've also got mass attracting mass. So, say for instance, you were to do this near the side of a mountain, when the sun and the moon were on that side of the mountain, or the opposite side of the mountain, when the sun and the moon were on that side, like left side, right side kind of thing.
Yeah, that's
Hey,
yeah. You can mention many negligible variables. I don't think that's relevant to what I'm trying to explain to them because they can't understand why a rotating Earth wouldn't have all the pendulums starting all the time, which is very different from what you're saying right now.
But yeah, no doubt. But what we're on though is that
I'll be
if the
back in
Earth
a second.
changes, if we had a plumb line hanging there and the Earth changes rotation speed, the pendulum would start swinging. You said
There should be some effect on the
movement.
pendulum.
Movement.
Bacon. Why don't
no?
I
Hold on. Did you say yes or no?
go ahead?
Yeah, I think there should be
Yeah, the
some
pendulum
effect
would
on the
move.
pendulum.
No doubt.
So Bacon.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's enough to make the pendulum move. Like there's a certain friction you have to beat to move the pendulum, right?
Okay.
So Bacon. Let me ask you something like real talk. Why don't I experience that same movement? Why don't I? If I was to stand place, why don't I have that same force upon me to make me spin a certain way or move a certain way? If I'm
Have a
just
couple more
standing,
drinks. Have a couple more drinks. You'll be spinning. You'll feel it.
Yeah.
Well, I've had way
Maybe he's
enough
already
drinks.
spinning.
I think I'm about on my 22nd beer today. But why, even still, with 22nd beers, by the way, why do I still not
22nd.
feel the effects of this moving, spinning, beautiful, movement? Why do I still stand in place? Please.
Right. Yeah, net force
Because
is
we're not
zero.
moving.
It's basically movement is kind of irrelevant. You should be worried about acceleration, right? So there's that
There's a net force
acceleration
of
is
0,
constant.
but see,
Go
what I don't
ahead.
get is, I'm sorry, but no.
But I
Okay, so
don't
the
feel it
pendulum.
though.
Well, right, you're never
How would you
going. Do you
feel?
know? Why would you? Do we
I
have to
don't
Hey,
go over
tell
feel
the
me.
speeds
movement,
that we're going
Bacon.
through, Bacon?
Sorry.
Do we have to go over the speeds, like the rotation, how fast the Earth's chasing the sun, how fast the sun's going through the universe, this and that and the third, how every single star
Yeah,
we
let's
see
get from
is going
those.
completely different random vector. Like, so we got to
If
talk
you
about
can get,
speeds, and then you want to ask why but then you want to say right after that, like, why would you expect to feel anything?
if you're gonna mention the speeds, just to say, oh, look at these big numbers. That's
Mm.
something.
No,
No,
but
But
that's
if you
not
wanna
nothing, though,
say,
dude.
given,
No, that's a
I
cop
was
out when you say, "Oh,
responding to you.
Hold on, guys.
no,
Let
no."
Bacon finish.
If
Apocryphon,
if
why
you
don't
wanna
you
mention,
hold
if you
on?
wanna
Hold
mention
on,
the
You
Bacon.
could.
speeds, to say,
Hold on, Bacon.
I'm just almost, yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Go
It's
ahead.
just, just say big
Oh,
numbers.
guys, hold
Almost
on.
finished
See,
it.
that's why I wanted to
If
get.
I can
That's why.
help, if I can help, if I can help.
I know. I got it, Left Lane. I got it. Thanks. So, Apocryphon, why don't you just fall back for a minute and
It
listen
was
to this,
Vaxi,
man?
but
Yeah, for sure, for
I
sure.
know.
I'm good. I'm
I
good.
know. I know. I want to let Vaxi have a go at this, but let him
right.
fit. You gotta let
No,
him
I'll be
finish though.
quiet.
No,
Right.
you
Okay. So
go. You go. You Vaxi. You
Oh,
go. You're good. I
I
want.
was
I want to
well,
let you
I
have
no.
a
was
shot.
in the middle of responding to him.
I know. Hold
Look,
on, man. You gotta let
well, I'm
Bacon
just
finish
gonna.
though. What's up?
Oh,
You gotta
okay.
let
Bacon
Bacon
go then.
finish. Yeah, let Bacon finish,
Oh, I thought
please.
you were talking. Okay. No, I'm done. I was just saying. I know his next sentence is gonna be. You're
Just let
just
him
afraid of
finish.
big numbers.
I don't care.
I'm tired of
I
hearing
don't
that.
care. Just let him finish.
Right.
Go ahead, Bacon. My bad.
But if you're gonna mention the speeds, to say, given these speeds, this is how much we should measure it and how we should measure it, then you have a great point. So if you can connect those speeds to how that would be measurable, that'll be a great point.
How would it not be measurable?
Well, it's your job to
1,000
show
miles
how
per
they would
hour
be
east to
measurable if you're
west.
saying that we should be feeling it.
Well, for
Well,
one,
here's
1,000 miles per hour east to west would be noticeable. Going
Why?
around the
How?
sun at 550,000 miles per hour should be noticeable. On an
How?
elliptical orbit, meaning because their speed change at 550,000 miles per hour, however fast it is, while
Right.
simultaneously corkscrewing through the universe at over 1 million.
Okay.
None
So
of that
give
has
me
ever been detected. None of it will ever be detected. And then you
give me
say, we're moving because this Foucault pendulum is acting different. This Foucault pendulum is acting different because we're moving. It's begging the question. It's all fallacy.
right. Give me an example of how you feel motion, and we can get deeper into this argument.
well. What if I hung myself from?
No, seriously.
Okay.
Seriously.
So what if
I
I
was a
hung
serious
myself?
question to Vaxi.
So what if I hung myself from
Apocryphon.
a beam above
No,
Apocryphon.
let
me?
him go.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, he's wasted, man. He's wasted. Apocryphon. Just chill for a minute, bro.
I'll wait. I'll
That
wait
was
for my time. I'm next.
no. You're not next, bro. You're not next. You're wasted. Just relax.
Okay, Vaxi.
To be
So
fair, I wouldn't even have thought he was. Well, when he said 22nd beer or 20, he doesn't sound that slurry though.
I'm good. But whatever.
All right. Well, just
Yeah. What was your question? How do I know that? Like, would
no,
you ask
yeah.
Bacon about
Give
movement?
me. I mean, you said that the speeds are changing, which I agree.
Yeah.
And you're saying, well, we should feel it, and I agree that
Yeah.
it makes sense in many situations that we should feel speed changes. But there's a
Like
very
acceleration and deceleration.
yes, but
Yeah.
there's a difference in the orbit around the sun and these situations in which you can feel change in speed or acceleration. So, for example, if you're in your car and you start accelerating, you can definitely feel that.
Mm-hmm.
If you hit on the
Yeah.
brakes and you slow down, you can also feel that.
On a flat
And
Earth.
there's a way your body feels that, right?
Okay,
Do you
You
have any
feel it, but
clue?
there's no way your body feels it.
Sorry?
You said that we feel it, we should expect to feel it because we're accelerating and decelerating, but then you literally just said there's no way that our bodies can feel it. But then you just
No,
went
I'm
on to
saying
explain how we feel
there
it.
is a way. There is a way. I'm saying that your body can
Oh,
feel it.
they said there's no way. Right,
Yeah.
yeah. From
And
acceleration
even
to
if you
deceleration. Yeah.
yeah, and even if you don't, let's say you for some reason you're not in the car, but there's a camera in the car, and you can still notice from the camera when the car is accelerating and slowing down, but because you can see people's body going forward and then backwards, right? You can
okay,
observe that even if you're not in the car to feel it.
okay.
Yeah,
So
well, you can also just observe that with your eyes on the object slowing down.
Yeah, sure, but
You
I'm
don't need to have
saying
a camera looking at the people's bodies in the car to see if they're. I mean, you can just tell just by.
no, but that's a bad analogy because in the case of the Earth orbiting
Yeah.
the Sun, we don't have the reference of a ground to know that we're moving. We're
Yes,
just
we do.
here.
Yes, we do,
okay,
because the sunset changes position based on our path around the elliptical orbit. Like when it's
I'm saying
high
we can't
summertime.
point to something else and say, "Oh, look at that thing! It proves you're moving." We can't do that, right?
Right,
I
exactly.
think you should be able to the first one to say that. Okay,
Yeah, it's like what
so
Einstein
how?
said, how there's no optical observation you can make that can distinguish whether
Right,
we're moving or objects in the sky are moving. Yeah.
right, okay, okay. So back to the car. When the car accelerates, the way you feel that you're accelerating is using your vestibular system, right? I'm not sure if you're familiar with that. Are you?
Your what system?
Vestibular
Vestibular system.
cochlear.
Yes.
Cochlear.
Yeah, like your
Right.
eardrums and all that shit.
Yeah. So how does that work?
Mhm.
So there's a liquid inside of your ear, and there's like some tiny crystals inside of that liquid. And as you
Yeah, that always lets
accelerate,
you know when you're up. Hmm.
sorry,
It's like a
yeah,
gyro in your ear.
yeah. So as you accelerate,
Yeah.
those crystals they move to the back of your ear because when the car is pushing you, it isn't pushing the crystals inside of your ear. It's just pushing you. So that force isn't being applied directly to the crystals. So they're going to fall. They're going to lag behind you, and that's how you feel it. The same way, if you're not sitting tight, if you're a bit further from the seat, and the car starts accelerating, you feel like you're moving backwards. That's because the car is accelerating your butt first, right? And then your head, the rest of your body lags behind. So because the force isn't being applied to your body, it was only being applied to your butt, right? And your butt pulls your bodies forward. So whenever you have an acceleration here on Earth, usually you're accelerating something specific that is pulling everything else with it uh, physically, right? If I would be able to accelerate both you and the crystals in your ear at the same time, you wouldn't be able to notice that. You can only notice that because I'm accelerating you and not the crystals inside of your ear.
can I speak?
Yeah,
Can I
but wouldn't
speak?
you be able to physically see the crystals move to the back of the ear
Yeah,
if you
after
could
this.
get like a microscope in
Can I
there?
speak? Can
Sure,
I
but
speak?
if I
After
if
this.
I can apply the same acceleration to you and to the crystals, they wouldn't move to the back of the ear. They would be accelerating together with the ear, so you wouldn't feel anything, and you also wouldn't see anything.
Jeremy,
Right.
can I
Yeah,
speak?
Yeah, yeah. Let him get in, bro. Just one thing, and then let's let Vaxi.
Yeah,
Vaxi's right in
just
the middle of this one.
okay, just real quick. Okay, Bacon. If I was to put myself in a harness and I'm now free falling, hanging from a beam at work,
Wait, I'm lost. You put
Okay,
yourself where?
let's say I put myself in a harness. Okay,
I don't know what that is. Sorry.
okay,
a
a
harness,
harness
something that you put around your shoulders and waist.
and
A
legs and
harness.
body, like
Oh, give me a
a
second.
harness.
Just give me a
A
second.
harness. It will grab your body from the legs and everything. The harness is a complete, thing.
It goes like around your ass cheeks. It's a safety
Right.
thing they put on for guys that
Like a bag,
do.
the thing that holds a bag in your back.
Yeah, exactly. So
No,
Right. Okay.
I do not know
if
what
I
a
was
harness
More
is.
than
I know
that, but
English isn't your first
so
language,
so
but
so if I was to put
Because
myself in a harness on a
so go
beam,
ahead.
and now I'm literally like technically a pendulum. Why do I not start to move in any direction? Because I am free falling from a beam. Why, if I was to
From a
be in my
beam?
harness for an hour, there is no movement on my body. So how would you explain that a pendulum, quote unquote, would start to manipulate a movement according to the spinning of a ball, and at a certain degree, I'm going left, right,
Just a question,
north,
or
south.
Yeah, that didn't make any sense to me. Sorry.
all right,
Did
just
that
relax
make
for
any
a minute,
sense? I
Apocryphon.
mean, if
Maybe
that
get a
made sense
All
coffee
to
and a
right,
cake.
anyone,
all right, all
anyone
right.
wants to rephrase it.
I mean, I get what you're saying. You're talking about turning yourself into like a human pendulum,
Yeah,
and why
yeah,
you're not
That
exactly.
moving.
part I got it.
Exactly.
But
If I
you
turn
could,
myself into a human pendulum, why do I stay still and no movement on me, even though the Earth is spinning? And it should technically, in your idea, in your imagination, that there should be some type of movement going on because I'm adherent to the laws of your spinning ball, you know, ideology at this point. But I don't though. I stay perfectly still. All I'm left is fucking hanging from a beam, and I have to fucking tell my buddy, "Hey, bitch, like get me off, like help me," because I'm not moving. I don't move. I'm perfectly still because I'm hanging like a noose, like a rope from a tree. I don't move from that. Right? Like how do you?
We got it.
How do
We
you?
got it.
Okay, all right. I'll shut up.
Right.
I'm just saying you're just
Yeah,
going on
so
forever.
exact same response that was already given. The net force is 0 there. If you're just hanging, there's no remaining force to make you move.
oh,
So then,
sorry,
how do you
one minute.
explain that on a
Mute
pendulum?
myself.
What do you
Net
mean?
force is 0. Dude, what's up? That's the only response he's gonna give. The net force is 0.
Okay, all right. I guess.
They're not supposed to start swinging on their own. We're not moving. Even if we were moving in the globe model, they're not supposed to be swinging on their own. Like, nothing's gonna start a pendulum swinging on its own unless somebody pushes it.
Okay,
Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to. If that was the case, we wouldn't be able to have a plumb line. You would never know where a plumb was.
exactly. That was my point. Thank you, Jeremy. That was my whole fucking like. I was trying to drive him to that point. Like, if you have a pendulum, because we do use, by the way, plumb bobs to get a
Yeah.
center of a alignment of a beam, but
Masons
the
use them. All kinds of people use them. Yeah. Plumb
yeah,
bobs.
and plumb bobs don't start swinging by themselves because the spinning of the earth. So I'm just trying to point out that that whole story is bullshit. Let's
All right, we
go.
got it. We got
All
it.
right.
Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah, that was funny.
Thank you,
Where are you
Jeremy. Thank
going?
you.
It's like the sports radio show that I listen to, and they have callers calling at the very end. Like some drunk guy slips in a swear, and they're like, "Ah, damn it, you can't say that on the air." Then they hang up on him real fast. That's what that reminded me of.
That's me. That's me. That's me. That's me. Because I'm drunk as
By
fuck.
the way, the Celtics are fucking gay. You're like, oh shit, you can't say that, man. Come on.
I'm just saying that the logic of what you're trying to represent and explain, it doesn't make sense to what we're trying to show you and we're trying to let you know that that's not reality. And if you want to, you know, not believe us, well, that's on you at this point, bro. I don't know how to tell you otherwise. Because that plumb bob is not going to start moving as it's standing freely because there's no movement of this earth that you're saying that's spinning. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. No, I feel what you're saying.
Yeah, but
I was
you
just thinking
shouldn't.
back to what Bacon. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Well, how you were saying how there's no reference like to tell us that we're moving, kind of, right? And then that kind of like came up to the whole point of Einstein saying that no optical observation could prove for or
Right, but
against us spinning, or whatever.
okay,
Exactly.
let
But
me.
see, my thing is, but see, what I want to say is the whole movement part. I could physically. Where's the sun now? I can look at the sun right now, and in 20 minutes, it's going to be in a completely different location where it is. I could sit there and watch. It's like almost if you stare at a clock, like an analog clock. If you look and you spend 5 minutes looking at it, you will eventually start seeing the thing actually, like noticing how slowly it is moving. It's just it takes so long to go into such a small space. You really have to focus on it, but you can see the movement. If I could see the sun moving, that means I should be able to feel it. Those little crystals in my ear should be constantly fucking moving because the sun's constantly moving. And then you
But
got your on your equinoxes, because like I said, the sun today it's gonna set to the left of where I'm looking, and then in high summer it's all the way over here to the right because I'm looking dead west. And you can watch like one day it'll set right over the middle of my neighbor's roof. The next day it goes over to the gable on his shed. You could physically see where the sun's going on its circuit that you guys claim is an elliptical orbit. But we don't feel any of the speed changes, but we can notice the speed changes. That doesn't make any sense to me. In
it
fact,
can't. Well, first of all, I could
go
go
ahead.
with your line of reasoning, and say that uh, we would be able to directly
Well,
feel.
let's look at your line of
Hold on,
reasoning.
man.
How it's
Hold
pretty
on.
much
Hold on, bro.
yeah, but his line of reasoning is just
Yeah,
trust me,
but he
bro.
didn't even tell you. I
Like
know,
it's
but he didn't
proven.
even tell you
Yeah,
yet.
but
You said a
I
lot. You
never
said a
asked you
go
to
lot.
ahead.
Just let
trust
him.
it.
You said a lot.
Oh
I'm
no. Okay.
explaining
Give him
why.
like 30 seconds. Hold on, Bacon. Give Bacon like 30
All right.
seconds. Please don't interrupt him. Come on, guys.
My bad.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to recall what Vex said.
About the sun moving and the equinoxes and how we can see the
Right,
sun
right, right.
change
Yeah.
it.
So I mean,
Yeah.
even if we just assume that we should feel the rotation of the Earth, um, it's still like we can't feel 15 degrees per hour. If you put yourself in a platform that rotates 15 degrees an hour, you won't feel it. Even if you can notice it's rotating, because after a certain time you realize something's a different spot. It's just you comparing to your memory of 15 minutes ago. That's not you feeling rotation. Those aren't the same
Yeah.
thing. Like just because you can notice that after a while it's in a different spot doesn't mean your vestibular system can sense that. Those are different things.
Hey,
I feel
Bacon.
like it absolutely could.
Hey, Bacon. Remember when there was a conversation between me and you actually were on the fence of a ball Earth because I brought up something that made you really, really think about your position
That don't
of
sound right.
It
no,
doesn't
no,
right to me either.
no. I'm telling you right now. I want to say like maybe about 8 to 10 months ago. We said we were talking about something, and you literally said, "I'm going to have to look into that because
Yeah,
that makes
Yeah, it
sense
doesn't mean they're on the
logically."
fence of being on a ball or not.
yeah.
No, no,
I was
no.
on
Kind
the
that
That's
fence.
means
I was on the
hold
fence
on.
on
I
you
gotta
having a good argument.
hold on. I gotta find out the details of this and see what the globe reasoning is, and I'll get back to you with the with the reason.
and yeah, exactly. And
Not really.
I presented a question, and
What do
and
you mean?
and it stumped you in for lack of better words, and you said yourself like, I will have to look into that because that does make sense. So
Yeah, he's got to look into like the physics and shit of it and how it would work on a globe and shit. Doesn't mean he's on the fence of it's not a globe.
I
Like he's
never
gonna.
Yeah,
said I
I
never
wanted.
said he's I never say he's on the fence. I'm just saying that he actually had to take a step back and realize that logically what he believes, it's not making sense at this point, and I appreciate that. At least he was being honest with himself and me. But what I'm saying is, why are you still on that fence if things were logically presented to you and you are still in your position?
Because they were
Well, he's not.
What
it
was
turned out they were logically flawed. When you make an argument that I think is a good
ah
argument, or that I don't know, I have no counterpoint, it's mentioning something that I'm not familiar with, or something
Okay.
that I never thought about, I'm not just gonna agree with just because I never thought about it before, and I'm gonna go with the first time someone says. I'm going
Okay.
to see if your argument is valid, if it logically follows. If it does, I'm not going to deny it. But if it
Yeah,
turns
but
out
your
it doesn't
focal
follow,
pendulum logic
if it
is flawed, dude.
if it turns out it's missing something, or if it's going under certain assumptions that might not be true, then your argument just doesn't follow.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
probably what
Yes, like the
happened.
focal pendulum argument, bro.
I
The
don't
world
think
is
so.
moving because the focal pendulum, the way it does what it does. The focal pendulum is doing what it's doing because the Earth's moving. That's a straight. I mean, it's like a black and white open and shut fallacy right there. But you want to talk about other arguments being flawed, but you won't even look at your own.
No, I think there are perfectly good responses to the Foucault's pendulum, but the ones you're giving are completely wrong.
The Earth is moving because the focal pendulum does what it does. Focal pendulum does what it does because the Earth is moving. How do you not see a logical issue with
Fallacy. It's
that?
circular. It's circular reasoning, but circular argument.
No,
Yeah, it's literally a begging the
it's
question
not.
fallacy.
It's only the Foucault pendulum is only processing because of Earth's rotation, in the sense that the Earth's rotation is causing that. But it's the Earth's rotating because of the Foucault's pendulum only makes sense if you're saying that we know that the Earth's rotating because of the Foucault's pendulum. Not that one
Yeah,
How
if
do you
you
causes
know
the
the
phrase
Earth
it,
is
other,
rotating?
and the other
hold
causes
on.
one.
How do you know
That
the
was
Earth?
never
How do you know
that
the
was
Earth
never
is
anyone's
rotating?
argument, dude. It's just a
Yeah,
wordplay.
if you phrase it like if Foucault pendulum deviation with latitude change and Earth is rotating, that is affirming the consequence.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You have to say how you
A
know the
lot of
Earth
them
is
won't
moving
even say that
beforehand. Yeah.
anymore, though. I got a lot of them that they won't even say that anymore. Like Ruhif won't even say that shit. Some of them will, but most of them won't say that.
Because they're wrong. That's why. Because they're wrong. Because they know it
Yeah.
doesn't do that.
So yeah, obviously the stipulation is that the Earth moves, and Foucault's pendulum, according to you, Bacon, shows that the Earth moves or proves it. Why did you have the reason to
I didn't
suggest that
say
the
it
Earth
proved
moves in
it.
the first place? Okay, I'm done.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well, I was actually didn't actually brought it as a proof that the Earth's rotating. They were just responding to it without me bringing it up, and I was just addressing why the response was bad. That's all.
So what? Okay,
I,
well, just okay. So can I just ask the question then to bring it back on track? I guess involve me as well. Why was it decided that the Earth moved in the first place? What was the decision making process or the process itself to have the Earth in motion?
before Foucault's pendulum or after Foucault's pendulum?
Or whatever, at whatever time, what was the justification for following along with this most estranged, very good, estranged experience of everyone who's ever lived, which is the surface is in motion? But what was the justification for it to continue model
Yeah,
building?
I think that was to simplify how we understand the planets to behave in the sky.
I knew it. I knew it. The minute you invoke a ball, then you
Uh,
have to have planets that are material, Jeremy. So yeah, very good, very good.
you see, this is fundamentally the whole reason why I was able to switch to flat Earth so easily is because everything that's proof for the globe is just a fallacy. It's all just, well, it has to be because we're a ball. Well, what if we're
I
not a
won't
ball?
say
Yeah, but
that.
we are a ball, so it has to be like that. That's why I'm like, oh
Yeah.
yeah, this is suspect.
I wasn't saying that.
Yeah,
No,
but
But
I mean
but
that's the
Bacon's
premise of
it
every
has to be
argument you
because the
have.
Earth is a moving ball. Yeah.
Bacon's always
Yeah.
been about numbers though. He's always been
Well,
about math. He's always been about calculating these things to be reality through math.
No,
Bacon.
that's often the arguments boil down to numbers. For example,
Yeah, but you
That's
could
what I'm
turn the Earth
saying.
into a cube and get precise, accurate, balanced numbers and formulas. You can
uh,
make
for
it a
for
parab. I mean,
for let me give an example. Like if you're saying I should feel this, right? There's a minimum amount of body acceleration that you're gonna feel. So if you
at
manage to find a
over a
way,
million miles per hour at 5
actually,
different vectors.
that's not an
Sorry.
acceleration. So
actually,
if you want to use something like your body to measure something, you should at least show that your body sensitivity is good enough for that. So how are you going to do that without numbers?
What's a
Fair
What do
enough.
you think a vector is? Hold on, because a lot of people say this shit. What do you guys think a vector is?
A direction of movement, maybe? I don't know.
Well,
Yeah, that
well,
sounds good. A
Kind of.
direction. Hold
well,
on, this
think
is
Magnitude and
going
well
direction
think
somewhere.
of it
of
This is
this
journey.
definitely
way.
going.
Think of it this way.
Ton
Bacon.
apocrypha.
Think of it this way, Bacon. If I'm on
Trying
a
to straighten our
chessboard,
people. Can you guys hear me? Fuck.
yeah, go ahead.
Our peoples are getting some shit wrong. I want to just clear it up real quick. So vector's a direction, right?
Yeah,
Oh,
Something can't be moving in two different directions at the same time.
Oh,
It
yeah,
can
because
only
I
have one
said several
direction.
different vectors. No,
a
that's my
vector
yeah.
is
bad.
a
Yeah, but
magnitude,
a lot of
Jeremy.
people say that though.
It's
Jeremy,
because,
vector
like,
Can
with
vector
our
I
is
correct
argument,
magnitude.
that? Can I correct that?
Yeah, vector
when
is a
people say that
magnitude and
things are
direction,
moving,
Jeremy, not just direction.
Yeah, exactly.
So
Yeah, that's
Bacon.
just part of the
Sorry,
vector.
what?
Yeah,
A
the
vector is a
direction is
magnitude and direction, Jeremy. If I push a
yeah.
box horizontally at 10 with 10 Newton force and you push it vertically at the same time, then the resultant vector will be 10 newtons at a certain angle. So it gives you a force, a magnitude of the force, collective force, and also a direction. So it is a mathematical
Yeah, there's
Yeah,
also a
calculation.
magnitude.
direction. Yeah,
And
But
but
and like
Bacon.
you can't be going up. So yeah, you can't be going up and down at the same. Like you can't be going in two different directions at the same time.
But Bacon. Let me ask you this though. Can you at least um genuinely say that these measurements that we're speaking about are on a y and x um you know uh you know platform, for lack of
Reference
better
frame.
words. So
Reference
so
frame.
where do you get the z from? So the z will represent this imaginated curve. Why can't you calculate a z? Why is it
Bacon.
always on? Why is it
When my
always?
people say five different
Go ahead, Jordan.
Bacon, when my people say five different vectors, you know what they mean. How would you rephrase that so it's correct?
well, since I'm the one that said it, when I use the word vector, what I meant was the Earth is corkscrewing around the sun,
I
chasing the
know.
sun at a million miles per
We
hour. But
know.
then
Everyone knows what that means.
Orion, all the stars in the Orion constellation are going in completely opposite different vectors of each other at the same speeds. That's what I meant.
According to
I
them, it's a
know.
contradiction.
We know.
That's why I brought up the when we measure things, it's always on a XY diagram, and it's always representing a plane and an elevation to that plane. Why do we never incorporate a z of this curve thing that you're speaking about? And we can do that. Like, why is it always like in all aspects of it? Why? Honestly,
Isn't
I
that
ask
more
you
for like
that honestly.
observation?
Okay.
Bacon, you have an answer to my question?
I think it's a good question. I'm not sure how to phrase that. I would just say like that there are many orbits at the same time. Like the Earth is orbiting the Sun is orbiting the Milky Way is orbiting Andromeda.
So you're not answering me. So you're not gonna answer me?
You want to address Apocryphon's thing now?
Why we use
Z-axis
X
or
and Y
something?
and not Z? Is that it?
Yeah, like why does everything that
No.
we measure is on on a Y and X, platform? Why are we always on this horizontal and elevation, but never representing a dip on that? You know. I mean, I don't know, bro. Like, I just feel like you
They do
genuinely.
represent the z-axis, but in terms of the celestial sphere that's put at an infinite, indeterminable distance, so they do incorporate it in a different way. But what they actually do is they do the great switcheroo. They change the flat or flat stationary surface into a contoured surface, and have made ultimately the sky flat by placing all the skylights on one indeterminable, infinite plane. That's what they've done. in this
But it's
upside
still,
down world.
but it's still an XY though. That's what I'm saying. Like even on, no matter how you look at
So,
it, it's always measured that way. Why?
no, it's
That's
not. It's not XY, but it can't be XY because there's another half of the setting to be taken into consideration, which is the sky itself. So if the sky itself is curved, and they've taken it into consideration by curving the Earth's surface, well then that's the Z dimension, which is the
no.
distance to
Hold
the
on,
period.
hold on though. If the X is the horizontal and the Y is the elevation, there it's
No,
still having to adhere to the X plane. So
yeah, but
that's my whole point. Like that's all I'm
okay,
trying to like get to. Because it's still a grid that's calculated on XY. It's never
yeah,
having to deal with a dip,
yeah.
which would be the Z, which would be the Z at this point. You get what I'm saying?
Sort of. That's why they say that the Earth's surface is viewed as a two-dimensional surface. So this spherical XY coordinate system or latitude and longitudinal system is in play for any point on the Earth location. I think that's correct, Bacon, isn't it?
So I'm a bit lost.
Okay.
Okay. Well, if my question stumped you, that's okay. I mean,
Let me ask
No,
him.
it did, and
Yeah.
I'm just doing
Yeah.
something
One
else
second.
because you're
Yeah.
not even talking to me anymore.
Okay.
no,
One
I'm talking.
second.
I asked you to. Hold on. I
Yeah,
asked
and
you
I
the
said like
question.
one word, and you kept speaking, and then
No, I didn't. I asked you specifically, and then somebody else jumped in. So please
okay, what
don't
was the
like.
question?
My question was, is that why when we are
Okay, I
measuring
remember the
things?
question. I remember.
Okay,
Uh,
go. Okay. Answer that.
yeah, we do use the XYZ. That's our ECE of coordinate system. It's very commonly used. That's where your GPS coordinates come from.
No, that's not true because the GPS coordinates are not triangulated with a Z. They're it's
They are
only XY. Like
no,
because the X represents the
Latitude.
yeah, just the
the
longitude.
horizon, and the Y represents the elevation.
No,
The only place where Z comes into place is in geometry, where now you are adhering to mathematical equations of this proposed or supposed radius of a curve, and that's my point. You don't do that though when you're actually technically trying to map out these coordinates, and I would wish, or I hope, that you would be at least genuinely honest that yeah, you're right, it's not ever having to do with the Z, it's only
Yeah.
XY.
I
sorry,
admit
just
that,
wrong.
but
GPS does use ECF coordinate system, which is an XYZ coordinate system.
Okay.
We just look it up.
okay, that was easy. In
Yeah.
general, though, you do view the Earth's surface, Bacon, to be a two-dimensional surface, right? The surface itself. If there's any elevation to be taken into consideration, it's like the difference between the height of someone living
Yeah, the
at Denver
surface is.
or sea
That
level in
would be the
Ireland. Yeah.
Y. That'd be the Y.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, can I ask Bacon a question just before I forget as well, because it's very important. When you talked about focus pendulum proving the Earth was in motion, what's your
I
alternative
didn't say that,
hypothesis? Did you develop an alternative hypothesis to test
dude.
your hypothesis against?
I didn't bring up the conversation about Coriolis as a proof of the Earth. Actually, I didn't brought that conversation at all. I just was responding to what they were
I
saying.
didn't say Coriolis. I said Foucault's pendulum
Yeah,
result.
Foucault's pendulum. I think Foucault's pendulum is a great evidence. It's a great evidence that the Earth's rotating because
Pete,
it's
No,
a.
but
Pete,
what's the
Fallacy.
alternative?
hold
What's the
on, hold
alternative
on.
hypothesis?
Bacon wasn't done. I'm going next.
Right. So before you do the experiment, if you think the Earth's rotating, there's something that should happen in that case, which is the Foucault's pendulum, and there's a specific prediction for each latitude you are. And if that always matches, if you get
So,
consistent results, then I
Hold
think
on,
that's
Pete.
great evidence. Go ahead.
Pete, the Foucault pendulum is the Coriolis effect. That's
okay.
that whole
Yeah.
thing is it is the Coriolis effect.
Well, it's connected, I guess. But here's the thing, though, Jeremy. He's saying
That's
that
what they say.
if the Earth is a sphere in motion, then this is what we should expect. So, what's the alternative hypothesis or null hypothesis? If the Earth is flat, I guess you can say, what would then happen? Then you'd be forced into developing some sort of a boundary to the flat Earth, and you'd have to develop a different system for what the stars maybe were. But you don't do that, Bacon. You haven't tested your own hypothesis, really, which is most unscientific.
Well,
Only one answer is what he's saying. That's in other words, it's only one possible answer.
I'm not really bothered by whether or not people is going to consider this scientific or not. To me, the thing is that that's a prediction from Earth's rotation, and it's not something you would expect otherwise. It's not something you would just think, well, if they're stationary, then pendulums should precess based on your latitude
They
at this amount of
don't.
Yeah,
degrees
but
per
you
hour.
haven't developed the
Then
They
it
hypothesis.
doesn't
don't.
make.
Bacon, I already told you.
Well, one
If we were to
second.
get a big,
Let me just
if we were to
finish,
get an
dude.
empty,
Well,
if we were to get an empty football
okay,
stadium
go
and
ahead,
put
interrupt.
20
Yeah,
different
let
pendulum
Bacon
from
finish,
museums in there,
Waxy.
they're all going to get different results. They're never going to all sync up. We already talked about this.
It's unclear when you're done talking, Bacon. Even for
Go
me, I
ahead,
was
go
always
Sorry.
ahead.
unclear.
Yeah, I know that's annoying. Anyway,
So you don't care about scientific. That's where you left off.
no, I really don't care about trying to discuss whether or not it is scientific. I think it is, but I really don't care if you don't think it is.
It's not if you have to do the Foucault pendulum
Just said
15
I don't
times to get the
care.
proper result.
I don't think that's true.
It
The
is
reason why I
true.
think it's good evidence is that it's not something you would expect otherwise, right?
On the flat Earth.
That's
Why?
it.
Yeah.
Hey, Bacon. Why?
You wouldn't
Why do you,
expect pendulums
Bacon?
to slowly slow down and spin until they stop?
Well,
What?
that's a different matter. We have to allow them that the Foucault's pendulum does deviate a court. We have to allow that, but on trust, I guess, for the argument to proceed.
No. Yeah. Well, we don't then.
Yeah, but then if you deny that, then there's no point in proceeding. Do you know what I mean? Because that's
Well,
the
they're not
basis
hearing good
of
faith
Bacon's
because
claim that
listen,
it indicates that we're living on a globe.
we
Earth.
know that they're not here in good faith because they're still defending the globe after all this
Sure,
time. So that's
sure,
the point.
sure. Absolutely.
That's true. That's true. That's
I knew that
facts.
from years ago, bud. Come on, what's wrong with you? But to catch them intellectually, this is what we have to do to challenge ourselves. But the thing is, though, Bacon, you ruled it out in any other circumstance, but you haven't developed a flat Earth. You're waiting for me or someone else to develop a flat Earth model the way you can test that in relation to. But in terms of the true science or scientific method, you will have developed an alternative to the best of your
Right.
ability and considered if the phenomena is real. Let's just take it the phenomena is real, and as you go away from the North Center, you get this variation of focused pendulum deviation, right? We
Yeah,
have
so-
to take that as a gimme, then we can continue on with the argument. But he hasn't offered up any alternative. He's just
get
said,
it.
well, if we accept the deviation, I'm finished by saying
I
this.
get
If we
it.
accept the deviation, then it has to be that the Earth's surface is in motion. That's his conclusion. No other options. Thank you.
So,
Right.
so are you
Well, I
saying
thought that was
that?
my time to respond.
Go ahead, Bacon.
Right. Okay, so yeah, I
So
forgot.
you're going against Einstein's conclusion that there's no experiment that or what the fuck does he call it? I forgot. Observation. Yeah,
You've been
thank you.
drinking that Buckafon.
I'm sorry, I'm drunk. So are you going against his theory that
No,
with
I'm going against what you're saying, which is your
well,
arguments are very different from what Einstein said, and
well,
they're
well he's
crappier.
hold
They're
on.
crappier in a very different sense.
Yeah, true. But here's what I'm saying though. He said that there's no way to tell that the Earth is moving, or that we're spinning regardless to what
He
we
said
are
optical. There's
witnessing.
no optical way to tell. He said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So are you going? Are you going against that?
No, because I'm talking about the rotation of the Earth, not just the
No.
moving
He was
through
talking about the
space. Because
rotation too.
I think
No,
I was responding to you.
okay.
I think he was talking about it moving through space, like orbiting the sun or something, not just rotating.
And he had said that there's no way to observe that if we're moving or if they are moving, no matter how you look at it, that we can't conclude.
They who?
Us. He says that we can't,
Yes.
through observations, we can actually hold up. Let me
Bacon
shut the
already
fuck
knows
up
this
and let me
stuff,
just look
dude.
at it.
Yeah, there's
Bacon
no
already
optical
knows.
way to tell.
Bacon
That's the
already
bottom
knows
line.
this stuff. Bacon is just wasting your time. He already knows this
Yeah,
stuff.
there's no, hang on, let's just get it clear. There's no optical way, Apocryphon, to tell. But Bacon is saying, well, this is not an optical, it doesn't fall under Einstein. This is a focused pendulum, a mechanical sort of interaction here that is telling us. So you have to take note of it and pay attention to the processing of the pendulum itself, and then you will get that detail. I think that's the argument. Is it not, Bacon? Is that fundamentally what you're saying? As we look up, in other words, and observe the skylights, we can't tell whether they're moving or we're still, or we're moving and they're still, or we're moving and they're moving. But there might be other ways to do it.
Well, let me see if I can respond to what Pete said before, and I didn't get a chance to respond. Was that about the alternative, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I had a prediction for a rotating globe, but I don't have one for the stationary Earth. Is that what your point was?
My point was ultimately that you yourself hadn't developed an alternative explanation to test your own conclusion against. You haven't. You have to at least have two. You have to have a hypothesis and null hypothesis. You have to have an alternative to test your conclusion against. You know what I mean? But
Well,
you're
that the
fundamentally
Earth
saying
isn't
that
a
because
rotating.
focal pendulums deviates, and the only model you have to work on is the globe Earth model, then it proves the globe Earth model. That's
No,
faulty, but
it's like the null hypothesis. I think would be just that Earth isn't a rotating sphere. It might still be a sphere, or it might still be rotating. But if it's rotating, it's not a sphere. It's a sphere. It's not rotating.
But you say if
But
focus pendulum deviation, then sphere motion. You say that's so problematic.
yeah, the reason why I said it a rotating sphere is because the prediction you get from Coriolis it would be different for each latitude on a rotating sphere. So if that happened to match, it would be both indicative of sphere and of a rotating sphere.
Yes, but test it again. 1 second, I know people are trying to get in, but here's the problem, though. Now you're in this arena. You put so much work into this whole topic here, right? Definitely, you put 100 times more work than I do. But here's the thing: that you still have latitude and longitude on a flat Earth. Remember, because we're dealing with the same reality. But the thing is, yeah, if you get this a standard deviation according to a distance from the north center, or maybe from the south center, as you say, mostly from the north center, then you have to come up with an alternative explanation within an alternative model where you're dealing with a stationary Earth surface, ultimately flat by our experience with still water, and then it has to be enclosed. It has to be enclosed, and most importantly, the skylights can't be the same as what they are in the spinning ball. So yeah.
Well, here's the thing: if we start with a flat stationary Earth, and it turns out there is no precession, that wouldn't go against a flat stationary Earth, right? So the precession that we experience can't be a prediction from a flat and stationary Earth because it doesn't require that to happen. It's not a prediction from a flat stationary
Yeah, but
Earth.
you haven't built the model. See, the whole... Listen, I'm sorry for taking up time here.
What do you
but
mean?
We need to get places. We need to
Any
get
model,
fucking places. We're dealing with reality. And can I just give an analogy here, like a
any
whirlpool?
pendulum model works as a flat Earth stationary because in simulations you don't have the whole simulation spinning, and you usually have the whole simulation flat. So whenever physics simulation that you have a pendulum, it doesn't precess.
What's the best answer? Let me ask you this question. What's the best
If
answer?
you made the centrifugal force come from above, like as in star rotation and Mach's principle, then you would.
Listen, 1 second, Dad. Before we lose the point here, what's the best
Yeah,
answer you've heard
exactly.
taken
It's
for
something
what
you
the
have to
stars are
manually
in the
add
flat Earth
to
realm?
match observation. It's not
No,
something
it's
you'd
something that you
expect.
presuppose in either model. Either you are rotating or the stars are rotating. That's what you're presupposing.
Yeah, if you put things on the sky rotating on a simulation, that does nothing to the pendulum on the simulation.
Okay, 1 second. 1 second, please.
If you provide that rotation with a centrifugal acceleration that would affect it, then yeah, you would get it.
Yeah, but
Let's
why
keep it
would
a
you
little
put
bit
that
more
there?
simple, please.
Because it's a centrifugal acceleration, which would be equal to rotation or star, would be offer the same fundamental observation.
Why would you add a centrifugal acceleration on a stationary object?
Because the stars, the sun, moon, and stars are moving up above. That's what's causing the centrifugal force change.
Can you demonstrate that that happens? Because I mean, there's no.
Again,
Is there any experiment?
it's a presupposition towards what would be causing the force, just like you
Yes.
Okay,
presuppose the
so
Earth is spinning.
that's
An
not a
alternative
prediction. Then
model.
it's a postation. That's the whole difference that
Again,
I'm
it
pointing
doesn't
out.
matter whether it's
And
a prediction; it would result in the
it matters that
same.
I get to the end of
Whether
what
it's
I'm
the
saying.
stars rotating or whether it's the Earth's rotating, it would be the same. They're called equal coordinates. Do you understand? So if they're equal coordinates, they operate in the same way. So whether
But
it's
one
body,
second.
whether the body moving to me or I'm the moving body, it will be equal. You want to
But
apply
one
essential.
second, though. Who says that stars are bodies? That's what I was going to ask Bacon. Bacon, what's the best offering that you've had from any flat earther to detail what the stars were? I'm just asking, for an opinion. I'm not saying that you have to stick to it. What's the best alternative explanation for what the stars are as opposed to what they are in your model? That they are bodies, solid bodies rotating around or whatever, in motion. What's the best alternative you've had? You entertained, ruled out? Yeah, but you have to go along these lines for God's sake. I shouldn't say that.
Hey,
For
hey,
God's
Bacon. Hey, Bacon. Do you believe in God?
No.
Okay. So you don't believe in creation and all that is.
He believes
No.
in man. He believes in man alone.
Wait, hold on,
dumb.
Hold on. Just hold on. Please answer, Bacon. Do you believe in a creator?
No.
Jesus.
So everything that is a mathematical.
No.
Incident. It's incidental. Everything.
What do you believe in then?
A lack of a creator doesn't have anything to do with math for me.
So what do you believe in then?
Most things as you do, I guess. I mean,
Where'd you come from?
I believe you exist. I believe
hold
I
on.
exist.
Okay, so you believe you exist. So you were made by your parents. Is that correct?
I hope so.
Okay. So once you became a creation and you grew up as a baby and you grew up as a toddler and you grew up as a teenager and now you're at a point to where you are now explaining things that you have been taught in the school. Is that safe to say?
Some of them I learned in school. Some of them I learned through experimentation. Some of them I learned through Indians on YouTube.
Okay. So with that being said, is it safe to say that your knowledge of all that is and never will be as far as creation goes is adherent to what you've been taught it to be? Is that correct?
No, not everything. I've been taught things that I don't believe to be true.
Okay, so what don't you believe to be true?
All the very things you're asking me if I believe, for example.
9/11 official story for one, definite.
Okay, I'm asking what do you believe to not be true since you're a toddler?
About what? What subject?
Oh, come on, Bacon, for God's sake.
About creation and all that is.
Creation?
So you have been taught heliocentrism, correct? And now everything that encompasses the physics and the properties of this ball spinning, is it safe to say that you've been taught that in academia and everything outside of academia you cannot accept because it's not what you've been taught originally? Is that safe to say?
No, I go with what makes sense. That's my
Okay,
pretty much.
so if you want to go by what makes sense, so then how does
common sense?
How does in the heliocentric model, how does it make sense to you that there are planets that spin an opposite direction of all the other planets, which would essentially make it something that doesn't make sense, and you cannot in your own head, in your own mind, that you can't argue against. Like, why do you
Soccer fan, don't drag the arts out of it. Come on, bud.
Why would you still continue?
Why are you still a blind believer, Bacon? What the fuck? That's what he's trying to ask you.
Why do I believe blindly?
Well, it seems like that you believe there's no questions you have. You're just a man here who's offering all the answers, but you don't have any personal questions yourself. So, in other words, are you declaring us mad? Are we all mad to consider we live on a stationary and a flat Earth surface by extension?
I'm not offering all the answers. I'm giving the answers about what I think personally. I'm not offering them as answers to you guys. I'm just answering them because I'm being asked.
Okay.
You believe in it. You believe in a different faith. Okay. Sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. So Bacon. Let me ask you this: does the Earth spin around the sun?
Sorry. If the Earth
Nobody's
rotates around
gonna
the sun.
say no, Apocryphon. Nobody's gonna fucking say.
Hold on. Does the Earth spin around the sun, Bacon?
Yeah.
Okay. Why do you believe that?
Because it's will best explain the motions that we see of the celestial bodies.
So you have
model.
so you have been told that
What
this
the stars
is
are.
now let's rewind, Bacon. Let's rewind before you were taught the heliocentric model. Let's rewind that. What makes you, as a human being, observing your reality around you, what makes you believe that the Earth is spinning around the sun?
I said the observation of celestial bodies is best explained by heliocentrism.
Okay, so you're saying that you personally, I asked this like humbly. And I hope you reciprocate this.
Humbly. He said humbly, not humpily. Yeah, he doesn't want to hump you.
Yeah, humbly, and I hope you reciprocate this. That there was a point in time as a child, you saw that we are spinning around the sun, or was it you were told that we are spinning around the sun and then you believe that to be true? So let's rewind the tape, okay, of your life when you were a little child. Did you see yourself spinning around the sun?
Are you ugly?
What kind of question is that, dude?
I'm trying to get to the surface, and hopefully you know you
I'm
answer.
dragging it out a small bit, but Bacon is not helping.
Sure, if I want to have a conversation with a drunk about my personal childhood.
So is it
while
safe
I'm
to say
working.
that? So is it safe to say that you only believe that we're spinning around the sun is because you've been taught that and you have been told that? But what I'm trying to get at,
I had the opportunity to
okay,
check if
He had
that
the
made
opportunity
sense
to go to the
because
sun.
given
Crispy
what I
bacon.
know so far, given because, I mean, initially, of course, when we learned that in school, we don't have the background to put that to the test. We don't have the background to see if that actually
at least you're honest.
best explain the
Yeah, you're
motion of
honest.
celestial bodies. But the motion of celestial bodies is something that I play with nowadays, and it does. It is best explained by an Earth that is orbiting the Sun together with the other planets, like the retrograde of the planets, how fast they move in the celestial sphere, all that.
But where did you learn that though?
It's best explained by a heliocentric model. So
okay, but where
because
where
of that,
did
I
you
know
learn
that. Sorry.
Where did you learn that though? Who told you that there's these retrogrades and all that? Where did you get that information? Where did that come from? Because as a child, you're not witnessing these things.
Sure, that's why I said initially. Yeah, initially I just went with what was being told, but nowadays I have enough background that I can actually challenge that. And I've been here. I had those ideas challenged, and it turned out they are still the best ideas on why we see those
How have you tested
movements in
them?
the
What have
sky.
you tested them against? The flat Earth model you should have developed to the best of your ability and tested it against
Well,
that if you're about truth, and you haven't though. You're a simple
Well, I
defender
haven't
of an
been
impossible
presented.
model. Honest to God, though, but there's nothing, one aspect of your model, one
Oh
second,
my god.
Apocryphon, there's not one aspect of your spinning ball Earth model, and I think this is going back to your focus on mathematics or on paper, justifying the ball. There's not one aspect you can demonstrate in real terms, in terra firma, one aspect of the ball Earth, the thing that you hold to be true on paper, that you can demonstrate. From a moving Earth to bendy water to a distant star, you can't
Orbit.
demonstrate anything. Anything.
Oh, I can demonstrate that the relationship you get to between coordinates and the angles of the celestial bodies is exactly what you expect on a sphere.
Yes.
That's pretty
Not on a
much like
sphere. Yeah, it's in
yes,
reality.
yes, and you get you can predict how high they're going to look and in what direction you're going to see them
Okay,
if you place
okay.
that
Let me
over
give
a
you.
sphere.
Okay. Let me tell you one thing, Dan, that you haven't considered, and as far as I can see, you're sort of fucked with this. I'm telling you that all of those skylights are pretty much on the same plane. They're on the same plane. Have you considered that? And it's a curved plane as well. The Earth's surface is flat. The skylights are reflections against a uniplanar contoured surface. How do you deal with that? Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. They're not
I don't
far
have
away.
to
In other
prove you
words, they're
wrong.
very near.
Just show me that that actually can give you the same predictions that heliocentrism done. And
All
if
you
you
need
do
to
that, I'll
do is
say
have
1
69
second.
miles per degree curve to the sky arc,
Dude,
and you
let me
also need
finish
to
my
know. You
response,
also
Pete.
need to know the celestial equator is the highest point
I
along
need
the
help for
outer boundary.
moderation.
Okay, I'm done. I'm done.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
hear you. Pete,
Okay.
relax, man.
Bacon, the astrolabe is not dependent
Data,
That
on the
wasn't your
data.
time.
He
heliocentric
wasn't
model.
done. Data. Let Bacon
Uh,
finish, and then you guys go. You should probably
yeah,
let him
sorry.
respond after every time because you're like challenging him on his shit. Let's not dogpile him like they do.
Yeah, and I easily lost track of what I'm gonna say. Every time I get interrupted, I can't recall what I was gonna say. Uh, okay, yeah, I
Just said about
remember.
the
Yeah,
starlights,
I
and
remember, I remember.
the
But
skylights being
I
near,
get it,
not
Pete. I get
far.
it,
Yeah.
Pete. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't have an alternative model for flat Earth. You just mentioned one, and if you manage to show what's the prediction of those models, uh, and they happen to match what we observe, I'm going to say that now heliocentrism and that model are in equal footing, right, for those
Right.
observations. And
Okay.
at that point, then I'm not so sure about heliocentrism anymore.
Very
But
good.
that didn't happen so far. You just
Ah.
verbally
Yeah.
describe a
So
model.
in other words, to test your own model, you were waiting for a flat earther, Jeremy. That's what he's waiting for, a flat earther to come along and give the best model that they can. He'll test it against then his own observations or data collection. But here's my point. Remember I asked you earlier on, what is the best explanation from a flat earther that you have heard about the stars? What have you heard? I'm sure you've heard from every flat earther
I
that the
have,
stars are not material bodies and they're not massive distances away. That's one thing you've definitely heard.
yeah, only thing that might make some sense is just complete sky magic. There's nothing, no mechanism that I've seen so far that makes any sense or gets close to what we observe on a
Let
flat
me
Earth.
tell
Bacon,
you something. One second, Jeremy. Let me just tell him
hold
something that he can.
on.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Bacon,
No,
are
I'm
you
not.
Bacon? Let me ask you this:
Sorry.
if you were given absolute proof that the world is not a ball for some strange reason, okay, and you and they and you know the conclusion was that we've been lied to, would
Mm-hmm.
you concede and say, okay, and maybe it's not the ball earth that I believed in, because everything you've been taught and told was it came out to be a lie. Like let's say for once, let's say like miraculously someone came on TV and told you, yo, it's not what we've been told. Would you be willing to accept that, or are you still only adherent to what you've been taught beforehand, that it is a ball? And
Well, you
would
started by saying if I got absolute proof that the Earth isn't a ball, then of course I wouldn't believe the Earth is a ball anymore if I had absolute proof that it isn't a ball.
okay, that's fair. That's fair. So
Yeah, go ahead.
when people tell you that there are things that contradict us being on a ball, at 25,000 mile circumference, why do you still challenge the
Because
fact
they're bad
that
arguments.
that it doesn't make sense that it wouldn't be a ball at 25,000? So like we go back to the measurements to where you can see a certain distance, and that distance doesn't represent a 25,000 circumference, ball, because if I can see a city from 50 miles away, then technically I shouldn't be seeing it, but I do see it. So it negates a ball that you believe in. So why do you still hold on to those principles that you believe in?
No,
That
Okay,
he's not
so
a
no, no.
basically
newbie
you're
at
saying,
Pakistan. He's not a newbie, bud. What are you
yeah,
going to expect an honest
basically
answer?
you're saying, given this argument that I think is true, so therefore the Earth is flat. Why, given this argument that I believe works, you're still not a flat earther? Well, I'm sorry. Remember when you said that you asked me why I don't get convinced by those arguments, and I said,
I'll
well,
tell you one thing. Let me
it's
tell you one thing as a
Hold on,
collective
wait,
here.
hold on, wait, hold
Go
on,
for it, man. Go for
Let
it.
him answer, Hold on.
The
yeah, and I
answer,
said
bud.
I just analyze them logically. So if you're under certain premises that aren't true, or if you're not, if you're ignoring things that are true, for example, what the atmosphere does with things that you're looking through,
Okay.
you're looking at. If you're simply ignoring that, then your conclusions are
The stuff
faulty.
that you
Like
claim is geometric Earth curve.
no, like for example, technically, if I put a camera on the ground at a certain height, and I know you're a mathematical guy. That's why I'm coming at you with math. If I put a camera at the ground, and technically and mathematically, we should only see 3 miles from that viewpoint, but I'm now seeing 19 miles. How do you
Come
still
on, bud.
stand in your point? How do you still stand in your position to where that makes sense mathematically and logically? Why do you still hold on to this ball, creation
We
in the
valued him.
imagination of it all? So
But does it
Atmosphere.
just because you did math doesn't mean you're wrong? Because you can still be doing the wrong math. For example, if you do math that ignores the atmosphere while you're
okay,
looking through the
so you're
atmosphere,
so you're saying
then
so
your
you're
math
saying
is junk.
okay, so you're saying that if I can see something mathematically at 3 miles and that's it, okay, mathematically, that should be it. Or 4 miles, all right? That should be it. But I'm now seeing something 19 miles. How does that not throw a wrench in your belief? That's what I'm asking.
Dude, this argument's so bad. I'm pretty sure I can get another flat earther to respond to you for me here.
Yeah, because it's not so bad, but it's just that, like, hey, Apocryphon, he's been in this game a long time. It's not as if he just came in last week and you were asking him these different questions, you know what I mean?
Right.
And he's going to answer honestly.
I don't care if you've been that, as you know, 'cause guess what? I was in that game for over 30 years and I believed
You
it.
were a male
But
prostitute, like me?
you get to a point where logically things don't make sense anymore. So
Yeah, you might maybe you were in the game, but you
how
didn't learn the rules very well.
how do
You
you
definitely don't. You definitely didn't know how to play the game.
okay,
Now you got me
so
thinking about boobs, dickhead.
what's your
Okay,
answer?
listen.
So what's your answer to when technically it should only be 4 miles mathematically,
It
but I'm
shouldn't.
seeing 19 miles away? What's your
Okay,
answer to
the
that?
answer.
That
Listen, this is why I stopped like arguing with Flat Earth for a while, because what he's gonna say next is that
It's
refraction is
refraction.
projecting objects over the hump of the Earth, the
Right.
mountain, the hill, the Earth curve, is being levitated up perfectly to your eye level.
But
Right.
But
even
no
then
one's saying eye
simultaneously,
level.
Blooming.
listen,
but
I'm not
Yeah,
done.
blooming.
mathematically,
I'm not finished. Simultaneously, after he says refraction and the atmosphere and how we are ignoring stuff that goes on in the atmosphere, that's magically lifting objects up undistorted over an Earth curve, he's going to pull out a picture of a bridge with ramps on it that look like stunt jumps from GTA and say, "Look, Earth curve."
You know it,
As he's
bud.
but
saying
hold
the
on
Earth
though,
is perfect.
you don't understand Bacon though. Bacon is a mathematical guy. So I'm saying
how do you conclude mathematically that that would make sense, or how do you logically
Justify it,
explain?
yes.
How do you
He
justify that
logically
mathematically?
it's because he's soothing
Infinite
himself by saying, "Well, it's
refraction.
just levitating." Yeah, it's just levitating in the sky.
Yeah.
You're looking
Well,
at
well,
something
We
no,
that's
know,
no,
not
we've
but,
heard
real.
all these answers a million times before
It's
but
literally
that's
he claims projection. It's projected upwards into the sky.
do
Like
you
there's a
believe that,
gap.
Bacon? Do you believe that, Bacon? Is that what you're saying? Is that your answer? Will that be your rebuttal? That is projected? Is that your rebuttal?
It's not my
19,
rebuttal. My rebuttal
19
is that you started your argument wrong by saying this is how much you should see. No,
Okay.
that how much you should see is completely ignoring the atmosphere.
The curve of the Earth.
It's that prediction is a prediction
Curved
on an Earth.
atmosphere, yeah.
Yeah, that prediction
We
is a
have to
prediction
pretend
on
the
an.
Earth doesn't curve. Sometimes you will
I
see
was
40 miles away.
I was trying to
Okay.
respond. Okay, so that prediction that you say we should see is what you should see on an Earth without atmosphere. I don't
What's
believe
the
we live in an
opposing
Earth.
option?
I don't believe we live in an Earth without atmosphere. So that should
Okay.
doesn't really apply.
Yeah, we
So
live in
does
reality.
that,
What's the opposing option with the
wait,
flat
hold
Earth
on,
and the renewed extended
hold
12?
on.
Yeah,
He said something very important. Hold on. He said something very important.
Go ahead.
He said that would represent something without an atmosphere, but there is an
There's
atmosphere.
video footage of that stuff while there's an atmosphere existing.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
yes, he believes in projecting it up in the air, and that you're looking at a mirage. You're looking at a projection, like a spotlight on a
is
cloud.
that what you
That's what you're
believe?
seeing.
Is that what you believe, Bacon? Is that what you believe? Is a
What?
mirage? Is that what you believe? It's a mirage? Is that
An
how you can?
optical illusion, right, Bacon? Everything's
it-
an optical illusion, right?
Is that how you?
I'm
Hold
not the
on,
one who used it.
wait. Hold
I
on, wait.
rarely say that. I say that a lot more than. I never
You guys are
say that.
mocking yourselves.
Don't mock him.
Yeah,
Don't
I mean,
mock him.
Optical
you're the guys who.
illusions make my
Wait. Don't
My
mock him. Don't
balloons
mock him.
drop.
Yeah,
Wait, hold
you're
on.
the ones that talk about optical
Not
illusion all
only,
the time. I never use
Wait,
that term.
wait. Don't
not
mock
only
Optical
him.
are you
illusions make my ball Earth for me.
Hold on. Don't
My
mock
balls
him.
blue. The illusions make my balls blue marbles.
No,
It's a
wait.
little
Hold
early for the
on.
three of you guys to be drunk.
Don't mock him. Don't mock him. I'm
No,
just saying
he's the
this.
blue
It's
marble
never early for a
illusionist.
Pokemon to be
I'm
drunk.
not drunk.
Hold on.
I haven't.
The
I'm the
blue
drunk
marble
one. I'm the
illusionists are
reasonable one. I'm
here.
not. Hold on.
Yeah, but
I'm the
stoned,
drunk one. I'm not
No,
mocking
you're
him.
one of the you're one of the three people. That's right.
Blue
Here's
marble
another one.
But hold on
illusionist
though.
speaks. The
But
blue
hold on
marble
though.
illusionist
I'm
speaks.
blue, up and blue.
But wait. Well, hold on. But wait. But Bacon. Are you agreeing to what he's saying, that it is an optical illusion and the 19 miles away is being projected into your view? Mathematically, is that where you stand?
I have no idea how when you add the word mathematically, what you're
Blue
adding with
marble
that. I
illusionist
have
speaks
no
again.
idea.
More wasting
But
time.
I wouldn't
Bacon
call
wants a question
it an
repeated, and then Apocryphon, you never get a fucking answer.
It is an optical illusion,
Yeah, I
Bacon,
was
whether you want to not call it one
trying
or
to enter
not.
him. Yeah, he can't get an answer if when I'm gonna enter, people speak over me.
How am I
agree.
the drunk one? I'm not. I'm not the one that's fucking being stupid.
I mean, you're talking a
Oh, you're
lot,
not
but
the
you're
only
not being
one.
silly.
But
Like you're
I'm
trying to
yeah,
be put together.
yeah, I wouldn't call
The
it.
other,
I wouldn't call it an optical illusion. But the fact that the
it is an
atmosphere does
optical
affect.
illusion.
okay.
I wouldn't call it.
It's a
It's appearing to
non-distorted.
be
Can I
somewhere
finish?
it's not.
Wait,
It's
hold
a
on.
My
Let Bacon
response.
finish, please. Let Bacon respond, please. I'm the
Thank
drunk
you.
one, please. Let me be
The,
the drunk one. Go ahead.
the
all right.
fact
I go next after Bacon.
the fact that when you're looking through atmosphere, the position of things get affected, either make them higher or lower, shouldn't be debated. Shouldn't be up to agreeing or disagreeing. That's observably true. We all seen that. We all know that happens. So if you're not taking that into account, then your how far you should see is irrelevant.
Are you saying that we can see a distance that doesn't equate to your mathematical equations, and that's possible? Because at that point, it seems like
That's not what I
it's
said.
impossible.
That's not what it said, and it's not my
I
mathematical
have a
equation. Your mathematical equation assumes no atmosphere, and
Okay,
as
okay,
we
okay,
can as we can know for sure, when we
okay.
look at things
what
through the atmosphere, they move up and
what
down
mathematical
as the
equation
conditions of the atmosphere
Okay.
change.
Okay.
what
So with
mathematical equation are you talking about, Bacon, that assumes no atmosphere?
The one that use the geometric horizon to determine how far you can see.
What, 8 inches
okay,
per mile square?
No,
which is pretty
that's
accurate. It's pretty accurate.
that's just a yeah. There's one for drop that doesn't tell you
But bacon, but
Google
bacon,
Ocean
but
rehacked
bacon.
again. Nice one,
Okay,
Bacon.
okay. So bacon. So let me like reiterate what I just said. You have math on your side because you're a math guy. I know you to be a math guy, and the math of it should equate to probably 3.74 miles away. But if you are representing something that's 19 miles away, how do you, as a mathematical guy, justify that we are seeing something that's not just double the length, not just triple the length, but way more beyond the length of where you can see something in the distance mathematically?
You make a
How do you
change.
sound?
You make a change in your observation point and see if that point that you know is a known distance away,
Is that Zanuck?
where it is,
I know
Double
Zannick's
where it is,
hacker.
voice. I know
We've got
Zannick's voice.
Kosho
where it
and
is
There you
Zanuck.
go.
Double
angularly in your field of
hacker.
view.
I
Where
know
it is
Zannick's
Time.
voice. I know
where it is
Zannick's
angular,
voice.
where it is angular.
Double hacker time.
Take more words
Kosho
out.
and
It
Zanuck.
was one
Fade.
sentence.
Blue
It was
marble.
one sentence.
Illusionist.
Really, one sentence. You couldn't even get it out. So
Hold
you
on,
could then find
Zanuck
out where
is
that
a
object.
hacker spy.
So
I
there
know
you
hey
Zannick's
guys,
so there
voice.
I had a point.
so there
I had the
you
point.
could find
I
out
had a
where
point
that
I was going
object
to
is
make
in
after
your field
Bacon
of view
before Xanax interrupted.
angularly.
Okay, shut up for a second, please, because I did have once Bacon was done, I was gonna. Okay, so he said that we're ignoring the atmosphere and this and that, and essentially it is a projection getting lifted upward that we're seeing, that we're zooming in on with cameras and filming. But then how is it that he's going to simultaneously, within the next sentence, bust out a picture of a bridge with earth curve in it, and claim that we're seeing earth
I
curve
didn't know
when he
that.
literally
I
just
didn't know
said
that.
that we're the ones ignoring atmosphere and that stuff will rise and lower, but then claims, hey, look, geometric earth curve. This is what boats, and then Static fucking posts pictures of boats going over geometric earth curve. Yet they're saying we're the ones that say that no atmosphere exists. Yet they're the ones claiming they're seeing physical fucking earth curve blocking shit bottom
I
up.
didn't make that claim at all.
Oh, really? You've never posted that shit about with the bridge? That's not your favorite thing?
The thing, the
Oh,
bridge,
you
the
know
the
what?
Lake Pontchartrain
That
Bridge.
might be Hoymar. No, yeah, that might be Hoymar's argument, not yours. I always get you two confused. You know that.
Yeah, because
Never mind.
German and Brazilian sound very similar, I guess.
Okay. So even though Zanuck interjected, if you want to mathematically say that we should see something at a particular distance, and then the reality though is that we're seeing something way beyond that. From 3.74 miles, we're now seeing something 19 miles. How do you honestly calculate that this is something that's even possible to see? Please
How
explain
do you
that.
bridge the discrepancy, Bacon? That's the question. How do you do that mathematically?
Sorry, what?
Yeah, you see, I told you he's playing fucking video games. Tiddlywinks is playing on the other screen.
That's why I
I'm not
interjected.
playing video
I'll ask
games.
Zanuck.
That's
I'm
why I
working.
interjected and said how you do that is you change your observer height.
Okay.
And this
I'll ask Zanuck.
correlate
Oh, no.
that
I'm not
angle.
changing. No, Zanuck.
Every time
I'm
I
not
talk,
changing.
Don't
5
change
people
your
talk over
observer
you.
height.
Zanuck.
Don't
I'm not
change
Zanuck,
changing
everybody
my
knows you
observer
sold
height.
out. You sold out, Zanuck. Everybody knows it. Nobody wants
Hold
to talk
on,
to you.
Zanuck. I'll ask you the question, and I'm not changing my height. Don't put those words in my mouth, Zanuck. I'm saying if I put a camera on the surface of the ocean, and technically, through math, we should only see
4 miles away, how do we see 19 miles further? Okay,
Right.
where do we
would
get
say,
to
well,
that point?
we would say there is some kind of problem there. Why do we see
I
farther
miss you,
than we can
Zanuck. I
calculate
miss you.
this?
I miss you,
Can
by
I
the way.
finish a sentence?
Let him
Is
speak,
it
bud.
possible?
Come on.
I mean, literally, I have not had a chance to finish
Why do you want this
more than
Chill
3
agent
out. He
here?
was
words.
saying he
Why do you
misses
want
you.
this agent here, man? Why do you want this agent
You're
here?
just going to repeat the same shit, but go on. Give your
I'm
answer
not.
to
I'm going to
Robert
answer his
Ron's on it.
question if you
Go
let
ahead.
me.
Why
No,
do
he
you
was
If you
want
saying he
this
allow me,
misses
agent
I
you,
will
here?
so
answer
give
his
him
question.
a.
Go
Why do
ahead,
you
All
want
right,
Zanuck.
the agent
guys,
Zanuck
guys.
here? You want agent Zanuck
It
here?
doesn't
Why do
matter.
you want the
Guys,
agent Kosho here?
it
These
doesn't
guys
matter.
are agents.
It doesn't matter.
Agent Kosho, Agent
It,
Zanuck. Why do you
it
guys
doesn't
want to talk
matter,
to these
guys.
guys?
But you
Why you
see
guys?
Guys,
how,
guys,
like,
we're
These
gonna have
guys
a
fight.
regular
These guys fight
conversation.
against
We're gonna
flat
have a
Earth
regular
all the time.
conversation now.
They
Okay.
They
uncomfortable,
fight against flat Earth all the time.
rude,
Think
Guys,
about it, dude.
and
all right,
All the
obnoxious.
all right,
time.
all right.
These guys are. There's
All
no
right, guys.
average
The higher
person. There's
power
no
Guys,
side
average
of
I'm gonna
person
mute
everything
in
out
the
of
is
the
work.
way.
Go.
subjective. So
Hold
this
There's
is
on.
not
All
not
an
right,
average
I'm
person
here.
out of their way
Mute
sitting and fighting
Data
against
Gary,
flat
get
Earth.
first
These
out.
guys do it ritualistic
Data.
because they're paid to do it. Wake up.
Yeah. We
Okay,
know it. We
everyone
know
go
it.
one at a time.
Quit
I am
fucking
here
engaging
listening.
in
I will
Kosho
just
and
mute
Zanuck.
you
They
because
are
I'm at
fucking
work.
hacker computer
All right,
guys,
you're
man.
going.
Quit engaging
You're
these
going
guys.
on mute. Hold on.
Jeremy, you're losing control.
Well, back
Hey,
to
Okay,
Zanuck,
one
Robert.
at a
please
time,
answer me,
guys.
Zanuck.
We can
One
speak.
at a time. Let's be reasonable and just have a nice chit
Yeah.
chat.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Zanuck, please explain to me mathematically how we are seeing not twice the distance, not 4 times the distance, but beyond that. And we can see something mathematically, it doesn't equate to logically. Now, you can probably interject some crazy nonsense, but let me hear it, please. Let me hear it,
Let him do
Zanuck.
it.
I
Yeah,
miss you,
go
by the
ahead,
way.
Dominic. Go ahead.
I won't be able to because I'm sure everyone else will be talking over me.
Go
No,
ahead,
go ahead,
Dominic.
Zanuck. Hey, Zanuck, I miss you, bro. I haven't talked to you for a long time. I fucking
All right, I
hate you,
miss you
but I
too.
love you.
Listen, okay, so to simply answer this question, yes, you would then expect things to be hidden past 2 or even 1.5 miles, depending how low you are on the surface. Yet we
Okay.
see things 10, 20, 30, I don't care how far, much further than you think. So why is that? What do you explain? You say you can't imagine what the answer would be. The answer would be there is something called refraction, and this is something we do know about. This is the
Okay.
path of light that it travels through a differential medium coupled with a angle of attack, angle of
Okay.
incidence. So how do we rule that out? How do we get rid of that? So we might have refraction here, I think. I don't know for sure. The Earth could be convex, could be flat. I don't know. So let me change this independent variable that everyone talks about with the scientific method. So I raise my observation point to see how it correlates with object in the distance angularly in my field of view with respect to the known distances to the object. And there I will develop a plot, a curve, if you will, of where these things should or shouldn't be, and then know what the actual value of refraction is. That's how. And that's my answer.
With that being said, let me again ask the question: how are we seeing something 19 miles away when we should be technically seeing it only 3 miles away? Please, Zanuck,
I thought I
He's
answered.
going to answer you again. I told
I
you
thought I
to start.
answered. Yeah, everybody jump in again. He's asking me, and everybody can jump in.
No,
He asked me a
Zanuck, I
specific
want you to
question.
answer.
Yeah, the answer is we can see further due to light bending downward.
So you're saying that the light bending downward is going to represent a physical picture in our mind that is not just twice the distance, which should technically be behind a ball, but is now 19 miles away.
Yes.
And you're saying
That's
that we
not
can
in your
see
mind. It's what you're seeing.
That's what he's saying. That's
No,
exactly
yeah,
what he's
exactly
saying.
what I'm saying. And I didn't say in your mind. It's not a picture in your mind. You're actually seeing an object that has been loomed up
I'll go
because
further.
light has bent downward through a differential medium, meaning the medium is going denser as you go down.
And
So it
I
bends
will go
down and
further.
looms
1 second,
things up.
Dr. Fan.
Hey,
Hey, 1
talk over
second,
me
please.
some more, Jesus.
Okay, you finished, bud. You already answered the first time. He didn't get
No,
it,
you
so
were
now you answer
talking
the second
all
time.
over me. I
I
couldn't
will
even get
go
this
one step
simple
further,
answer.
and you'll
See, that's when
calculate the
I
rate of
start getting
refraction.
frantic, is when you people like you and you're still doing it. I'm just going to stop.
Listen, you already finished. Now, I will go further and say, Apocryphon, to answer your question, they will calculate the rate of refraction according to the target distance, according to the height of the observer, and most importantly, according to the curving away of the sphere. So they will have all the mathematical considerations in perfect place, which is what you were questioning about Bacon, especially, and now Zanuck. Very good. I'm done now, Zanuck.
Yeah, I asked Bacon because he's a mathematical guy, and the math doesn't add up at this at this point. So
This
that's why I asked, where
What
are
do you mean
you
it
going
doesn't
to
add
get?
up? Of course it adds up. It adds up perfectly because we're using math to describe it.
Okay, so math could make you see something 7 times more the distance when it shouldn't be technically observable.
Math
And
doesn't make you see anything. Math describes what you are seeing and why you're seeing it. So we know
okay,
that something that is 10 miles away cannot be seen at a level of 1 foot off the ground, but we know because of refraction and
but
using
how do
math
you
with these
explain?
equations. Okay, so
But
there you
how
go again.
but how do you explain when you do see it? You just said that you can see it, but how do you explain when you do see it?
Yeah, I'm listening intently now. So no more interruptions, guys, please.
I'm waiting for the answer.
Let's take turns too. 'Cause I think
I'll repeat myself, Jeremy. Let me
Please don't.
repeat myself.
Please
Okay,
don't.
you see something that should be at a certain distance. Now, how do you do it mathematically to where you're now seeing it further from that calculated distance? And no math, by the way, is going to enable you to calculate that distance. No math
Just
can do
told
that.
you how to do it exactly, bud. I
Hold on,
told you
Peter.
how to
You
do it
answered your own
exactly.
question first and foremost, and second of all, no one claims to do this. We don't claim to
No,
see things. We don't claim to see things further than we're supposed to.
they do.
It
They
doesn't
do.
happen.
They do. They do. They do.
Okay,
They
can I
claim.
say one thing? Well, whenever you say you shouldn't technically say that, see that, all you're doing, you're picking up a prediction that ignores atmosphere and
Okay.
adding technically as a suffix.
Okay.
That's all you're doing. It's still
I
a
would
bad.
expect to see over a
It's still
flat plane,
not the.
Bacon.
It's
I
still
would
not the
expect to see over a
prediction
flat plane with
from
fucking
a
So
Earth
atmosphere as
that
so
has
well.
atmosphere.
okay. So Bacon. So Bacon. So
Pete.
mathematically, I specifically asked you because you're a math man. I specifically asked you because how do you calculate when you got to let's say for instance you come up with the figure 3.74, okay? But all of a sudden you see 19. How do you mathematically justify the fact that you are seeing something at that distance mathematically when technically that is 100% like a child can understand that you cannot and should not see that
Yeah, but
fucking
Apocryphon,
far.
you're asking the same question, and the answer has already been given, not by Bacon, by me. By me. They mathematically calculated via the known distance to the target, via the known rate of curvature, and also this is how what they attribute to refraction. Refraction is generally 7/6R, but they can extend that to infinity. Right, Kosho? Isn't that what you're allowed to
Guys,
do, depending on what's
do me a
what can
favor
be
and just make a point from now on, right? You guys aren't making points. You're asking questions that you're then answering yourselves,
I didn't
and
answer
then
myself.
going on
I'm
and on
waiting for
about
an
it.
answer. I'm waiting for an
How
answer.
much?
I didn't answer myself. I'm waiting for an answer.
Gave it the answer, bud. He
I
just
think
gave
that's
you the
fair
answer.
to say.
Refraction, light bending. How do they calculate how much the light bends? They will gauge it on how far the target is away that is seen, that shouldn't be seen, and how much it should be seen
Okay.
according to your
I
observer height over a globe Earth. That's how they do
okay.
it.
Okay. So I think
You
that
don't have to
you're
repeat it.
answering
That's
them.
fine.
I think that you're answering them and they're not answering because they can't answer that.
Apocryphon, you don't have to repeat it or go on about it. When you said a second ago, it doesn't happen. When something's supposed to be 17 miles away and you can see it and you can't see it and you can see it and you can't see it, it's never further than 17 miles away. It's always 17 miles away. When you're talking about seeing something that's further than it's supposed to be, you're talking about the horizon, which isn't a thing. The horizon is a concept representing the furthest distance along the surface you can see.
which is
So if you
3.74
were looking at
miles.
a row of parking lots or a row of seats or something in a stadium, and you can now see to like 20 rows of seats away, and then some other time you can see 30 seats away, and sometimes you can see 50 rows of seats away. That doesn't change where the seats are. That changes the furthest distance that you can see. So that's
Well
not
said.
that's
Well
not that's not
said.
a thing that's moving.
Very good.
Very
So now if you
clear.
have an
Hopefully you
extended
get
span
that,
of
guys.
water, coach, over a flat
Okay,
extended
so you
thing,
guys
would you take the
answered
water
for
into
them.
consideration when you're looking at any inferior mirages? Continue, please, Apocryphon. Go ahead.
I'm just saying that you guys are answering for them, and I'm waiting for them to answer. And how do they justify how you can
Osho
see
just
some?
answered you, man, and you're just repeating
I
yourself,
know,
and you're not
no,
listening
I
to
know
the
you
answers.
answered
Yeah,
me,
you're
but
being
I don't
really
want
dumb
your
right now,
answer.
Con. Come on.
I don't want your answer. I want their answer.
We gave the answer because
Kosho
refraction.
just
At
gave
this
you their
point, move
answer.
on.
Osho
That was
just
a
answered you,
Kosho's a
though.
glober.
Coach didn't answer.
State your question. Concise.
You're evil, Jeremy.
Fucking
Be
hell, again.
concise.
Do it again
You
for
really
the,
are,
for
Jeremy.
the 24th time in the last hour. Go again.
Okay, let me ask it again. If mathematically
This is gonna be painful.
you're supposed to see something 4 miles away, okay, but you're seeing something 19 miles away, why or how mathematically? I don't give a fuck about everything
Well,
else
ask
other
your
than
fucking
mathematically.
question and be concise about it.
Unbelievable.
Don't go into this monologue thing in the middle of your question. Do you have a question or not?
Mathematically, how do you see something 19 miles away? Okay, go.
Because
Only
it's telling
Zanuck
you
or
that
Bacon, specifically Bacon, but only those two should answer.
Bacon has gone for a shit. Kosho is after coming in, so it'll have to be to Kosho. Kosho, do you want to answer that, please?
I already gave it a shot.
I know you did.
I'll give
That's
you
the
the
Bacon
reiteration.
is giving it a
Okay,
shot in the toilet as well. when you're filling
Dodo,
in.
come on. Pete, please, come on. So we told you the answer. This is like the 7th time that we know that light bends through a differential medium coupled with an angle of attack, angle of incidence, and that is the reason why you see further. And as Koshu clearly said and very eloquently said about, we're not seeing something that is moving; we're seeing things that are further away. So we're seeing further than we should because we're seeing the things that are further away because the light is bending downward over the curved surface, allowing us to see those things. Because when light bends downward, things loom up, gives the appearance that we see further because we see these things that are further away. It's a real effect. It is what you're really seeing. You're seeing objects. They're there. They're real. And they're further away than you should see them if there was no refraction. I don't know how much more clear I could be on this topic. And why
It's
don't you ask the
miraging. You're
question
looking at it.
4
You're
more
looking at a
times?
mirage in the
Why don't
sky.
you ask?
That's
Why
what
don't you ask the
Apocryphon is
question
asking.
4 more times again so we can answer it 4 more times?
Zanuck, Apocryphon is basically asking: are you looking at a sort of a mirage in the sky? You're looking at a mirage in the sky when you're seeing something 17 miles away. It's not a real thing, right? It's just an image.
Well, mirages can be the types of internal reflections, but this is more
So
about you're seeing the object and the actual object. The light has just taken a path slightly different than it would if there wasn't
See around
refraction.
corners. Okay.
So in
This light
other
is no
words,
different than when you're looking. If I look at you across the room and I see you, that light is the same light that I'm looking at you with if the light bent around a corner due to some differential medium.
Yeah, how weird does that sound? So we can see around corners, everyone. Woohoo!
yeah. So in other words, your response is the same answer that you said for the past 3 years. At this point, 6 years, because I've known you like 6-7 years already.
That's true.
That's fair.
amazing. Think about
Whatever.
it. Where'd that
What's
time
your
go?
conclusion then?
What have we
As to
achieved
the
in 6 years?
motivation
What have we
behind
achieved? Have we
Zanuck's
actually
character?
made progress
Nothing.
here? Have we made
Nothing.
progress?
Nothing. Absolutely
Some
nothing.
people, man.
Something's wrong. Isn't that the definition? Didn't Einstein say? And I
Insanity.
don't like Einstein and his general there's
Insanity.
relativity and special relativity. But didn't Einstein say that doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a
Insanity.
different result is the definition of insanity?
Yeah.
I also
Yeah.
said that I didn't realize my cousin was so hot.
I'm just so baffled that you guys still believe that. I'm so
Fucking
baffled.
You guys believe that you can see something 19 miles away when technically, mathematically, you should only see things at 4 miles away, and it's behind the
Can I ask you
bulge
a question?
of a
Do they use
of
math? Is math used in refractive calculations?
it could be.
No. Is it or not?
It could be.
Is the equation for refraction and the refractive index involve math and numbers?
Yeah, but how does it
Okay,
stretch it
yeah.
out to
Stop
5
there.
times the distance?
So with
How
math,
does it
so
have?
with can I answer?
Yeah,
So
go
with
ahead.
math, you just agreed that math is involved in refraction. So with math, i.e., refraction, we are able to describe why we see further than we would if there was no refraction, i.e.,
Okay,
the
okay,
math
okay,
used in
okay,
calculating
Zanuck.
the path
Okay,
of light.
Zanuck.
So this should make perfect sense to you, but for
Okay,
some
no,
reason
well,
it
hold on
doesn't.
though, Zanuck. Well, hold on, Zanuck. Hold on, Zanuck. Let me say this.
Why do I have to hold on? I'm not going anywhere.
Let's give you refraction, but I would think that refraction can give you at the most a mile and a half, maybe 2 miles of a greater distance in your theory of refraction, because my opinion is that refraction lessens how far you see, but in your concept it's going to extend how far you see. That's fair, I'll give you that, but maybe at the most 2 miles. So how do you explain 5 times the amount away? And if you want to just chalk it up to a refraction, you are being disingenuously dishonest. Or maybe I said that wrong because I'm drunk, but genuinely dishonest. I don't know what the fuck I'm saying.
He's been disingenuously honest. That's what you mean to say.
Yes, because now you're saying that this refraction can somehow, like, put yourself on the ocean that I'm talking about and put yourself to where you can see 19 miles away when technically and mathematically you should only see 4 miles away. Like, put yourself in that platform on
I
that,
hear four at 19 miles again in the next week. I'm gonna fucking kick the dog.
Now check this out. I posted this picture, dude.
All
It's
right,
pretty neat
I love
stuff.
it. Kosho, you're a good
Pretty neat
guy.
stuff.
I'm gonna check it out. I'm gonna
Looks
put
like
it.
He's a
light
cunt.
bending
He's
around
not a good
corners.
guy. You're drunk.
Kosho, you showed me like some titties. Okay, what's up with these titties? What's going on?
The light is bending around the tits. You can be on one side of the tit and the light be blocked, and you can now see around the titty, dude. Because light does that. Matter of fact, fiber optic, the internet does that. It's not. It's not like a miracle of science to see light bending.
Okay, but let me remind you that the Earth is not a titty. The Earth is not a fucking titty like that. That's not the way it works. Like, it's not a
It's less
fucking.
curved. It's less curved than that. You're right.
The nipple is at the north. Mount Maru.
Ah, god damn it, Kosho, you are so just absorbed in this nonsensical fucking delusion. I feel bad for you, bro. I love you though,
He's a
because
native.
I know you for so long, and I'm like, you're a good guy. Like, I ain't gonna lie, we could probably have a beer together, but
Yeah, I'd have
these
to hide it from you, but yeah.
and I know I'll drink you, but
Oh
the
yeah, I don't
thing
think
is,
so, bro. I bet you I've already
He'll
out
drink you
drinking you
under the
today.
table, and who knows what happens under the table.
I've probably out drinking you already today, dude. No joke.
no bullshit. I'll call bullshit on that.
Everybody in this community I've talked to and compared how much they drink. I've talked to what's his name? Johnny B. I drink more than him. Branch, I drink more than him. The only person who drinks a comparable amount is Jazza.
Wow. And how much is that?
Alcohol is poison, right? You guys know alcohol is poison?
Yeah, I can't do anything about it, man. I was a sailor. And
I hate to,
I will drink
burst
you
your
under the
guys'
table,
bubble.
Kosho. I'm guaranteeing that. I could drink you under the fucking table.
Hey, Poker Fun, do you think
Kosho guarantee you he could blow you
alcohol is
under the
poison,
table.
or do you think it's good?
What was that?
You think it's good or bad for you? What do you think,
Absolutely
dude?
bad. Absolutely bad.
Okay.
But here I am
Why
destroying
do you do
myself
it then?
because I'm fucking an idiot.
Oh, okay.
It's an infliction, dude.
All right.
First of all, out of all the
At
vices
least you're honest.
alcohol is not even the worst one. And worse than most of them is coming in here.
Your midget
Being in this community
No,
is
hey,
the worst vice to have.
This is the worst
Coach-
advice. You're right. This is the worst vice.
No. Coach's worst vice is doing cocaine off a bald dude's butt crack.
Wow. Oh, wow.
Yeah, first of all,
You
that's not
speak from
entirely
experience.
They're done cooking up a ball. But I did do. There was this dude who reminded me of Jeremy because he had like an accent just like his. I gave him a ride one time, and he ended up working at Tesla. And anyways, we spent the whole night talking about getting a job there and get his badass blow.
Hey, Kosho, hey, Kosho, let me present something to you, okay? Because I thought about this for the past couple of weeks. A couple of weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, or maybe last week, because I'm drunk. I don't even know what day it is right now. There was a storm that was literally 1,600 miles wide. Okay. Now, how does this storm have its perfect circular sway, like a funnel, like a tornado, like a real wind? How does it spread itself over 1,600 miles wide? Wouldn't it be like bulged and bended like a fucking cap? You know what I mean? Like bended. You know what I mean?
Like a Jewish cap.
I assure you.
Black cap over the Jewish head.
Hold on. Why don't you qualify what you said by perfectly circular? When you say perfectly circular, you mean literally like what you said, like it was perfectly circular, or do you mean that it resembled, or do you mean it resembled closely to circle?
So when they show the satellite image, it was like a flat, perfect fucking storm brewing that was going to hit the West Coast 2 weeks ago, and it rained like a motherfucker. It flooded all kinds of cities. There's all kinds of craziness
similar to a
going on.
hurricane.
Yeah. So how does
not a perfect circle, but basically pretty circular.
In your world, in your belief,
hold on.
In your belief,
let me correct Kosho because hurricanes aren't in the
you're roboting.
I agree with you. Though. He's right. I'm not.
I'm not roboting, dude. You're
tripping,
homie.
I got what you said. But this, I'm not claiming this was a hurricane. I was asking if it resembles a hurricane, like if.
This is the story of a hurricane.
Right, and the reason why it would.
And to top it off, I told you that 2023 was going to be the year of weather. You guys remember me a few weeks ago claiming this?
And you're right, because right now it's a crazy ice storm going on in the fucking Mideast. But okay, with that being said,
you also
we have weather outside here as well. We have weather outside.
You also came to us.
Listen, I'm worried.
You also came to us a couple weeks ago talking about flat Earth's over, and then brought up Eratosthenes. So, I mean, I don't know thinking what's going on really.
Okay,
what's your point, Jeremy? What?
Okay, so Kosho.
Richard.
So Kosho.
So what's your point, Jeremy? Hold on. Jeremy had a point, or he didn't.
All right.
Jeremy?
I mean, I think everyone got the point. Like, you don't know what's
Jeremy
going
had
on.
a joke, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know what's going on.
Okay.
You missed the joke. You're a bold Earther.
Can I
know what's going on? Am I allowed to rebut that or no?
Go ahead. Rebut it. I'll jump in after. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. But Jeremy.
Thanks, bro. So he just made a claim that I don't know what's going on. So when you say what's going on, do you mean locally? Do you mean globally?
In this arena, in this whole flat Earth arena.
What do you mean?
Flat Earth.
In the Earth arena. Okay.
So
I didn't know that the Earth was an arena. Like you mean like an arena football field, flat, 100
Just forget it.
yards, 50
Just
yards.
forget it.
He demonstrates.
No, I want to address it.
It's a circus.
Are you demonstrating? You don't know where you're at.
Okay, so Kosho, a storm that is 1,600 miles wide. How does this beautiful flat top cloud exist on 1,600 miles wide over your ball Earth? And that's my question.
No, I understood the
Just gonna
question. I
say it
understood the question
doesn't.
10 minutes ago. Yeah, just the reason why I compare it to a hurricane is because, uh, hurricanes are fairly large, weather cells or whatever. This cell that you're talking about is fairly large. You'll see that these fairly large weather systems tend to be more
Flat.
more affected by Coriolis. So, which is why you see a lot of these giant cells rotating.
But they're flat though. But Kosho, they're flat. They're literally flat. So how do you get flat of 1,600 miles when technically there should be a ball curve cloud, but it's not. So please, for the love of God, explain to me how a flat circular motion of clouds of 1,600 miles wide, how does it contain itself to be flat if it's a ball? Because according to your knowledge and understanding, 1,600 miles would be curving around the Earth as opposed to it being a flat circuit. Like,
God
please.
damn. When is the last time you measured the curvature or flatness of a damn top of a hurricane, man? What the hell?
No shit. Mr. Waz, he's a friend of mine, and he lives in Australia, and he had this observation that really hasn't gotten expressed enough, but I have the picture. Anyways, it was the sun rising, and the entire sky was sort of, had clouds. It was like a little bit cloudy or whatever. So
Okay.
if you were just looking at the clouds, you would have said, okay, the sky looks like a flat layer of clouds.
Okay.
But when the sun had risen, it rose on one side, and so you can see the pinks and all that of the sunrise. And on the other side of the sky, you could see the pinks and all that of the sunrise. So the light was coming in this, horizontally almost, like through the
Refraction.
through the earth.
Refraction, coach.
And then
All right.
everything above his head was still kind of the gray blue of the morning, right? So you have this light that's coming in as a straight line. You can use that as a straight line. The light that's coming through from him on one side and him on the other side. And then you have this curve that's going above him where the light is not doing this pink thing to. So
Now,
when you say that the sky is flat in this cell system, you would have to qualify that and show it.
So I have a video. So I have a video when I was in the plane, and the clouds were completely flat, as far left to right, but none of them were curving according to the ball that you would believe that we're on.
Yeah, but do you see how I just qualified that the clouds are curved? You're just saying
Are
you
they
saw them
though?
and they don't look curved. I'm saying you have
No,
to
are they though?
you have to give evidence. You have to give evidence, not just what they.
Do you want me to post the video of the clouds being
No.
flat? I could post it if you want. And here's what I'm saying, Kosho. As far as I can see left and as far as I can see right, the clouds are flat, like
How can you be
legit
sure of that?
flat.
How could you be sure they were flat?
Well, let me just show you the video, I guess. I don't know. Let me get
No.
my
I'm
other
saying
phone.
even when you see it and it looks like it's flat, how are you sure? Like usually when somebody sees something flat, they test it out.
Okay, so here's my point though. If you have a cloud system that this crazy storm that's circulating like a hurricane, right? But it wasn't a hurricane, but it is kind of like it, and it's covering a 1,600 mile, square footage. So why was that flat according to not only the satellite images from above, but also from the ground?
You say it was 1,600 miles square foot?
Yeah. It was huge. It was 2 weeks ago. Do you not know what hit California like 2 weeks ago? It was crazy, bro. We got so much rain. I'm just saying, Kojo, how do you explain that the clouds could be flat 1,600 miles wide when technically there should be a ball curving and you can't have that, Kosho.
Well,
Come
it's
on, think
interesting that you say the
logically.
clouds, because that's another great key. No one's ever talked about that except me a few times that I remember. You can look at these clouds, the bottoms of the clouds, and they can be flat for, especially in the Midwest, as far as the eye can see. You can measure their angle to known clouds, like a particular thundercloud you see way in the distance, 20, 30, 40 miles away. And you can talk to a buddy in a different city, like Kansas City, to a neighboring city, and say, "Do you see that thundercloud? Yeah, right above me right now. Oh, cool. Okay." And then you do an angle of where that cloud should be, and it's way below where it should be for the angle versus the distance. That
But the
maybe that
phys-
height, observer
but the
height, or the height of the cloud versus distance to it, it should be 1 degree, and it's at half a degree or a quarter degree. So right there, you can see that the Earth has to be. If you want to talk about this flat cloud thing, I don't usually bring it up, but you brought it up. You can actually show that cloud bottoms, wherever they're located, can show that the Earth is curved because the angle will be much lower than it should be
no,
for how far
the
they're at.
contrary. No, the contrary. That's false. The contrary of it is that the cloud system of a storm swirling like a whirlpool, it's
Okay,
going to
now this
represent a
is easy.
flat. It's going to it represents a flat plane. No different than when you pull a plug from your tub, right? And you have this crazy real wind little circle vortex going on. It's flat because that is what the physics of it is going to be flat because that's how it creates it. Because if you put a bulge in that in that flat little diagram, it will no longer be a spherical whirlwind or turning of sorts. And I don't know why you guys just ignore that. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. It's going to be flat, bro. And I'm not saying that the earth is flat because I don't know the measurements and the size and the weights and the widths and the lengths and the depths. I don't know that. I'm not claiming I know that. I'm claiming
Well,
that I
that's the
don't know
smartest
that.
thing you said so far. You said it
Okay.
twice. I don't know.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good.
But how do
It goes
you
right over your head. Whee!
no, I get you, Zanuck, you piece of shit. But listen, I'm saying this. When you have a storm that is 1,600 miles wide and it is flat, no different than in your tub, right? In your tub as you're taking a bath, and you have this crazy whirlwind going on down the drain. It's flat. So why do you guys still presume that this is even possible? Because the physics of this circuit,
Are you going to talk
the
physics
circuit.
again, huh?
Yeah,
Hey,
the physics of it don't make
hey,
sense.
Apocryphon. Hey, Apocryphon. Can I explain this? Because Zanuck won't. They actually claim that your bathtub is actually curved. So even a glass of water, they say like a certain percentage of it's actually not flat, but it's actually curving. But
Are you
if you
good?
look
Why?
at like fluid dynamics or like fluid dynamics, there's actually like water suction
Now we're
going
talking
on.
fluid dynamics.
Are
Doesn't
we?
matter what
So
the
we're
shape of
not
the
talking
bathtub
about
is.
water curving in a glass?
No,
Because
no.
Ed has claimed that, you guys know Ed Freeze, I've talked to him a bunch. He claims that a glass of water isn't perfectly flat. It's actually curved.
That's bullshit.
So they're going to claim, Zanuck's about to, I can already predict this, post-dick, because he already thought it, so it's a post-diction. That actual, that actual bathtub is flat, dude. Or not flat.
Yeah,
it's curved. The water's curved inside, dude.
Can I respond?
That's
so,
bullshit.
Yeah, you're right. The bathtub could be curved, but the surface whirlpool is going to have flat types of characteristics. What he's not understanding, Crypto's not understanding, is that over.
No, not the bathtub.
Let me finish my thought.
The bathtub is flat.
Sure, the top of the whatever flat the bottom, the surface underneath the water doesn't matter. The water level will always have a shape based on a respective plumb line at any point.
Yeah, plane.
Not a plane. a plumb line at any point on the surface. So these big storms that Krypton was talking about, I'll just say this really quickly.
Apocryphon,
Yes,
bitch.
all these Apocrypton, whatever it's called. I never can pronounce your name.
I know you fucking purposely do that all the
Call you
time. I love you though. I love you though.
Apocrypton, yeah. So we got this 1,700 mile diameter storm, and it's spinning.
1,600.
And yes, what
600.
we are saying is that every point on that storm, 1,700 miles across, has an orientation which is perpendicular to plumb for the most part. And he's not accepting that because that's affirming the consequent. And I agree, I understand, but that's what we're saying. It's not impossible to imagine. But if the Earth was spherical, and if we had plumb lines that were converging to a center point, then these storms would have vortexes 1,700 miles across that would be curved top and bottom.
But they're not though. Because
well,
that would
really
take
an argument
away.
to say that they're not though.
But but that would take away from what they actually are, because when you look at the satellite views, they're perfectly flat. And when you look at the sky, and if you're in a plane, you see these clouds perfectly straight across.
They're not perfectly flat. They fly plane streams all the time. They have measurements. They are exactly.
Why stop there, dude? Hey, hold on, Zanuck. Why stop there, bro? Because Milky Way, the Milky Way is flat. Galaxies are flat, and even the whole universe is flat, dude. So why stop there, dude?
You're right. These guys, Zanuck and Kosho and the like, they have to have it bending and curving. But what I'm saying is that these cloud systems that are 1,600 miles wide, these cloud systems that are 1,600 miles wide would have to represent a flat plane, to even to be a system to where they're swirling around, because now you're talking about you're topsy turvy, bro. You're topsy turvy. It's like a cap. It's like those old school little fucking rubber things that you put on the ground and you bend it and then it pops up after a second. This is what.
No, dude. They want balls, right? They want to affirm the consequence of balls, but then they have to admit that space is flat. But they gotta throw their balls in there, dude, because they want to put their balls in your face.
Yeah, they're okay. For instance, the 1,600 mile wide system. Now you want to represent it as a hat, okay? It's like bulged up at top, and then it's bending over the curve. But that's not reality, bro. Like really, like I want to project that to you guys, and you could go back to your fucking handlers and explain or try to like work out the fucking physics of it and say, yo, this is a good fucking discussion. How do we do it?
Are clouds 2D or 3D?
To us, they're 3D. Of course, everything's 3D.
Are clouds 2-dimensional or 3-dimensional?
Everything's 3D in our world, right? Everything.
Yeah, so they're puffy clouds, right?
So, Kosho, what's your answer?
Have length, width, and depth to them, right? Or height.
Yep.
So it's not a flat paper cloud, right? On a 2D surface, right?
Yep.
It's actually in 3D space, right? But
it's all flat.
Surface that it'd be over, that's what's in contention.
It's all flat, bro.
So
it's all flat. It's all flat.
Is it over a flat plane, or is it over a curving Earth?
Yeah, exactly. So over 1,600 miles, bro, it's flat. So how many flat surfaces does it take to make a ball? And that's my point. How fucking wide does it?
Would we see the clouds curving, like with the 1,600 mile, like, because you know how they show us on like satellite imagery and those Doppler radars. It's not even satellite imagery.
Shows it flat. Shows it flat.
Yeah, it shows it flat, right?
Exactly.
How come it doesn't show a curve in it?
Exactly.
Like
That's my
1,600
point. That's my
miles,
fucking
dude.
point. That's my point, bro. That's my fucking
I
point.
got you, dude.
Maybe I'm
Yeah,
drunk
bro.
right now. I don't know. Maybe I'm too drunk. I
No,
don't know.
but you know what?
I'm on my
Santa's not gonna
26th beer.
answer.
I'm on my 26th
26
beer, and
years?
maybe I'm an idiot. I don't know.
26? Really?
Yeah, I'm about to be 27 because I'm about to pound this bitch right here. Real talk.
Okay, what kind of beer though? Because if it's like Natty Light, that doesn't count.
No, I was drinking Coors at first, and now I'm on Bud Light. That's weak as shit.
Dude, I
That's
was fucking
stupid.
right, dude. I fucking knew it, dude. Xanax said, what is he drinking? I said fucking Budweiser, dude.
No, Bud Light, nigga. Goddamn, get your shit straight.
Wait,
I love you though. I
is it
love you though.
Coors or Coors Light?
Yeah,
No,
I used to like
I was
Coors back
drinking
in the day.
Coors, and now I'm drinking Bud Light because that's all that I have. Modelo's in the fucking fridge, but I'm drinking Coors
Well,
Light.
none of those compare,
Oh,
dude.
I can drink Modelo's, but I don't drink, dude. I don't even drink beer.
I
But man,
ain't
a
gonna
couple
lie,
years
bro. I'm
ago,
fucked
dude.
up right now. I ain't lying. I'm fucked
Hey,
up. I'm seeing double all that shit, bro. It's beautiful. I love being this
hey,
state.
when I last couple years ago when I went to Denver Broncos game, I stopped by the me and my family. We stopped by the beer factory over there at Coors. They give you free beer, dude.
Nice.
It's not a lot, but I mean, at least I got to drink, right?
Dude, I don't drink anything below 10%, man.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. Well, here's my little snapshot. Fucking, I'll post it, and this is how more I have to drink. I'll post it in chat.
Okay, so since Kosho's representing Glober here, he's the representative for the Glober Foundation. The World Economic Glober. The Council on Global Relations. Glober Relations. So what do you have to say for that, Kosho?
But Kosho, what's up with the 600-mile cloud,
Hey,
bro?
why don't you send him a screen, like a little picture? Because I seen the storm too. And what it would represent, it wouldn't be flat. It would be curved.
Napalm. Fucking napalm. I fucking love you, bro. You're funny.
Hey, Kosho, go ahead and explain away how come that storm system isn't a curve.
Exactly.
He hasn't shown that it was not a curve, right? All he did was describe how big it was over and over.
But Kosho, think of the physics, bro. Like, think of the real pool.
1,600 foot miles.
Think of a real pool, bro. A real pool is flat at the top, okay? And it's always going to be flat at the top, bro, because it's a system. It's a physics equation right here. Because if you can now bend this fucking storm, it's not going to have the same fucking
Can you give me
velocity.
the physics equation?
Hold
I'm
on.
curious as to the physics equation that you speak of.
You got to post the picture, dude, because he's not going to address it unless you actually show him where it's not curved.
You're right. You're right, because they can't grasp my fucking brain, bro. They can't grasp it, bro. Or they do grasp
They can't
it,
handle
but
your
they hand
midriff,
wave
bro.
it, bro. They hand wave
Hey,
it.
bro, they can't handle your flat Earth, bro. Too much for them.
That's facts right there. That's facts.
Too strong, bro.
He said, "Love you too." Fucking napalm. I love you, doggy. God damn. So, anyways, Kosho, what's up? How are you gonna fucking explain a 1,600-mile fucking storm that should be flat technically over a plane, because the vortex of it and the fucking system of it all should be representing this flat fucking... God damn, man. Come on,
Yeah,
Kosho.
it
Wake
is
up.
moving. He's
Wake up
right.
and smell the
There is
coffee.
motion.
I don't know.
It is
Is there any way we
turning.
could kind of like progress the conversation a little bit? We've been on this ever since I got on.
Yeah,
I'm
we
sorry.
are. We are, Skylane. It's moving, and it's has a direction. So we can assume certain things with that, right? So it's going with the because we know the Earth turns counterclockwise, right? So it's actually
It depends on
you
the
guys
hemisphere.
claim
It depends on your hemisphere, and if you're looking upwards or downwards. Right?
so it's relative to wherever you're looking.
Yeah, if you look in the opposite direction, what's clockwise becomes counterclockwise.
That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. That's nothing to do with it.
Okay,
That's fucking.
let's just because it's a northern hemisphere, so we'll have a location and a relative point, and then so we know that in the northern hemisphere, the Earth spins from east to west, right? And we all know that most
West to
weather
east.
patterns travel
West to east.
from west to east. West
No,
to east.
Earth spins west to east.
Okay, so everything you're saying is not going along what I'm explaining, because all I'm doing is that I'm presenting a flaw in your model, bro. And here's why. Because a storm system that at that so many miles, it's not gonna be curved, bro, because that's not the way the physics of this, this fluid fucking, system works, bro. It's not like on a weeble wobble fucking roller coaster. It doesn't work that way. It's a flat fucking plane, dog. Like, come on. Like, you either believe it or you don't. You hand wave it, that's fine. That's
No,
fine.
hold on, Apocryphon, because like I said, there is 3D space, so it does have depth, or it has height, length, and width. So it is it's not flat. It can't be flat, right?
Yeah. It's
So then
it's supposed to be.
we'd have to see the curve then. So
But we don't.
I
That's
know.
that's the whole
Okay.
point. That's the whole point. So if
So
I
so
was to, okay, if I was to
well,
generate
we
a
made a
tornado,
claim that we don't see curvature. So then it's up to the Globers now to say, hey, here's your curvature that you need to see in your weather little in your little typhoon there.
yeah.
There it is.
All I'm saying is this, bro. The last weather storm debunks the fucking ball, bro. Hands down, bro. And they cannot rebuttal it. And they could try, but they ain't fucking moving me, bro. They're not fucking pushing me off my stance, bro. They ain't
Well,
ever.
if the top of the cloud, this is a rebuttal, and maybe we can get past it. There's no way we can conclude it because we can't measure it and prove it. But if the top of the cloud were equidistant from the surface of the Earth, it would follow the curvature. Or if Earth is flat, it would be flat. But we don't know. It's not a good argument. We don't know.
All right. Well, okay, that's fair.
Well, at
I
least
mean,
we
I'm
got a
just
we
saying.
don't know. Hey, that's better than some of the bullshit Kosho
Yeah,
comes up with.
I'll agree to that. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey,
At least
so
we're being
draws are
honest.
good. Hey, in chess, draws are good, dude. Sometimes, like, yeah, dude, like if I drew Magnus Carlsen, dude, that'd be like a win to me, dude. So we
Right.
got to win, basically.
Yeah. Because at least they can't fucking even like they can't rebuttal that. They're like, okay, yeah, we're fucked at this point. Okay, we'll just fucking agree to disagree at this point, and I'm okay with that because at least they're not like, no. The cloud that's 1,600 miles wide, the storm 600 miles wide is they can't prove because the physics of it, bro,
It doesn't make sense, bro. Like, let's take a tornado. The top of a tornado, bro. That's maybe a quarter mile, wide at its eye. Okay. Now stretch that out to 16 fucking 100 miles wide, bro. It's not gonna be curving around the earth, dog. Like, wake up. Like, all these
Hey,
ballers,
have you
bro.
watched that movie Training Day, where he says it's not what you know, it's what you can prove.
Yeah.
And the way you were talking there, it's kind of like exactly what you're trying to say, bro.
Yeah. So
Remember what
Kosho.
he said? Remember what he said? King Kong ain't got shit on me. I was watching King
Exactly.
Kong the other day, dude.
Exactly.
I was
King
watching King
Kong
Kong
got
the
shit
other day,
on
dude. And I
me.
was thinking about that movie, and I was thinking, dude, I don't think he'd say that if he just saw King Kong.
God damn. Kosho, please tell me how you have a storm that's 1,600 miles wide and is flat on a curved ball, baby.
I don't know.
Please.
I'm starting to rethink my whole paradigm. So
There
you
you
have to give
go.
me a minute.
There you go. Hey,
Another
I'll take that
win,
as a
bro.
win, baby.
Hey, we're racking them up, dude.
I'm going to smoke a cigarette and drink a fucking drink to that. That's for sure.
It's not the best strategy, but I'd say celebrate.
It'll work. It'll work.
Have you guys seen? I don't want to invoke anybody, but there's this. We'll call him a clown, and he has this evidence lately with Apollo 12 or Apollo 11 footage, something like that. And yeah, I was wondering if you guys have seen this, because I don't know. It seems like I've already looked up on NASA, and I've already seen both missions, and I've seen both that they're different. They're not the same footage. So I'm not sure what's going on, why this is being seen as a slam dunk.
There was a quotation. There was supposed to have been a quotation about NASA saying a certain thing that I can't find. I've looked. I sat last night for about an hour and a half looking, and I couldn't find it.
Hey, what happened to? Hold on. What happened to?
There you go.
What happened?
Good question.
I'll tell you
yeah.
what happened. Go ahead.
What's the quote about, though?
Well, Wizard was talking the other day about NASA says that as the lunar lander is landing, they have to maintain their orbit while landing, and that just doesn't make sense. And he was talking about you're arguing against NASA, blah blah blah, and I'm like, I don't think NASA said that. That doesn't make any sense.
He showed the video. I watched the video. The video did not say that.
That was his most golden moment, Kosho. We've been fighting about that for a couple of days now. He is so lost. He thinks they incorporate the Earth's gravitational force in those formulas. Well, I'm sure they do at some very, very fourth order value, but it is so insignificant that it's not needed, and doesn't preclude them from landing the last few hundred feet or few hundred miles even onto the surface. He said as soon as it leaves the command module, because there's no atmosphere, it should fall right down to the moon straight. I mean, everything he said was not only wrong, it was like delusional and mental. It was amazing that he had such confusion about what was really going on. I said, it's orbiting around the sun or around the moon at around 3,000 miles an hour. When it just detaches from the command module, it's still in orbit. It's not going anywhere. And only does it when you start using the retro rockets to start slowing down, does it start having a trajectory, a descent, starts falling to the moon, and the retro rocket to slow it down and allows it to end up with a zero net velocity with respect to the ground without any issues whatsoever. He couldn't grasp that. Still can't.
Well, the argument that I heard was that if you stop orbiting the moon, then you miss the moon. The moon go away from you.
Because you're orbiting the Earth still. Something like that.
Yeah.
You say you're still orbiting the Earth even though you're orbiting the moon.
Like the only way to keep up with the movement of the moon around the Earth is to orbit the moon, and that's just not true. The orbit of the moon just put you in a fixed distance to the moon. But you're still going to follow it even if you're not in the orbital speed.
Three
And
bodies.
I even built a simulation to make sure that was the case, and
It's a
that was the
classic
case.
three-body diagram.
Yeah, I sped up the lunar module so to be faster than the orbital speed. And what happened was it made an elliptical orbit around the moon, but it kept following the moon,
Right.
even being too fast to orbit it, it was still following the moon.
Correct. I don't know why. He's definitely a high functioning guy, but he misses the mark on so many real simple concepts. This is one of them.
Kosho, did that take away from what you were going to say? You started saying.
Well, I do have to ask, like, if you disagree and with its 1 point on that one, what about the other points that he pulled out? Do you disagree in all his other points?
Every point was wrong. I mean, he just had almost like he had absolutely zero clue of conservation of linear momentum, angular momentum,
No, that's
body diagrams. I mean, all these things he just had zero understanding. And he used his citations, and he did some.
That's not what I'm saying. Maybe I should be more clarified and specific. I'm talking about in generally all the other points, not just particular in that video. What about the other points that he pulls up?
Yeah, I'm addressing those. All wrong.
Okay. All wrong.
Misconceptions. Yes. The atmosphere or no atmosphere has nothing to do with the conservation of angular or linear momentum around the moon. That's an orbit. It's a free fall.
All right. So here's an example. He saw some of a non-closed structure or surface to a vacuum. There hasn't been.
What is a non-closed structure surface to a vacuum?
In order to contain gas, you need a container.
Who says?
Container.
Who says?
Physics.
Physics specifically say in order
to
Can I finish my sentence?
Go ahead, jump in.
Physics was specifically says that in order for high pressure to exist next to low pressure and have a balance of that disequilibrium, you would need a force. That force we call gravity, or i.e. the air's weight. Since the air does have weight, we can measure it. It does exist. No matter what you say causes it, it has weight. Weight is defined as a force. That force allows you to have a differential medium, a differential gradient, and a differential pressure gradient as well.
Okay. So
does that answer your question? Yes or no?
No, it doesn't. Because
why not? I just told you there's a force. It wasn't in the form of a container. It was in form of the air.
Because
having by virtue of the air having weight, that is a force. So if the force isn't what contains it, what does?
So when it comes to gravity, and again, when a lot of physicists were asking when they were doing the model of putting a physical container in a vacuum like structure or space environment, they constantly see that in order to maintain and contain gas, you need a physical barrier, structure around it, because even if physical structure breaks, gas will always go to its equilibrium. It'll disperse in all directions.
No, it doesn't, not unless there's a force.
Hold on, time out, motherfucker. You gotta let me finish because you were all getting to it when I was when you were interrupting.
No need for cursing.
Yeah. So my point is, like I've said before, when people ask exactly as to how does the atmospheric gas and gravity is contained, the majority of physicists say we don't know and exactly what factors does gravity factors
they don't
in.
Say that.
Yes, they do. There was 4 of them who literally were genuine, who says we don't know exactly in the factors of gravity that works in containing gas. So, all right. So somehow you know better, right?
No, I do know better. Yes.
All right. So you have a degree.
No physicist in the world that would ever say that. None. Not one.
Okay. So So then please tell me how's the vacuum having some sort of gravity structure? And again, gravity is yet to be defined. I can go to YouTube right now. I'm not new, but you're retarded.
Are you new here?
I'm not new.
Have you been here for a while?
Been here for months.
A year, a few months?
Yeah, I've been here for a few months.
Okay, so you're relatively new. Yeah, we've gone over this many times, and this is like a 2015 argument, and so I don't.
Yeah, and again, it's the same. It's the same argument that's been wrong.
I know. Can I finish? I know it's important.
Don't try to discredit this argument.
I'm not going to discredit anything. I'm just telling him that I understand he hasn't heard the argument, and it's almost like redundant for everybody.
I've heard this argument 1,000. I've watched you guys.
The reason The reason that air has weight is because it has mass,
Uh-huh.
and mass in the presence of gravity is a force. It's called weight, and that weight will follow the law. It's a scientific and physics law called hydrostatics. And hydrostatics dictate that when there is a force acting on these particles that interact with each other, you will have a piling up of, if you will, of these particles that will create a pressure gradient. No different than you see at the bottom of the ocean or a pool or at the surface of the earth going up into the sky. That exponential decay of the pressure is characteristic of hydrostatics. Now, I would implore to you to go look up the word hydrostatics and study a little bit, and then you'll understand how that happens. Now, you also made another error in your statement saying that you need a physical container to separate high pressure from low pressure. That's not true. In the semiconductor world, which I often bring up here, that we have something called a magnetron, and we have ionized gases that are exposed to a high very intense magnetic
Can you
field,
get to the point,
which
bro?
will actually hold on,
Hurry it up.
will actually push gases to a certain corner of this particular chamber without a physical containment. There'll be a variance in pressure, substantial, but there will not be a container based on using magnetic strength of this magnetron.
Damn, it took almost a whole year for you to fucking
Well, I was
finish.
trying to give you a quick education on things you might have missed over the last few years of not being here.
Dude, I've watched plenty of debate videos watching
I
you
can
guys
tell.
on this shit. Yeah. Yeah, I
Okay,
watched that
you're
plenty of
wrong,
times.
and
No,
you need to
you're
learn
wrong.
something before you start coming here like you know something.
No, I don't need to go watch a bunch of guys fallacies and then get proven wrong multiple times.
Never been proven wrong. No one's ever discounted this. This is not my knowledge. This is the knowledge of the world, except for yours.
So wait, has mainstream been wrong globally majorly?
That's a non sequitur. It's also a straw man.
Oh, okay. So okay.
We're not talking about whether man has ever been wrong about anything. We're talking about this topic, which we're right about.
Yeah, but here's a good point of view.
Let me
So
summarize.
you have evolution that got debunked and is still being taught as a fucking fact.
Non
You got
sequitur. Straw man.
it's yep. And yet we have dinosaurs that got proven to be it's a
Another
fact,
straw man.
which is a debunk. So when you
Another straw
talk
man.
about these little mainstream other shits, right? Like, oh no, like it's
You're a rookie and
educational,
you're
it's the
showing
world
your
truth,
stripes right now.
and all of a sudden it gets debunked or it gets like, oh yeah, it's really a theory, it's a far fetched theory, and now here you are talking like this.
Another straw
No,
man.
evolution is argued, but it's not debunked.
Yeah, it's the thing is this, it's a theory, right? Like you could pull out of like, yeah, I hypothetically believe or I hypothesize it's a theory, but for the longest time it's been always been argued that it's a fact, this is how it happened, and the science community in the mainstream has, even in the education form, has stated it's a fact, it's evidence, and then when you sit down and you finally argue with them, they go, oh yeah, it's a theory, it's I believe it to be a theory. Even when you look at the definition of the words, like I argued to a few people here too, that says, "Oh, let's look what a fact means by Wikipedia and definition." Oh no, that's not what I mean. This is what I believe facts means and thesis. It's like, come on.
Yeah.
I know you get that because it's your religion.
Yeah, definitions don't debunk things, though.
Yeah, but that's the issue is this. If I say I have a theory to something, right? That means it's not a fact, it's a theory to something. I might have some evidence to believe as to what it might be, but I can't at the end of the day tell you, dude, it's a 100% concrete, right? So at the end of the day, I can't just go to you and start telling you the shit that you believe in and the things that you're looking at is wrong. I can only tell you this is what I hypothetically think. That's my main point. So that's why I'm saying when I'm hearing this nonsense, it's like have science and the formulas ever been wrong? And this guy's going like non-critical, all this other dumb shit. And I'm like, no,
Well,
bro.
we're kind of bouncing around though. We were talking about gas pressure needing a container, and then went to gravity, and now we're on evolution.
Yeah,
I'm
because
not sure what to address.
it's like with gravity. It's like I've
Dude,
said,
you're all over the place. Yeah, that's why you know you're new here. You're just like diarrhea. Okay, you're going over so many different things, not related to the question. You asked about gas pressure in a container. You talked about yes. In order to follow Newtonian physics, all we need to have is a force to separate high pressure from low pressure. That can be done on the top of a wing with respect to the bottom of the wing. No containment, but a force. It happens with the Earth and its atmosphere because air has weight. A force. Notice the common denominator? Force. As long as you have a force, no law is broken. Nothing's unusual about it. We can have high pressure sitting right next to low pressure. A vacuum is only the lower pressure of the two pressures. That's all that means. Glad we got that straight now. Thank you.
All right, cool. Still, you're wrong though.
No, I'm not wrong. You're
Yeah,
wrong.
you're wrong.
Because I've already explained why you're wrong.
No,
you
you're
haven't
wrong.
explained why I'm wrong, other than your confusion of what these concepts
No,
basically
I think you're
mean.
wrong.
You can think I'm wrong because you're not educated. It's okay.
Okay,
You can
no
learn.
worries.
Hold on.
Ignorance can be taught. Stupidity is forever. Which are you?
Hold on. Because what you said, what Xanax said before about hydrostatics, if you really wanted to look it up specifically, I would look into hydrostatic equilibrium as the specific principle that he's talking about, just so you're clear. And then what you said about theories and hypothetically and all this stuff. I mean, I think I've said this to you before. I've said it to a lot of people, but a scientific theory is not the same thing as a colloquial theory. A scientific theory is defined as being represented by facts and evidence and tested models and all this kind of stuff. So it's not. There's nothing hypothetical about a theory in science. You might be thinking of a hypothesis, which is like
No. So yeah, we went. You and I went back and forth on this, right? And when we went down to the fucking nitty gritties on it, like this, and we were talking about mainly when I pull up the evolution thing to you, and I gave you the examples, right? And you went like, this is your interpretation to it. But understandably, like if I was to give you some sort of factual evidence of these things that add up, it makes sense. But the fact is, when I like told you that example A in evolution evolved example B, and then they give you a gradient of 100 million years, and then the very same creature that they based their whole theory is still around, haven't evolved for 600 million years ago, and their only excuse in interpretation is, well, I don't know, it must have been a perfect environment or something, and then it pops out in other places. That's why I'm saying, like, there's a difference between saying, like, if I told you if you drink seawater, you're gonna get sick and die. That's 100% proven fact. It's evidence based. Then to tell you that, yeah, we all came from this sperm pool and evolved from these things, and there's definitely evidence from those variations. You know, and then you go like, well, is it 100% concrete, or are you leaning on it based on the evidence? And they'll tell you, well, if you talk to them furthermore, they go like, oh no, I'm kind of leaning it with the evidence and my bias. Okay, makes sense. I can respect that. But they've been teaching it in the education format that's real. That's 100%. That evolution is a concrete thing.
Oh, it is. Without a doubt.
Yeah, it's
I don't
not.
want to move. I don't want
Go
to
ahead.
move.
Yeah, no, I know we're not changing. I'm just giving you that. But yeah, you can go back to talking about it.
Evolution is real.
Okay.
If you deny evolution, you might as well, deny.
Well,
you do deny everything else, so why not deny evolution? I mean,
yeah, because it's your religion. I understand.
It's not a religion. It's
it is a religion.
No, it's
I
the
know.
opposite of religion. It's based on facts, but that's okay.
It's okay, man.
The
No
points
worries.
you brought up specifically, though.
So you don't know the difference between a belief and facts, obviously.
Evolution's been dismantled.
No, it hasn't. Sorry.
Yeah, it has. Yeah, it has.
Actually, it's getting better now that we have.
No, it has. No, you're lying.
It has. Now that we have genetic evidence, it's actually getting more.
No, you're lying. You're lying. Stop.
No, I know. This is difficult for you to understand, but with genetic
No,
evidence,
you're lying. You're
evolution is
lying.
actually
You're
being.
lying. Stop.
I guess keep on saying no. Stick your fingers in your go la 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 la, all you want, but
there's no such thing as evolution, bro.
Oh, there is actually.
When
with genetics.
So show me when a cat became a cat. Show me when a dog became a dog. Show me when a lion became a lion.
Yeah, that's really stupid.
Lying, bro.
I understand. Keep saying dumb shit, but that's okay. See,
bro. There's no transition to it, bro. Stop it already.
There is, but that's okay.
No, there's not.
Yeah,
Stop, bro.
You see, we can prove that with genetics now.
Stop it, bro. Stop.
I know. Stop giving you facts. I understand.
No, stop. You're lying, bro.
I'm sorry giving you facts. That's too bad.
Show me. Show me when
your religion. It's not a religion. It's science. There's a difference.
Believe in the science, right?
If you don't know the difference between belief and science, then you've got a problem.
So show me the difference between an elephant and a giraffe. When did they become that? You're a liar, bro.
You have to look on the charts. It's what
Stop, bro. You're a liar.
Giraffes and elephants is quite a ways
You're
apart.
liar,
come on, guys.
Hey, why do giraffes and you have the same amount of neck vertebrae?
Oh wow, Oh God,
Hmm?
you're full of it. You're
No,
full
I'm
of it.
serious. You and a giraffe both have the same number of neck vertebrae.
NASA, you're full of it, bro.
I know. This is tough fact to understand that you and a
Enough good
giraffe
boy points. You
both
might
have
go
the
to
same
Science
number of neck
Channel.
vertebrae.
You're full of it, bro.
100% true. You and a giraffe both have the same number of neck vertebrae.
Oh, so now I'm giraffe though.
That's
Thank you.
No,
fantastic.
again,
Now
listen
I'm
to me one
giraffe.
more
I
time.
evolved
That's
from a
Listen to
giraffe.
me
fantastic.
one more time.
Yeah,
Listen
I
to me one more
evolved from a
time.
giraffe.
I have the same
Mhm.
number of eyes as a giraffe too. That's
That's correct.
fantastic.
Yeah,
Wow.
you have the
Yeah,
same number
That
of neck
doesn't
yeah,
prove
vertebrae.
fuck all, dude.
yeah.
It
So
doesn't
now,
prove fuck all.
so
Yes, it
humans
does. It
came
proves
from a
it comes from a
giraffe.
common
Thank
ancestor.
you. So thank
Common
you.
ancestor.
So the
Common
common
ancestor.
answer. So we came from giraffes. Thank you from
No,
your
again, listen to
logic.
me. You and giraffes come from a common ancestor. That's ancestors
Yeah. Oh
pretty
yeah,
far
yeah.
back with
We're
giraffes.
all
But
the same. Yeah. We're all the
Gotta
same.
prove it. To prove his point,
So
you'll
you
need
guys got to
hundreds
go
of
one
millions
at
of
a
years.
time.
Yeah, and it takes hundreds of millions of years to prove a point of variation and
that's
changes.
correct.
How many skeletons did it take for the missing links to be found? Isn't that 32 sets now? Great age
I,
of
I,
humans.
maybe we could kind of reel it in and maybe I like talking about gravity and talking about concepts that people can understand and maybe get out of the science part of it a little bit. If we could get away from the evolutions, that's just a dead end conversation.
Yeah, it's a
Nobody's
religious
ever going to
argument.
concede.
Because evolution is
Yeah, it
retarded.
is.
That's
You
why.
guys are. That's right. You guys are the religious ones telling religious
You're
things, ignoring
stupid. Shut
facts.
up.
I'm
You're
sorry.
racist.
It's a religion arguing against a cult. I'm sorry that your cult
It's
is
not a
a little
cult.
sensitive.
It's based in facts. You are
Yeah,
the
it's a
cult.
cult.
You are the religion. No, not a cult. Facts.
Scientology, right? You're a
No,
cult. I
fictional.
understand.
Scientology and science are different things. In case you
Believe in
weren't wondering.
science. I know. Believe in the
Science is not a
science.
belief system. Sorry, science is a fact-based
Oh, what was
system.
that thing that a lot of scientists were doing right now? Believe in the science, don't argue upon my authority. Are you attacking science?
Science is not based on authority. Science is based on fact, unlike religion.
Mm-hmm.
It's a fact that you came from a giraffe. Just
I
recognize
didn't
it.
say that. They said we have a common ancestor with a giraffe. That was quite a ways back.
You're fucking retarded. Shut
Yeah, you
up.
know what's more based though?
Understand.
Get made by like a
Yeah.
Giga Chad god versus being evolved from monkeys. You could evolve from a monkey.
Actually, us and monkeys have similar
Is the
ancestors,
theory
and we share about
is
98% of DNA. Isn't that amazing? The
Yeah,
closest
we
we
also
get
share
is
DNA with corn. Did we evolve from corn too?
is
very little DNA shared with corn.
Exactly.
Okay.
is
Yeah.
the theory of
Actually,
evolution
the
a
evolution
fact?
between us and corn. Actually, corn is actually proof of evolution because it was basically made by man from grasses. The corn you have today and the ancestry is the
fucking
best
Dude,
corn.
dude,
brainwash.
is the
So
corn
brainwash.
something new or is it still corn? That's what you guys don't get.
You're from corn. Humans
Is
are
it
from
still
corn.
Humans and
no,
corn
no,
share
is
common
the
ancestors
corn
probably
has
quite a
the
ways back.
corn just changed in size and the fruit of their harvest, or
It's
has
pretty
it
much
changed
changed.
in their
It's pretty much
complete
changed completely.
structure?
If you look at the early
No, it's
ancestors
still
of corn,
corn at the
it
end
looks
of the
more.
day. If you
Actually, it looked more like wheat. The original ancestor of
find
corn, the original ancestor of corn looked more like wheat, but that's
listen, you
okay.
don't get it. You don't get it. If you
No, you don't
find
get it
wild
because you're
corn,
saying no.
if you find wild corn, you have just smaller ones. You
Nope.
can still make the same product out of it. It will
No,
just be
actually, you can't.
different.
No, it's very different. It's
Dude,
more like wheat.
dude, I said the wheat will be different, but it's still corn. The
No,
essential
actually,
thing
it
of
wasn't. It looked
dude, you
nothing
can
like
have a
corn.
Chihuahua, but the Chihuahua still will be a dog, and you can have a German Shepherd. It still will be a dog. You can have a cat in the size of your hand, but it still be a cat, man. It doesn't matter,
I
man.
understand. This is difficult for you.
No, it's
He's
difficult for
getting he,
you. Show
No,
me a
it's fine.
transition between a
Hey,
being that
They
forms
exist.
into a new one.
They're
Show,
transitional.
dude,
I know.
listen.
Transitional things are difficult for you because they actually
Master
exist.
Page feels
He's
retarded.
such a gaslighting, lighting,
he's getting sensitive because he's
ignorant
attacking his
fool.
god.
No, you're not. It's not. You're
His
you're
god is
attacking me.
gravity.
No,
His god
God
is
isn't
gravity. His
gravity.
religion. Oh, you gonna believe in Big Bang, right? You gonna
Oh,
believe
what
in
a
Big Bang?
Big Bang is
Wait.
a scientific theory.
No,
But
do you believe in Big Bang
Hey
though? I have
guys,
to ask.
It's
you don't.
corn.
Stop with this word belief. You don't
Jeremy, you
believe in
do it.
science.
Because
Science
you're
is
guys,
based in
religious, bro.
facts.
guys, very
You're
Not a
quickly,
defending it.
religion. Opposite of religion. Science is based in facts. Religion is
guys,
based in belief. Please use
very
the word
quickly.
correctly.
I want to do something. I want to do an experiment today, and I'm going to see if we can improve the contents of these conversations by not
Thank you.
fucking talking about people at all. Right? If
Thank
we're
you.
arguing with somebody about something, we don't got to talk about
Thank
the
you.
person, and then fucking just talk about the subject. I think
All
we do
right.
that. I think we might have a more quality conversation.
Thank you.
Okay, asshole.
Bunch of mouth breathers.
And let's all try to go one at a time, please.
I'm still waiting for somebody to try to explain those clouds I was talking about earlier. Maybe I'm wrong.
You got muted for bringing that
Oh,
up,
he's just-
man.
I know,
Yeah,
right?
that's
Like
not why you
I got
muted.
mute for that.
That's not why you got muted. You're like dominating the chat and you're wasted.
My bad, Jeremy. God damn, Jeremy.
Okay,
Calm down.
quick question to the
I love you though. I love
evolutionists,
you though.
okay? What came first, the heart, the brain, the lung, or in general your digestive system? What is first, man?
They
The
can't
heart or
answer
the
that. They
the
can't
heart
answer
or
that.
the brain? The brain or the heart? The lung or the brain or the lung or the heart?
They can't answer
Because
that.
nothing
Oh, we
works
can
without
too.
it.
We can talk about that. If you want to look up
Okay, let's
the
go.
evolutionary story of the alimentary system, and you'll find that information. And then if you want to look at
I want to
cerebral
have an
development,
answer
you
that
can look
is
up
not
that information.
escapism.
There's answers for all these questions.
Do
Yeah, but that's not an
do you
answer.
realize that the eye would have never come into existence because there are so many components to the eye to make it the eye? Even in your fucking dumbass fucking example of evolution, to even like y'all so fucking
Okay, dude.
stupid, it's
Okay.
retarded. The
Yeah,
eye
really
You
itself,
can study that too. You can study that too.
the eye itself is something that would have never
You said
survived
that
your
already, dude.
dumbass explanation.
You're saying that again. You're saying it twice. You got to give people the
Hey,
opportunity to respond.
Apocryphon. You
But
kind
But
of
he doesn't say
kind
it
of
3
need all of
times.
these things.
How is he
I'll
gonna
shut up.
make a point?
I'll shut up.
yeah. So
No,
what-
he's right though, because you need all of these things to be working in conjunction with each other
yes.
to have a system.
This is what he said. That's right. Okay. So what Clay had said about which came first, you can narrow down which ones of those did not come first. Like the lungs would have came much later. So when you think about how these things
Without the lungs, you can't have a heart, man. Without the lungs, you can't have anything else in the body.
That's not true. But
Okay. What doesn't need oxygen in your body? Tell
I
me.
didn't say you didn't need oxygen. I said you
The
don't need
brain
lungs.
needs oxygen, and the lung create the oxygen.
Jesus Christ.
No,
the lungs.
Go, let him answer. Don't keep going on and shotgunning. You made a claim that the lungs can come after. How
and
is
then he
that?
asked me a question, and then right. So why don't we just not do this other stuff? Okay.
No, but you answered Clay's question of what came first, and you just asserted that the
And he
lungs
just said the
came
brain
after,
needs
and then
lungs.
continued to pile on
Why are you wrong, dude? He just said the brain needs the lungs, and now I'm trying to respond to that. You're stopping. So anyway, fuck. This is so aggravating because it's hard to remember what was even being said. But the
I feel bad.
right. So the lungs.
Let him try, please.
The lungs are just a mechanism to convert air into the blood and all that kind of stuff, which fish can do with just gills, right? They can take oxygen from the water and
We're talking about the
You're
human
not
body.
breathing air, so you can't even.
The lungs
hold on,
aren't,
man.
the lungs aren't necessary. They're just a component that we use to do
Stay
that.
on topic, Kosher, please.
It's not necessary to a human.
How can you
guys,
fish with a human?
everybody go on mute
ridiculous.
except for Kosho. Go on mute except for Kosho, so he
I'm
can
going
finish.
I'm going to go on mute.
Kosho has for now not said anything.
You have that power, Howard.
To prove his point. Nothing. It's
I
literally
just
just
been allowed to. Lungs are not necessary if they weren't. They're not necessary for other animals, right?
Clay, let him talk.
That can do the same thing.
The lung.
Clay, come on, man. Let him talk.
He's just going to repeat the same thing he's already said. The lung is not necessary. I heard it the 5th time now.
I know, Clay,
and still it's not true.
Go ahead,
There's
Clay.
not one
It doesn't
organ
matter,
in your
but
human body.
you can't rebut anything if he doesn't say anything or make a claim. So
Okay,
once he does,
let make the lane.
I think it should be allowed to stop him and make
can
him
I
address
say
that
something,
first before
Richard?
he
Can I
piles
say
on more
something?
salt and pepper.
Can I say something,
Let him
Richard?
say his, let him say his story, and then we'll rebuttal it. Just let him say his
I
story.
think
Go ahead,
we're
Kosho.
interrupting Kosho,
Guys,
though.
you guys are
So I
disrupting
don't
the
think Clay
whole
should go.
conversation,
I
man.
think
Can y'all
Kosho
just
should go.
let Clay speak, man?
Let Kosho finish, bro, and then we will fucking demolish him. But let him finish. Go ahead, Kosho.
Dude, it's Clay's trying to respond, dude. Can y'all stop?
Yeah.
They don't let me.
Everyone
they
needs
don't
to
let me
relax.
Fuck you,
respond.
Kosho. Go, Clay.
Thank you very much. So again, let's keep it simple. We're just gonna talk about the human body, right? We're not fish. We're not like we're distinctly different than a fish. I don't swim in water. I can't breathe underwater. So let's keep it simple with the human body. So which organ, which organ in the human body can live without a lung?
See, this is the problem. Your strategy for this conversation is fundamentally flawed. And when you say that you can't
How?
you can't talk about any other animals in their systems, and you can only talk about humans, then you're not talking about evolution at that point. You're talking about humans. Humans didn't evolve from humans, like that. We were, we evolved from life that came before us. So all our organs evolved and evolved from the state they were in prior. So we have to look at other examples of how life does this to see, how these systems can work without lungs.
Wow, Kosho, I used to respect you, bro, but after this, I can't respect
No,
you.
come on. No.
Well, this is
We're
what's
gonna
crazy.
try to
Hey,
stop
just let it
doing
go.
that.
Like,
Hold on a second,
We're gonna
guys.
try to stop
Hold
attacking
on.
the person and attack the argument.
Yeah.
say
Hold
you're
on.
not going to yield the floor. That's a begging the question. You're yielding the floor to the very question, which is that we came from other animals, therefore we could survive without lungs back in the day before we were human. Like that, then that's the whole debate, right? Like,
Yeah,
No.
however far back you want to go, there had to have been a point where there was a brain or no brain or lungs and then no lungs. Like one of them,
So the
they
paradox here is we know that evolution tries to minimize and maximize the best possibilities for an organism to survive. Why is it that at one point the human body in Kosho's world it was not necessary for it to have a lung or a brain or a heart, because that's the necessity for evolution to somehow work, because one part needs to come off after the other, right? Why even go so far as to be so complicated as the human body is today? I mean, it is extremely complicated.
No, this is foolishness because
Dude,
every
hold up,
fucking
bro.
organ in our
Oh,
body.
let
Dude,
him
relax,
let him
man.
answer, please.
Wait, can I finish?
No.
No, you can't finish, man. You're interrupting their conversation.
Yeah. Okay. So you keep bringing up the human body, right? But if you're talking about the human body and you're talking about how it evolved,
No, you didn't hear what I said, man.
Yeah, you just said you said we're talking about the human body.
No,
But you
I
said
said
you
if
take
evolution
body
is
and try to
true.
isolate it.
Let me repeat it again so you can respond to it. If evolution is what you claim it to be, that we once have been an organism, like for example like a fish, or like, I don't know, something like a microorganism in the waters, okay? Why is it that if we look at evolution, that evolution tries to maximize and minimize the necessary for certain things and organs to just exist and go on? Why is it that we, for some reason, after all these millions and thousands of whatever years you guys claim, why do we now are in a state of such a complicated organism where you have the necessity of a lung, brain, heart, blood, and all this kind of stuff? Why did it go so far? And again, all we know nowadays that there's nothing that can, like, if there's no heart, the brain and the lung doesn't work. If there's no lung, the brain, the heart, bloodstream, nothing works. So why is it that evolution got so complicated?
I think the answers are in all your
complicated.
They're going to survive.
What makes you think it's complicated?
Because
the reason why it's complicated. Hold on, let me answer. Clay, for Clay, the reason why it's complicated is because I've never seen a lung walk down the street by itself, or I've never seen blood just jump in a car and drive down the road by itself. All these organs
does blood actually do something?
Yeah, blood does.
Okay, what does blood do?
Blood does many things, but it is it has certain properties in it that it's healing properties and filtering properties.
It's a
It's a
connective
transporta-
tissue
it's
for
a
perfusion,
transportation.
carrying
Let me help
nutrients
you out
to
here a little
tissues.
bit. Let me
Blood is
help
a
you out here a
transportation
little bit.
system, but it
since
has
you don't
nothing to
know
do
too
with
much.
the
Clay,
topic.
give
You're
me a
just
break,
asking
Clay.
this. You're just
Clay.
asking
But
this to sound
but
intellectual,
it
man.
doesn't
It has
really
nothing
matter
to
what
do with what
blood
we
is.
talk about. You know, it's just a
All right.
stupid
Does,
strawman
yeah.
that make
It
two
doesn't really
and
matter
all the
what
other
blood is because
showmasters
blood is a
always
standalone
coming up with
organism.
the
Hold
stupid
on.
questions to
Everyone
show that they know
Okay.
something.
Hey guys,
Shut up.
y'all are
Everyone
all
shut up.
trying to dominate what's being said. You're not letting people finish.
Yeah, everyone shut up, man. Why are you guys just talking over each other? I immediately get a headache when I come in here. What a joke.
All right. Do you want me to finish my answer about what blood is?
No one really does, but if you want to, try to keep it concise and don't just divulge the conversation into what is blood. They were trying to have a point made, and now you're jumping in saying what is blood. So, like, if you could like keep the ball rolling, that'd be great.
Great.
Yeah,
Now,
my point
do me a
was that
favor, don't interrupt me
we
on
don't
it.
see blood as a standalone unit. It has to work in conjunction with other things. That's my point. So
An
just saying
organism.
what is blood is really just gonna not keep the ball rolling and kind of stifle the conversation.
All right. Well, what blood is a transport medium. It allows you to transport.
We don't need a history lesson.
We can't interrupt, though, man. We can't interrupt, though, man. Even if obviously the people defending evolution are just repeating a story they don't fully understand. But either way, you have to let them finish.
But the problem is the question was
a
regarding
transport medium.
complexity, right? And he's trying to devolve it into one specific thing, and then he's going to talk about blood for a half hour. So the point being made was about complexity. So if you want to speak to that, Bob, go ahead.
I am. The reason we have blood is to transport oxygen and get rid of waste products from the internal part of our body. Now, in a more simple organism,
agreed with me when I said that exact same thing.
You do it by absorbing from the skin. Having a transport medium like blood allows the organism to grow larger and perfuse the interior part of its body.
Reading this,
It
dude.
allows it to become bigger. So it serves a very
dude.
important evolutionary function.
Yeah, see, Bob's point.
When we allow this, they seem
Richard,
to
don't do it,
dominate.
Richard. There's no need to talk
And
about
it's
what people are
hurt,
doing.
dude.
Let's
It's
just
not
keep the
fair,
conversation
man.
going.
Kosho,
Like,
what
did
are
you see
you
what he
doing?
just did?
So I'm getting ready to respond
what
to
are you
Clay
doing?
from fucking 5 minutes ago, and you guys are still talking about what people are doing.
Okay, well, you're the one that said someone else can say something. You let the Bob
Yeah, I
dude
said,
talk.
go
If
ahead,
this-
Bob. Right. He said the thing to Clay to talk about blood for
You
a
don't
second,
run the
and now
room,
I'm trying to respond
buddy.
to
Hey,
Clay.
listen, buddy. You don't run the room, okay? So if
That's
you're gonna say Bob
fantastic.
says
Neither do
something,
you.
hey, stop interrupting me, dude. So
You're
whenever
interrupting
someone
me.
says no, you interrupted someone and said they couldn't respond to him after you gave the floor to the other guy. You don't just call the shots and let all the evolutionists talk back to back, bud. That's not how it works.
Me and Richard start talking at the same time. He's talking about what people are doing. I'm trying to talk to Clay directly.
No, that's
Okay?
not what he was doing.
Yes,
That's not what he was
is.
doing, buddy. I promise to God I'm going to mute you. I promise to God.
Okay, promise
I've had
to God
enough
all you
of
want,
this
dude.
5 days.
That's great. Promise to God, do whatever you want.
Okay. You don't listen. I'm going to repeat myself as the moderator. Okay, you don't get to come in and dictate who talks and just facilitate it to evolutionists. So it's just the same side of the argument talking back to back. Okay, thank you.
Okay, promise to God. Okay, Clay, what Bob just said about the complexity of blood and the purpose of it, this is my point about what you said about lungs. The lungs is just a mechanism that us as mammals that we use to do the same function that other animals that are not mammals can do with things like gills, for example, stuff like that. So again, to answer that question, which came first, we can write off that lungs were not the thing that came first, since they're not since there's more basic organs or more base level organs that are more crucial than just the lungs, right? So lungs didn't come first.
Okay, if the blood is produced by 94% of the coming from the bone marrow, what was first? Was it the bone marrow or the blood?
Hold on. Before you keep going, somebody unmute Apocryphon.
Squids have blood and don't have.
No, don't unmute him.
Okay, there you go. There you go, Apocryphon.
Whatever. He
Squids
asked the
have
question.
blood and don't
Someone
have
answered the
bones.
question. Okay. Oh my god. See, this is what I'm saying. You honestly can't expect to have an intelligible conversation with them about this. I'm just being honest.
Crabs have blood and don't have bones.
Imagine thinking that's an actual rebuttal to his point.
Can we just
I'm
finish
talking
this
about a
conversation?
human, not a crab. A human. You're not a crab. You don't live in a sea. You don't end up on a table or being cooked in a pot. You're not a crab, okay? You need to realize this. If you look in the mirror, you're not a crab. You're also not a fish. You're not a dog. You're not a banana. You're not a rock. Okay?
I don't know,
Thank
man. It's going to be difficult to make progress in the conversation if you don't get the concept of what's being said.
This is
Left lane. You don't realize that the person that's making it difficult to have progress is every time we're talking about how the human body functions and the irreducible complexity within, the evolutionist, like a caveman, comes out with his clipboard and says, "Squids, crabs." You don't understand that?
What do you mean by irreducible complexity, Whitsitt? Give me an example of irreducible complexity. I know this is an
If you
old
try to reduce
argument.
it down to the simplest form, it's still too complex and requires the dependence upon other aspects of the overall system that can't work
Give me
within
an
evolution.
example. Give me an example.
He just gave you an example. He just gave you one.
No,
Blood?
you give us an example, Whitsitt.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. The human body requires both the lung, the heart, and the brain all to survive, and there could never be an evolutionary process where you developed one at a time.
What organism has a brain but doesn't have any lungs or gills?
What does that have to do with a human needing all three of them?
We're an evolved species.
That doesn't matter.
We are evolved to fit in our environment.
Does it matter? That's your answer.
So you're wait. So you guys think that we evolved into humans, and there was a period where we were another animal?
No, we evolved from other organisms.
Here's the issue to this whole thing, which is kind of phenomenal. Like you tell yourself, we had millions and millions of species. We had hundreds of millions of years old or billions of years old, whichever evolutionist you want to believe in. And they tell you we're the only species that had evolved into sentience. You know, they call it dumb luck. It was sheer dumb luck. And then there's also, yeah, hold on. And hold on. I'll let you go. Let me just finish my point. So, and then not to top it off, with all these things that are happening, right? You know, for humans and all that stuff to have this possibility of evolution stuff, there's still no other creature similar in closeness to us, right? They'll bring up like gorillas and chimps, but that's still not close. That's like really, really dumb. But
Neanderthals.
Neanderthals?
Yep.
Oh, I don't want to bring up. Let's not bring up Neanderthals. Yeah, let's not bring up Neanderthals because they could get really dicey with genetics over here. And that's not me. That's not me. That's not me. BNAT, but that's the Discord server thing, and I don't want to get us banned.
You can talk about Neanderthals without being dicey.
Look, imagine a world where you have to fight tooth and nail to argue with someone that they're special. So, like, and that they are denying the overwhelming scientific evidence that humans are distinctly special. They want to convince you they're not special. Look, okay, you're not special. There you go. You're not special.
Can I ask the evolution?
You're special.
No, you guys are not special. You're insignificant pieces. Hey, you're not special. You magically got here with a bunch of different organs that depend on each other, and it would take millions of years for the process to happen. And over the course of millions of years, one organ couldn't survive without the other. But somehow, evolution brought its little magic wand out here and made all the organs get here at the same time so they can start operating together. Therefore, you can say you're not special and have no moral accountability. I'm glad we summarized the comment.
It sounds like you don't understand.
I was going to ask the question. Well, let's ask the question. In evolutionary theory, which came first, the heart or the blood? In evolutionary theory, which came first, the heart or the blood?
There is blood.
All right,
Blood came first.
Okay, you talked over each other.
Blood came first.
The blood came first. So it just sat there in the system. So which came first? Which came first, the blood or the vein?
It seems like you don't understand what evolution says.
Okay, that's not allowed. We're going to mute you if you say that again.
Whitsit, have you ever taken biology?
Yeah,
I
I'm gonna
have.
mute you. I'm gonna mute
I
you as
have.
well. If all the evolutionists can say is that you don't understand and then attack the other person over and over with baselessly dismissing their question with insults that they don't understand biology or they don't understand
Well, Whitsit,
evolution,
what we're
you're just
doing,
gonna get
medical
muted.
what we're
You're
doing
just
doctor.
is
gonna
we're
get
pointing out the
muted.
error
Hey,
in your
I'm
reasoning.
talking. I'm still talking.
Then let's talk about
Every time,
mutation. Then
hey,
how
I'm
mutation
talking,
works.
dude. I'm talking. Okay.
Well,
If
let's
someone
talk
makes
about
a point,
mutation. Oh, I want to talk about mutation. Okay, Zan, let's talk about mutation. What mutates?
Your DNA mutates.
Okay, what
Guys,
does
no
DNA
joke,
do?
man.
Hold on a second. What does DNA do?
It's the building block. It's the blueprints of your body.
Okay, what do they build? What does these blueprints build?
Every single organ in your body.
No, genes, DNA build protein.
What are you made out of?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, right. Okay, so you're made out of protein. Where did the information come from for the genes?
That's the DNA.
Why don't you
Where did
tell
the
me about
information come in the genes?
DNA, Paul? Before we go any further, would you agree
What's that?
that these genes will mutate from me to my offspring, or
why are
just
you
me?
ignoring his question? Why are
Okay,
you guys ignoring his
okay,
question?
exactly. Now let's talk about it. Okay, genes produce proteins. Proteins produce all kinds of mechanisms within the system called hormones. Like one I've used in here example is testosterone. If a gene is mutated and it mutates testosterone, what happens to testosterone?
It's now a different thing.
Right, it becomes something different. But if you change its function by mutating it, what happens to the living system?
It has now testosterone plus this new thing.
No, it can't, because the system, the code is changed in the DNA to not produce the same testosterone anymore. So how can it?
Doesn't mean it
Well,
changes
what
by
happens
itself.
with the new system?
It's not just one place.
What happens if the new system is better than testosterone?
Jason,
Okay, so if you change testosterone, if you change testosterone, what happens to the sex drive in males?
Well, it could go up, it could go down.
That's
Right. So if
not
it goes down, what happens?
necessarily.
What if it evolves
We
into
need a
something that's
list.
more efficient?
Hold on. Do we need
Show
to
me
have a
that.
list, or can you guys?
Yes,
You
make a
guys
list.
all
There's
roll?
no way. They're all over talking, man.
There's no way.
Yeah, Jeremy, make a list.
Yeah,
Without
the
the
idea
list,
that
just not
was
talk over each other, or
the idea
Yeah,
that
just
was
don't talk over each
presented.
other.
Yeah, just go one at a time. Try to. If other people are talking, just step back, and we can. I think we can do it without the
Or
list.
just call out next, man.
I mean, the list is cool, but like it does take away the organic nature of the conversation. It is cool though. It makes for like an interesting content. It's like live stream. Everybody kind of has. It's like a more of like a hosted live stream vibe, where it's like in a radio show call-in type thing when one person calls in and everyone's listening to that one person. They ask their question. So the listening is cool. It's really like voice cue is I think a better term than just list, but to have a voice cue, but it does take away from the organic nature of the
Yeah,
combo.
plus people like talk past each other. I feel like if you have a list, people are just like, when it's their turn, they're just going to say their point. So you end up just having a bunch of incoherent points talking past each other.
Okay, well let's pick another protein. What about the proton pump?
Jason was going to.
Well, yeah, hang on. Let's go back to this thing about testosterone, right? So testosterone is an organic molecule, biomolecule. It's synthesized through enzymatic processes. And you can mutate tons of regions on that molecule. You can change one of the hydroxyl groups to something like a carboxylic acid group or an amine group, and it would have even better binding affinity to the receptors that binds to cause the biological processes further downstream. So not every mutation is like this severely detrimental thing. Now, if you replace that with like a methyl group, one of those hydroxyl groups, the polarity is so different that would have an effect where it would lose some of its binding affinity. So
I think
it's important to keep that in mind.
I think
the point is, no matter what you do, don't speak for me, Coach. I'll speak for myself. The point is, okay, like I was going to bring up another example, the proton pump. If there's a mutation in the genetic code for the proton pump in a cell, what is that going to do to the system of the cell? Now you're going to have to say it has to have the beneficial thing to the cell. How I can't even talk straight. How necessity, or I keep saying the word necessity. How important to a cell is the proton pump?
Well, this is
And
what I
if
was
you
going to
change
say.
the genetic code of that,
He's not
what will
saying that
happen to
it's
the proton
removed.
pump?
It might be better. It might be a
It
larger.
depends on.
Might
But
have.
most mutation is not beneficial. It's always most mutation is negative.
No, that's not true at all. But it depends
Really?
on the kind of
Really?
mutation. You can exchange certain functional groups in certain regions in the proton pump and make it even more effective. Like I said, you can have a mutation that is just basically equal in polarity. It won't change its activity at all. And then you can have a mutation that lowers its activity. And the mutations that lower the activity in those organisms that have those mutations don't survive. The ones that have mutations that don't lower the affinity or make it better are the ones that survive.
And that's
No,
what
what they want to leave out of it is even if they claim a mutation has a positive impact, like they're like, so look, it binds better, right? They want to ignore that it still comes with negatives. They just want to isolate a positive that they claim happens and then say the mutation was overall positive, which is just blatantly disingenuous.
This is my
But here's
point.
the thing, though. Even a hormone, if a hormone is changed, okay, like if I change a hormone, like you said, it made the binding part of it. If the receptor that receives that hormone signal may not recognize it.
Hey, Paul,
So you also have to change the receptor. So how are you going to change the receptor too?
But that's just how these other hormones have come about, like progesterone and estrogen and the female hormones and androgen and things like that. They're all the same kind of four heterocyclic organic systems, right? And through these mutations on the structure of those, it's brought about new functions through those mutations, through changing the structure of the testosterone.
And Paul, what I was going to say to you when
Can I ask a
you're
question?
talking about, hold on, when you're talking about the testosterone and something mutating and whatever effect that has to that specific cell is not automatically going to change. So it's like when I said that you're going to end up with this regular testosterone and then this new mutated thing in your body. You can have both these things in your body at the same time because your cells, that one cell producing this new protein, this mutated protein somewhere in your body is not going to change all your other cells, right? All your other cells are still going to have the same code from before. You're not going to see that change until it's going to be changed over time.
Can I ask a
If it's not
question?
successful, then it's not going to be apparent.
Jay, can I ask you a question? How did new biochemical pathways, which involve multiple enzymes working together in a sequence, originate?
You want to know how new biochemical pathways originate?
No, biochemical pathways which involves multiple enzymes working together in a sequence originate.
Yeah, they come in stepwise sequences. You have an original enzyme with an original function, and then say you have another enzyme with a different function. Some kind of mutation can happen, or a different kind of signaling molecule gets involved and causes that second enzyme to be repurposed to work in concert with the first enzyme. And it's just a chain that keeps occurring.
That's the answer to how it originates. I mean, you know that every pathway and nanomachine requires multiple protein enzyme components to work. So how do you have the luck of at least getting one, but we have more than 2 or 20 or 30 plus at the same time?
They didn't come about like all at once, though.
You know what's interesting?
Like ATP synthase, right? We have multiple different mechanisms for how that concert of the electron transport chain and the Krebs cycle and all the enzymes that are involved in that. It's been shown how those came about in a stepwise manner where the prior step was not detrimental to the organism in which possessing those enzymes, that part of the process.
Can you provide paper for this? Because what is interesting is that Franken
Yeah,
and
you can.
Harold.
There's tons of papers on
listen,
this.
what is interesting that Franken Harold, who is an evolutionary biochemist, he wrote that we must concede that there are presently no detailed Darwinian accounts of the evolution of any biochemical or cellular system, only a variety of wishful speculations.
Well, I would have to say I don't know who that is, but it sounds like he's wrong because I myself have provided a bunch of different pathways for how certain biochemical processes come about in pathogens and even related to how they operate within a human cell. So that's just wrong, you know. But I could give you a bunch of papers on how something like ATP synthase came about, how something like the bacterial flagellum, all the enzymes involved in that, how those came about. None of this stuff is like a mystery, dude.
Dude,
Oh, you can
the way
speculate.
the
You can
way
speculate about it. So that's admit that it's speculation.
the way he
No, we can
explains it is
go
the same
into
way
the
This
as
is
he
the
lab.
problem,
explains your
bro.
gravity.
We can go into the lab and show that these enzymes can work in a stepwise manner, building one off of the other. It's really not that hard to do.
Oh, so you know exactly how evolution happened? Is that what you're saying?
Well, it depends on what specific part you're talking about.
Well, go get your Nobel Prize, Jace,
For what?
for knowing exactly the mutation process specifically that happened that allowed evolution to occur the way that it did.
Well, evolution isn't like a overall goal that occurs through mutation processes, right? That's just the name of the whole thing of what's occurring.
Yeah, and you're on Discord pretending that you've scientifically proven this very specific way it happened, which we all know isn't true.
No, we have proven or showed evidence for specific the origin of specific biochemical pathways.
But
That's
on
not
a more broad scale, some of these mutations can occur naturally and can somehow randomly, back to statistics that I mentioned earlier when someone was on another rant, can provide some more immunity of that particular species for disease or to its environment, and they survive longer. So then those mutations are now fixed in the genes, right, Jace, and then they get replicated in their offspring, and then
Oh
more
my God.
mutations will happen. And it continues. The process continues over millions of years, and eventually these particular species changes have allowed those particular species to evolve and change to be more immune to problems in the environment or with disease, etc. So they live longer, or they
We know what
survive.
your
Period.
story
They
is,
don't
Simon.
become
We know
extinct.
what your story. Wait. Why do you guys conflate a rudimentary concept of evolution with intelligence? Okay, how about this? Let's see if you guys can answer this question honestly. Is it possible that evolution isn't true?
Certainly.
Wow, look, one person out of the whole room that just knows evolution's true could even voice the honest answer.
Yeah,
Wow.
If you can
it's
answer this question
certainly.
Is it
honestly.
probable? No. It's possible. Yes.
Yeah, I mean anything's possible.
Oh, there
It's
you go.
certainly possible, but like, right, I work with this kind of stuff all the time. You're gonna have to show a lot of evidence to convince biochemists and
Okay,
biologists that
quick
evolution
question.
doesn't work.
Quick question. How do living fossils, they call them living fossils, remain unchanged over suppose hundreds of millions of years if evolution has changed worms into humans in the same time frame?
Do you have any examples of what you're talking about specifically?
You do know that they claim to say that there's certain type of species out there that never changed. That's why they call them living fossils, right? As if you don't know them.
Oh well, the ones
For
I
example,
know
there's
about.
this one ocean animal with
Coelacanth.
its blue blood. I
Talking
forgot
about a
its
coelacanth.
yeah. Why didn't it
Yeah,
change?
that's the standard creationist go-to, and the problem with that is that the differences in the morphological and the genetic differences between the fossils that we find and the ones that are still alive today have more variability than humans do with something like a chimpanzee or a gorilla. So your claim just isn't true that they're these living fossils and haven't changed, because both morphologically and genetically you can show that they're much more different.
Variability?
They're not even
What
in
are
the
you even
same.
saying, dude? Are you just creating
Some
a
of them aren't
story
even
here?
in the same order in
Dude, can you explain
genus as
yourself?
each other.
What do you mean by variability? What does that even mean, dude? It's just a stupid crab living in the water, man. I don't know what you're talking about.
It lines up.
Yeah, well, you can go to
A
something
human
like the
being that for
percent
some
DNA.
reason, one second, a human being that for some reason your paradigm has gone from little bacteria in the water or from a stone going to what it is nowadays, being the superior being above all beings on this plane, and you want to tell me that for some reason these living fossils are still more superior than that?
Yeah, like if you were to do a genetic
Dude,
analysis
I'm
between
done with you,
what you're
man.
calling a living
Let him answer.
fossil, between what you're calling a living fossil, so the fossil species currently alive today, if you were to compare the coding, so the protein coding sequences and the non-coding sequences, you would see both of those, that the percent difference between the fossilized and the human and the living species is greater. That percent that they differ between each other is greater between them than something like a human and a chimpanzee, the percent of our DNA that differs.
Is
My
is
brain
it
just
is,
melted.
is it safe to say? Is it safe to say that if we evolved from monkeys, then there would be no monkeys because all the monkeys would have became humans?
Nah,
Like,
man,
come
those are
on,
the
bro.
rebel
Like, how
monkeys.
stupid is this argument?
They stayed monkeys because they're rebels, dude. Come on now.
Just here.
It goes back to what I said about
ridiculous.
You guys don't seem to understand. When you go into debate
testosterone.
the evolutionists, you have to understand one thing, okay? They've created this narrative with this huge window of possibilities where it's an unfalsifiable theory. There is no gotcha on evolution. It's unfalsifiable pseudoscience. They've given themselves billions of years, and basically they've said since there's such a long period of time, anything can happen. So no matter what you ask them, they're just going to say, well, when you have enough time, the odds are eventually it'll happen.
Exactly.
Just like a
But
Santa
Who's
Claus.
making that
But with
argument?
it,
I
but with
certainly
it,
didn't.
but with
Exactly.
but with it,
Hold on,
here's a caveat. Here's a caveat. Everything that evolved from monkeys, then there should no longer that all the monkeys should have been human.
I know. I heard your question, man. Yeah, we sidetracked about something else for a second, but what I said earlier about the testosterone is true about the monkeys. Like if if one cell, one protein in one cell evolved, that doesn't change all the other proteins in all the other cells. That changes how that cell and that DNA and how its descendants or how its ascendants are going to behave. But it doesn't change the other cells. The same is true for monkeys. If a group of monkeys or a group of apes evolved into something else, it doesn't change any of the other apes. The other apes are free to evolve into their own thing or stay the same or whatever else. It doesn't change the other group.
That's all. That creates a problem, Kosho.
Desperate.
Hold on a second. That creates a problem for Kosho.
Right?
He's not even thinking about what he's saying. Because if you change the coding in one cell, but for evolution to occur, that genetic code has to be passed to the next offspring. But if it only is occurring in one cell, it will not be passed.
That's correct. That's
okay.
exactly right. So if your protein in one cell produces this strange mechanism, it not only doesn't change the cells in other parts of your body, it's not going to be in your offspring most likely because it's not in the cell that was used to create that child. So
it's got to be gamete cells that have these
it has
mutations.
to occur. It has to be beneficial or non-beneficial. See, I can create a new protein, but if that information is not carried into my sperm and genetically changed there, but see, here's the thing: what about the woman's sperm or the woman's egg? The genetic code there.
Paul, this is the second day I've heard you say sperm, and you just said it twice. You just not say that anymore.
Sperm is not a bad word. Sperm is not a bad word. Gametes. Okay, I'll use the word. Whatever he said. Gametes. That information has to.
Can I speak up too? Can I speak up too about this? You're entirely too free about some of the things you say about inserting genitals and stuff, Paul. I don't know. It just puts me off.
Are you not an adult? What the fuck?
Yeah, can't you handle adult conversation?
Grow up.
All right.
Wait a minute. We're talking. How is genetic information passed from one species to an egg?
It puts me off when every day I have to think about your reproductive processes somehow.
Okay.
That's all.
Then you can obviously leave if you choose. If you don't want to hear what I have to say, you can leave.
Don't worry about
you can leave.
Just keep going.
Okay. But anyway, so the code has to change in the genetic code, right? But not in the when the information is transferred. It can happen in one cell in my brain or in my testicle, maybe. Okay, I'll use that another bad word. But that hormone can change in there. But if it's not communicated to the genetic transfer unit, then it won't pass.
That's correct.
Right? Okay.
Yeah.
So it might be beneficial for me that it changed. Oh, well, I've got a little bit more energy. Or, oh, yeah, this is a little bit better. But if it's not passed, it's useless, right?
Yeah, you're totally right. Evolution, it doesn't happen to individuals. It happens to populations through generations. So, right,
Well, wait
you
a minute.
have to
There's
have
a problem there, too.
during
There's a problem there, too.
During meiosis, like with a human, right, we have a recombination event occurs where our chromosomes swap little bits and pieces, and then those can be mutated. So every offspring, every embryo has, it's on average 150 to 300 mutations that aren't present. They're gene or allele combinations that aren't present in either of the parents, right? And this brings a new variety into the child along with the process of recombination.
How do you get mutations to accumulate in like? Sorry.
Hold on a second. It's okay. So what he's saying is, there's a little change happens in my code. There's a little change that happens in her code. There's a little change happens on their other code over there, and then those codes connect with that code, and this code connects with that code, and then all of a sudden, somehow, through the whole population, the code changes, and a new genetic trait emerges. That's what he's arguing.
Well,
now, think about that. Think about that. Guys, just process that information. That's what he's saying.
You're not thinking about
No, that's
Paul.
not what I'm saying.
I am.
Right,
He said whole population. No, you said whole population. No, he said whole population.
150
you said whole population.
Dude, can you let me speak? 150 to 300 mutations occur on average per offspring. When it takes just one mutation to have a significant effect, like something like sickle cell disease occurs through just one nucleotide being changed. So you have these 150 to 300 mutations per offspring. And if they're beneficial to that offspring, then that gives them a better chance to survive to the age of reproducing, which they will pass that on with even more different varieties and the offspring of them. And
Okay, so
it's
a
just
mutation
a
occurs
repeating
in.
process.
Okay, so a mutation occurs in my genetic code. I go and pass that genetic code onto my offspring.
Correct.
Then I got 1, and maybe they have 2. So that genetic code is passed to those. Then you say, but then another somebody that didn't have the genetic mutation comes in and transfers their genetic code, but somehow that genetic change in mine changed that other one, so they went on to be beneficial. But theirs might be corrections that's in the system that what? Can I not finish my story?
It'll then
No,
be
it's Zen,
recessive, and it may or
It's
may not
Zen.
happen again in the future.
Zanuck, I'm gonna mute you if you interrupt again.
So, but I mean, then they ignore the fact that within the genetic code, there's these things called that actually correct any errors. So also they've actually got to overcome the corrective process within the genetic code that corrects mutation or changes. They got to overcome that as well. So somehow over the course of 1,000 generations, a new mutation occurs. I grow a horn out of my head, and it's beneficial to me because I can ram somebody and kill them with it.
Do you think something like sickle cell disease is occurring because it was corrected for? The organism corrected for giving it sickle cell disease, dude? Like, what are you talking about?
Paul, come on, man. You're usually smarter than this.
Dude, stop just gaslighting people because you guys regurgitate this bullshit, unfalsifiable pseudoscience. Like you guys pretend evolution is some definitively scientific.
Let me respond to him.
It doesn't make it unfalsifiable,
buddy. It is unfalsifiable. It is unfalsifiable.
Your inability to not falsify
Look, another ad hom. All you people have are insults. You got Zanuck, Research, Flat Moon, and Jace and Kosho but he's doing it less, doing nothing but jumping off your mic and then insulting, saying you don't understand it. I thought you were smarter than this. Why are you interrupting me? Why are you interrupting me?
You're interrupting the convo, dude.
No. Shut up, Kosho. So the point is, every time they jump in, they say, "I thought you were smarter than this." You think we're gonna let Zenek keep jumping in and saying and doing that? I thought you were smarter than this. Oh, you just don't understand it. Oh, you didn't even take a basic biology class. That's not debating.
Sickle cell is
So stop doing it. Stop doing it, dude.
We keep
Sickle
on bringing
cell
up
is
the
a
basics. We
beneficial
keep on talking.
trait in
It's almost
certain
like you don't
populations.
understand how genetic mutations work.
Well,
I don't
having
mean
one
that to use the don't.
one
Go ahead. Sorry, Jason.
one allele for the sickle cell trait can be protective against malaria, but having
Correct.
both alleles for the sickle cell trait is not beneficial in any way. Doesn't protect you against malaria, and it's going to cause you to potentially die.
However, having both recessive traits is
I got
rare.
next.
More people have one of each, and that protects the majority. That protects more people than the ones that it hurts.
Yeah. So the funny thing is like, and again, a lot of major things is when we usually argue in a religious, argument, we usually go through like the scriptures or the Bible, and North over here would, could definitely pull up an entire encyclopedia when quoting from the Bible. But when it comes to the argument of like science and biology and the fallacies of evolution, especially like I've said this example before, if we lived in a Pokemon world, if we lived in a legit cartoon where like one creature can evolve in front of our eyes to a different variety in physical form of another species, then yeah, I would 100% believe in evolution. But the factor is that you have these very same creatures that are in these fossils, that are now currently existing in modern time as well. And instead of like saying, well, how come this fish and this other ancient creature that's supposedly hundreds of million years old still here? How come they didn't evolve? And usually they go like, oh, wow.
Antibiotic resistance is an excellent example of natural selection. Antibiotic resistance.
Yeah, so if you look at microevolutionary arguments, you can then extrapolate that and then say that over billions of years, there's macroevolutionary processes that changes kind. Totally logical, totally non-falsifiable, and totally scientific.
Well, I gave a genetic kind of argument about that earlier, but there's also morphological arguments where these are happening at like the order level, these fossils that you find. And the morphology, they're not even the living fossils, the organisms of that type that we're finding still alive. They're not even in the same family or genus anymore as the fossilized species. And that means, because the classifications occur through suites of distinctive characteristics, that means they have these distinctive characteristics that are different from their fossil ancestors. Significant portions of them, if they're differing from the order to the family and genus level. So they're not just living fossils. That's not a good argument.
What are you talking about? Who said that? I didn't say anything like that.
No,
I guess I'll just repeat myself since you guys can't actually
responding to the other person.
I wasn't responding to you.
Then why'd you just ignore the absolute refutation of your position then?
Because the other guy spoke before you, and that's what I was responding to.
Okay, cool. Fair enough. You can't
What was your refutation?
You're not really being fair and trying to moderate.
You guys are isolating microevolutionary processes and then extrapolating that to infer macroevolution of different kinds over the course of billions of years, which is pseudoscience.
Well, no,
We can see it in macroevolution as well.
Really, prove it.
Changes in the family and genus level are way above macroevolution. They're above the species level. These things, these changes in suites of characteristics that these organisms have that are occurring.
Look at human chromosome number 2. It's a fusion of two primate.
Just because you said so? Just because you said so?
No, because you can examine the chromosome and measure it. You can see it.
Yeah.
Oh, you can look at a chromosome, so then you can verify that billions of years ago. Like, it's such a joke.
We can see
dude, this is when I talk to actual evolutionists, when I talk to actual like evolutionists, like physicists and stuff, they admit that they infer. You can say that. Shut up, dude. Shut up, dude.
You know what?
Why are you all interrupting?
As you go, Witsit.
Okay, you know what? And this is the problem, bro. You guys are allowed to just run around where I have to be the bad guy and start muting people because every single time I speak, 4 of you interrupt me. You guys want to just circle jerk evolution and then not let anyone articulate some type of opposition.
I was just trying to help you out, man. Physicists aren't evolutionists. It's a biology, biochemist, molecular biology field.
Okay, cool, man. So everyone knows you have to infer. You have to infer macro evolution over the course of billions of years. It's an inference. You guys want to come in here and pretend you went to a lab and scientifically proved that macro evolution is a thing, which is blatantly dishonest.
Both in the lab and in the field.
It's inference, buddy. It's
It's not
inference.
inference.
It is inference.
We've seen things like E. coli in the Lenski lab completely have a mutation that changes the definition of the species. That's a macro evolutionary change.
Oh, from
there's a
bacteria
bunch
to
of
bacteria.
examples
Yeah.
of that.
Yeah, bacteria changes to different types of bacteria.
That's a whole
Oh my God.
different definition of organism.
Yeah, same concept. What's it?
No, it's not the same concept, buddy. You claim that different kinds change. Okay, so it's not the same as showing bacteria look different in a lab. And the fact that you guys aren't honest enough to admit, yeah, this is what an honest evolutionist would say. Well, evolution takes place over the course of billions of years. So macroevolution, in the sense of changing kinds, is never verifiable in the actual immediate setting. You guys can't be honest. You have to give this. This is what you do with the heliocentric model as well. You pretend it's all scientific and definitive, and you can't admit the part that you had to guess or speculate.
Yeah,
It
but
is
with
a change
bacteria,
to a
you can
different
do
kind of
antibiotic
bacteria.
resistant changes. You can use the fusion of chromosome 2 in humans. You can use the change in morphology of whales with the location of their blowholes. You can look at the evolution of the eye. There's all sorts of ways. That
So what he did again was talk about microevolution within the same
That's
kind and
macroevolution.
completely skated past my actual point.
Yeah, and these
A
don't happen
whale
over
is a
billions of years, by the
macroscopic
way.
organism, Witsit.
It's
Bob,
not
is your
about
proof of
microscopic. You don't even know what it means.
Bob, is your proof of chromosome 2 fusing the fact that it looks like it might have? So
No,
is it like
man.
chromosome
It's
pareidolia?
You can actually identify telomeres in the middle of chromosome 2.
Yeah, and the centromeres from the ape chromosomes as well, which I've done.
You can actually
Hey,
identify the
are you guys
components.
going to admit you had to infer what happens over the course of billions of years, or are you just going to pretend you scientifically proved it because you're liars?
Right. Because
Well,
what you
then there's
said-
the problem of being able to verify billions of years.
Of course. At first, it was like they thought evolution took like a couple billion years. Then they realized it would take longer. And then what a coincidence. They then discovered the rock said that it was actually 4.5 billion years. And then when you decide that it needs to be longer, all of a sudden the geological radiometric dating is going to tell you it's actually 7 billion years. And you guys just claim that. And you guys just want that granted. The thing is that you guys want the Big Bang supernatural miracle granted to you. You want abiogenesis granted to you. And you want the pseudoscience of billions of years granted to you. And then you want to infer based on this small microscopic level, or when you look at stuff in the immediate setting, seeing things change, you want to be able to just baselessly infer something that happens over billions of years and change of kind, which have never been observed. And then you want to come tell us you scientifically proved it, which is why people don't take you seriously.
Yeah,
you're
I
just-
agree. No, I
you're
agree.
just denying
and the
the
issue is
evidence
that
while making
no,
basic
because
mistakes.
again, you guys are you always exaggerate how many millions of years. Like my favorite geologist dude that I was watching on the internet, he took a bunch of college academians and a few other guys, and he goes and shows you these layers of geological rocks, like different sedimentary rocks. And they go like, how long do you think it took for these layers to happen? And off the bat, without even, of course, they can't test it. He's asking, what do you think? And they go like hundreds of million years, 200 million years, 500 million years. He goes, nope, it's 24 hours. This was done by a mud volcano that recently erupted, and we're like looking at the exposure of all these layers of sedimentary as they settle down between density, and that just kind of tells you how the majority of scientists, they'll look at something, peer review it, circle jerk, and go like, yeah, it's must have been 100 billion years or 100 million years for this to happen. And
That's
like,
close.
is there an example where we can take, in a modern sense, a creature evolving from one species to another? You know, it's that way we can get an idea. And they go like, no, that takes
You're making another
time.
point now.
I
No, that's
have
what-
like lists and upon lists of one species evolving into another. I gave you one with the E. coli example.
See, this is
Turned
why you gotta
into
tell
a
them specifically
whole
kind.
different-
Wait,
They
when you said
bastardized the idea of
ecolo,
species.
Are you saying bacteria or animals? I'm talking about an animal species, not a bacteria.
organisms.
No. Because here,
Evolution
hold on,
is about
time.
how organisms change. It's not just how humans
Scientists,
change.
well, you can't clarify bacteria or small singular cells as animals. I'm talking about large creatures, animals, not bacteria.
All right. Well, there's a bunch of examples in anthropology and archaeology as well for just our lineage from the split with the lineage that led to chimpanzees in the modern day. We have a whole bunch of fossils showing how our distinctive traits came about in stepwise fashion over
No.
periods of time.
That's another inference, Jace. Why can't you be intellectually honest enough to admit
How
that you're
can you
inferring?
infer
You're
something that you see?
You're inferring it, dude. There should be millions of like transitional structures in the fossil record.
There's
Millions.
no inference that the foramen magnum in the skull in this fossil is in the middle of the skull. It's not inferred, it's just what it is. There's no inference that the tibia on this organism is slanted inwards. There's no inferring. It's just how it is.
Well, I
It's
have
what
to
you
I have to
see.
rebuttal to that. So here's my thing, and this is where some guy was saying this before. What you guys are inferring to, wouldn't it be like similarities to certain structures and bones that nature tends to use patterns that work? Like for instance, like there's plenty of certain patterns from different creatures that seems to be like confused, like the platypus. You have a mammal that can lay an egg. It also has poison barbs. It has completely different types of variation, and even they go like, yeah, it's nature's paradox. So like what you're inferring to, like oh, it must be similar, so it must be evolved versus genetic designed, that it's a mechanism. Hell, and the funny thing is, when I usually argue with someone like that, the first thing after they pull out is we live in a simulation.
Yeah, you know what's even crazier? You can point.
Is my Uncle Glenn.
Like, dude, think about this. Okay, I made a point, right? There should be millions of transitional records in transitional structures in the fossil record. Millions.
Well, there are not.
No.
There's
That's why I knew it.
tons.
This is why you can't interrupt me, bro. Because we know what you're gonna say. Do you understand that I could be an NPC real fast and know what you're gonna say? It's not like you don't need to interrupt me to do it. Okay.
Well, you're
so an
making a
example
claim.
Please stop. An example is you guys claim that invertebrate actually transformed into vertebrates, right? So can you show me the millions of structures in the fossil records to show those intermediate stages that went from invertebrate to a vertebrate?
Yeah, there are those. There's not millions, because you would have to show that there should be millions, right? You'd have to show the frequency of the fossilization process being that much. But anyways, there's tons about chordates and craniatas and osteocytes, all those transitions. There's fossils, tons of fossils for all of those, going from invertebrates to vertebrates, from jawed fish to lobe-finned fish to the earliest tetrapods. All that stuff has been found with it.
No, just because you say it. So, okay, cite the evidence that they showed the transitional structures of vertebrates.
Thousands of different species. I could give you some of.
Yeah, you're just saying it. And this is the problem with debating in Discord. You guys just say stuff. Okay, so it's well known within your own little paradigm that the ability to show like transitional structures of invertebrate to vertebrae is very difficult. But you're pretending it's done perfect. Everything works perfect. We found tons of it.
That's not true at all.
It's true.
Within the past 20 to 30 years, there's been a boom in the transitional fossils that have been found. There's like 1 or 2 transitions along the like 200 clades leading from bacteria to humans that haven't been found with it.
Yeah, no, we have millions of fossils found that aren't showing transition, right? We have millions of non-transitional fossils. What you guys do is you take them and you fill in the gaps. And it makes you feel smart to come up with an idea where you answer the unanswerable questions and you fill in the gaps. It's like a science fiction writer. Then it facilitates down to the NPCs and they regurgitate the science fiction script. You had to fill in the gap of the actual transitional gap of the fossils. We have millions of non-transitional stages found in the fossil record. You guys fill in the gaps. And I asked specifically about one of the gaps, which there are thousands of the invertebrate to vertebrae transitional fossil record. And you just said, oh, we have tons of different transitional records. No, I said specifically one thing, cite it, because it doesn't exist, and you can just say it exists, and that's the problem with Discord. So cite it.
Tectonic is one of them. But there's like a way more. I gave you the whole clades full of fossils that you can look up. Anthostomatas, craniatas, chordates, all those things. You can look up all those fossils. You'll see they have the traits leading from before what they would have leading up to land animals to being land animals. So you see
Okay,
those
I can rebuttal
traits.
for
You
that one.
keep on just muddying the water and not
Wait.
answering specifically
So hold
about
on.
the invertebrate to vertebrae.
You're talking about Tiktaalik, the fish that was able to be walking on land. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It,
So
it
here's
wasn't really walking on. It was more transitional than that before
okay.
that.
So we have fish species. We have mud skippers. You have every sort of type of fish that's out there. That's also, we have fossils of those that have been around for several hundreds of years. And that's just part of their natural thing. We even have snakeheads that can move from one lake to another. We have plenty of species of walking amphibious like fish that can cross there. They're not evolving. They're not going to turn into a lizard the moment you turn around. It's just these are creatures with, a dual habitat capability. And there's plenty of animals in the animal kingdom that have that kind of thing. So that's the issue, though. When you're stating that one creature can evolve to another, the factor is when you're telling us it takes thousands of variation of slow mutations, there is no fossil record that shows this thing slowly turning into this. What you're doing is you're comparing this creature and this one, because they have vertebrates similar and the bone structure is similar. But the factor is we have plenty of the same types of species to this day doing the same thing. We have mudskippers that have not evolved into any sort of other creature besides mudskippers.
I want to
Yeah,
answer the
the
question.
problem with that is the genetic and the morphological differences between the older species you're talking about and the current ones, and also the fact that we can even project like where we should be finding these fossils due to where they would have been genetically or
Dude,
geologically
there
isolated.
is no problem. There is no
leads
problem.
through our
You guys don't even
Let me
know
ask him a
what
question.
You're just
time
interrupting
these things
because
were
you're
made.
scared.
Well, it's just bullshit, man. You guys are claiming to know how old things are, saying you claim to know what you should be able to find where and how old they are and what you'd expect because of the age and shit like that. It's just it's total bullshit. You don't know, you can't know, and you're making assumptions, you're stringing shit together. It's actual garbage.
At least be honest and admit
Let me jump
it
back
requires
in.
inference and speculation, Jace. Why can't you do that?
Let me jump back in for a second. Two things. It has been shown that the fossil record can be laid down fast. I was actually watching, or the geological record can be laid down quickly because I actually watched a documentary about volcanologists, which they study volcanoes, and they showed how ash and different layers of sediment can build up within a year. So saying that where that fossil is, that proves how long it was there, is fallacious. Second thing, if I find a V8 motor in a boat,
You guys just interrupted me. You're going
hold on a second, and I find a V8 motor in a car, does that say that the evolution of the V8 motor, because I see it in both things, says the boat came first or the car came first?
Well, you interrupted me to say all that. You didn't let me finish. But all of
I
that
was
is
still
just
talking.
silly.
For one, I was still talking. He
was talking first.
Dude,
Let him
you
finish.
Came in.
Go ahead.
But anyways, so what I was referring to there was, and this is the case a lot of the time. There was I forget what his name was, but it was something like a Acanthostega or something, some kind of fossil like that. One of these fish to land vertebrate fossils. And he was going off of what the plate tectonics would have dictated where this group would have been geologically isolated to lead to this lineage. And he was like, go to Greenland and we'll find this fossil up in Greenland. And that's because of where Greenland was at the time that he was predicting this should have been. And they went up there and they found it. So, and this kind of thing happens all the time where it's not just... It's the fact that they're isolated too, and you can predict where these lineage isolations occur that would lead to the different kind of species or the different clades that come next.
Well, first of all,
so
oh, go ahead, man.
Well, I'm just trying to say, I don't know why you're not addressing my point. I think everyone can tell you can't. So one of the major problems is the vertebrae problem.
What's your point?
I already said it 3 times.
That's what I've been addressing the whole time with it.
No. See, you're not specifically addressing the problem. So respond to this. This is Harvard, right? If vertebral regions had remained unchanging through evolution as hypothesized, we would expect to see the same regions in the non-mammalian synapsids that we see in mammals today. The evidence suggests this isn't the case. When the researchers compared the positioning and shape of the vertebrae, they found something surprising. The spine gained regions during mammal evolution. So I'm guessing now that you've just updated your religious belief. This is 2018 to where
How
now
is
you
that?
guys claim that
let
the
him
vertical
finish.
regions. Now you guys claim that the vertical regions had not remained unchanged through evolution. Correct?
What do you mean claim? It's just in species you can see, living species, you can see that the vertebrae regions are different. I don't understand what you're trying to claim off of this.
Oh, so you're saying that all the evolutionists that said that the vertebral regions remained unchanged through evolution up to 2018 were stupid.
I don't think they were saying that.
They
I never
were,
heard
though.
anyone
See, this is
say
why I get frustrated, because you guys misrepresent the actual
I think
situation.
you're misrepresenting.
I just cited Harvard.
Yeah, but they're not saying what you're saying, though.
I just read it off.
So what? They're not saying what you're claiming they're saying. They're talking about specific lineages, how they didn't expect the transitions, the vertebral column changes to be so apparent like that. I just still don't get what you're trying to claim.
Yeah,
from
so
that.
the goal was to test if mammal spinal regions were as ancient as previously thought, or if mammals were doing something unique. Quote, if vertebral regions had remained unchanging through evolution as hypothesized, we would expect to see the same regions in the non-mammalian synapsids that we see in mammals today. The
Yeah, but
evidence
that's
suggests
just
this isn't the case.
one hypothesis. That wasn't like the consensus of the field.
Okay, so now
Right.
we've gotten to the point. You agree that it's inference and it's speculative.
No, I think
See,
they were
this-
refuting one guy's hypothesis, saying that he was wrong.
Oh, so now you're claiming that he was the only person that thought
Or
that.
one group.
See, it's like, just admit that it requires a bunch of speculation, dude.
What's it? I've been in this field for years. I
don't
never
care.
heard anyone say that the vertebral columns should all be the same or they should change all at the same time. Never heard that before. So it definitely wasn't the consensus.
Well, you've been in this field for more than 5 years?
Is he saying that Harvard is incorrect?
Yes, this is the problem. Like, you guys are pretending.
not
and
incorrect.
Jace, I'll
They're
give it to you. Jace, I'll give it to you.
showing
You definitely
evidence
know
against that
more about
hypothesis.
Jace, you definitely are informed on this. I don't dispute that. You know more than the average person about it. I don't dispute that. But it's not just you that we discuss these things with. It's all these other people also that pretend, and you're also misrepresenting it, but I can tell you're lost in the sauce, dude. You work with it. Yeah, you're pretending you know something definitive and that it's scientifically proven, and that is objectively not true. And it's just unrealistic and dishonest. Evolution in itself requires speculative filling in of the gaps, dude. Can you just admit that, please?
Hey, Jace,
the way you're
you know,
trying to
you know more
argue
than
for
the average
that.
person about this topic. Good for you.
You guys
The
just can't
way-
admit that you have to
the-
fill in the gaps
holy shit.
speculatively, and that's just disingenuous.
The conclusion you're drawing from the argument doesn't follow.
I'm
What
not
you
even making a conclusion yet. I didn't even vocalize a
what
conclusion.
you provided was MIT saying this hypothesis they were examining is not correct, right? They didn't say the consensus of the field, all of evolution, is not correct.
I didn't say
That's
that,
not what
bro.
they're
I didn't say
saying.
that.
Their article is not supporting your
Of
conclusion.
course not. It's an evolutionary Harvard article, dude. That's my point.
So why
I'm using
are
a
you
hostile.
trying to use it to
Yeah, you guys don't know how debate works, I guess. So I'm using hostile witnesses to correct the lie that's being portrayed in this room as if it is a definitive scientific fact, and that there is one definitive correct answer, and it's been proven. That isn't true at all. It's not even close to
Their
true.
article is about one hypothesis that was explaining how the mammal vertebrate column changed or came about, whatever it is. There's not just one hypothesis about that. They showed that this one hypothesis is wrong. That's not disproving evolution. It disproves that hypothesis that was proposed.
Yeah, but this goes. I only brought that up to make my point, which is that you guys don't have like definitive, abundant of transitional fossil records or structures within the fossil record of invertebrate to vertebrae.
And
this is a fact.
they didn't cite the fossils and the genetics. That was what they were using to disprove that hypothesis. What's it? Like, come
Yeah,
on,
of
man.
course they did, and they're showing that the evidence, dude, the evidence is showing that they can't actually. They're just talking about the vertebrae in this article. I went to research because you claim there's all kinds of evidence of this very thing that everyone knows there isn't evidence for, which is actual structural evidence, like a transitional structure in the fossil record from invertebrate to vertebrae, when there should be an abundance of them, and there's a known glaring lack of that very thing. You're claiming that they're everywhere, and I'm just made that up.
I
I'm just
gave
making
you
that.
3 clades full of them.
What?
I gave you 3 clades, 3 groupings of fossil animals that are full of transitional forms, going from fish living in the sea to vertebrates walking on land.
Okay,
You can
so
look up
how
those
do you,
clades
well, bro?
and
You
see
had to
the fossils
speculate.
that are in them.
You had to speculate that the fish went to the thing walking on the ground, and the fact that you can't admit it requires inference and speculation is what makes the conversation disingenuous, Jace.
It's not inference, man. There's fossils like Tiktaalik and Ichthyostega and Acanthostega showing
I'll go
these
next.
transitions in their features.
They're not
Isn't any
transitioning.
inference.
That's the issue. That's not transitioning, right? Because you don't see that creature turning into another creature. You see what it is pretty much is a giant mud skipper or some sort of other amphibious fish. And to say that again, like I gave you an example,
Isn't
we
in the
have
clade.
plenty. Hold on, we have plenty of modern animals that are fish that also walk on land, that also could breathe some of the air. So it's not like we have this, rare time that we see this fish turning into a lizard or a newt or something else, right? And that's the thing. You have to when he's talking about inference, you have to now start putting into the aspects of belief. You believe this thing happened, and because you believe this to happen, you believe it. It becomes a religion, and that's why
Yeah,
when people hear
when
this
you
stuff,
describe it
Can I
wrong.
get back in? Can I get in?
You're completely missing the second part about geological and genetic isolation is what leads to these speciation. And we understand this so well, we can even predict where we should find these transitional forms because they are in places where they shouldn't be if what you're saying is true, that they're just, these older, newer versions of these things that already existed, then they should be where those things exist, but they're not.
No, you
because
can't
they were
predict it.
genetically
No.
and
Can I get in?
geologically
Hold
isolated.
on.
And I
I'll go
gave
after
you
Rack.
the example of the Greenland. You can look up who made that prediction, how they found that fossil. It's all there, and it's been
Right,
done
Jason,
more
can
than
you
once.
think about? Okay, can I don't know if it was
Can I get
Paul or
in?
Wait,
Hank
Paul's
asking.
next.
Was it were
Yeah,
Paul or
Fuzzy.
Hank asking about
Paul's
the
next.
V8 engine? Please ask them. It was a Paul or Hank. Please ask that question again about the V8 engine and which came first, the car or the boat. That was an excellent way of putting it. Please, that was
Okay, yeah.
amazing.
And another thing, along that same line of reasoning, okay, if I find a lot of boats around a certain area, that means they evolved in that area. That's what he's
No,
arguing.
man. These are
Yes,
not
it is. Yes,
boats.
it is.
Are not
Yes.
organisms.
Fucking hell, man.
Holy
Hold on a second,
moly!
though. Okay, you're saying,
Unbelievable, Paul.
listen,
Come on,
listen.
man.
If you'll listen and let me unpack it, you'll understand. If you want to keep dogmatically going on this, that's fine. Okay, but the logic, if I find okay, I go to an environment like a swampy area and I find a lot of amphibians because I find them in the swampy area. You know what? That's where they live. So they're going to thrive in that environment. I go to the desert and I find camels. And I find a lot of fossils of a camel out there because that's where they live. Just like a boat lives on the water. So I'm going to go to the water and find a lot of boats. I'm going to go to a driveway and find a lot of cars on the driveway.
Okay.
The other thing is, now wait a minute, I'm not done. I'm not done. I'm not done. One more thing. If I find a V8 engine in a boat and I find a V8 engine in a car, which came first?
It was a junkyard.
But the point is, Paul, the point you're missing is that you'll find these amphibians, near the water or whatever, but then you find this other species that has the same traits as the amphibian, all the same traits the amphibian species has, but has these extra traits that make it adapted for being in the land. And you find those not near the water. So you're finding them in a geologically and genetically isolated place from the the original amphibian species. And that's the second part.
Hold on.
How do you connect the two?
So if I find a boat with a radar, if I find a boat that is better radar on it for fishing, or I find a car that is designed to go both in the water and the land, and it has a radar in it to help it do fishing, so that's kind of what you're arguing. It's the same argument.
Hold on. Let me get next. Hold on, Jace. So here's the thing. Yeah. So like I've said, like when you're mentioning about predictions and geological locations, as well as like some sort of like adaptations, we've seen plenty of species. You can even look at the martens or the weasel family in the minks. There are clear multiple distinctions in different habitats, even the same species of martens and giant martens that hunt deers and stuff. And again, majority of animals will adapt to whatever setting there is. They even do stress tests on them as well. Like animals that would usually have, like, say for instance possums will have like 10 or 15 babies, but when put into a very contained area, they adapt to the point where, like, all right, we don't need that many babies, and they start living a lot longer. So animals are going to adopt. There are going to be genoses of groups of creatures, right? So yeah, adapt. Adapt is not the same as evolution. The same way when they look at genetic memory inside some of these animals, they notice that the animals have a whole bunch of different types of DNA, and these DNAs will unlock under certain situations. The same way diabetes get unlocked when you hit a certain sugar threshold, because your body can't filter that out. So it's the same thing.
Well, adaptation is one of the major parts of evolution that you're just like denying that fact. But how this is connected is when you find these geologically isolated and genetically isolated species that have the same trait as the amphibian species living. They have all the same traits as those ones that were living on the beach. What that shows is that they were a population of that original amphibian species that got isolated and had mutations occur in their population, turning them into what you're finding as a fossil in that location.
Yeah, the thing is, what you're doing is you going and taking around. Like I said, evolution might be one thing, but just that terminology of adaptation, the same way it could be used for any other creature or any other thing, it's completely different. So just because we're taking one ideological scientific understanding of these animals will adapt to wherever you put them, they will eat and adapt. The same way science will tell you, oh, majority of animals are carnivores or herbivores or maybe a mixture of omnivores, but then you'll still see a lot of herbivores eat meat. You'll see cows eat snakes. You'll see deers eat birds. You see Galapagos turtles eating birds and other creatures they can get their maws on. So majority of animals are opportunists. They'll eat whatever they need to remineralize and neutralize their body and nutrition. So when it comes down to adaptation, all creatures have that. And that's the thing. It's not an evolutional foundational stone that only evolutions can use. It's a scientific understanding.
Yeah, but like all of that stuff is kind of in mute, because in the context we're really talking about is in the morphological and the genetic context, not their behavioral changes necessarily. Those usually they arise due to the morphological and the genetic changes. We're talking about how the morphology genome shows that these creatures come from each other. Their populations descending from each other.
I disagree. I don't. There's too many varieties and varieties and too many plot holes in that story of evolution. The same way when you have scientists or talking about we evolved from great apes, and people literally ask, how many skeletons do you need in variations to prove that we evolved from monkeys? And normally, some of them aren't as honest, but there are a few of them that says, well, we'll need 25 sets, and they have to be extensively distinct to show that you could see the skull slowly forming that way, the foot of the great ape slowly changing that of a human, the pelvis changing, the spine column, the three segments of the spine changing. So they have to fit these criteria in order to be considered a variation. That is why what you're looking at is just Sasquatch stuff.
They do.
Well, can I get back
They
in on
fit
this?
the Hylobatidae, the Hominoidea, the Hominid, the Hominina, the Homo, all of those different clades. There's all fossils representing the progression into those clades.
Yeah.
Let me get back in. Let's see. I'm gonna go to the marina. Okay.
Things like
Marina.
Sahelanthropus gigantensis,
Am I not coming
Yeah,
through?
you want to rattle off a bunch of names.
Aurora tugenensis.
You not hear Paul talking, bro?
Yeah, can you not hear me talking? Do you tell me to turn me down?
Go
Okay,
ahead.
I'm gonna go.
Wasn't done, but go ahead.
Well, you paused. When you paused. So let me get this.
I paused.
Area,
Just go ahead,
like a
man. Say
marina.
whatever you got to say.
Well, you've been rattling on. I think we got the point. I want to make another point. So if I go to a marina and I find electronic chips in the car, and I find gasoline in the car, I find a V8 motor in the car, and I find spark plugs in the car, and I find a lot of similarities. And I go to a boat and I find electronics in the car, I find a V8 in the car. I found that they all use gasoline. And so can I conclude that they all came from the same place?
Sure, if that's what you want to conclude. We're not talking about
That's what
man-made
you're concluding.
mechanical
That's what you're
objects.
concluding. That's
We're
what you're
talking about
concluding.
biological organisms.
I don't like the
Isn't
cars
it-
stuff. Just doesn't match. It doesn't work.
Isn't the biological system just a complicated machine?
Yeah, I'm
No.
sorry. Hold on. Do you not understand an analogy? For real. Are
No, of
you in
course
this
not.
conversation at this
Yeah, but
level? and you don't understand
analogy isn't evidence or science. It's just a way
Oh, but
to
baseless
communicate
speculations.
concepts.
Bro, he's
Baseless
trying to
speculations over
explain
billions
a
of years.
concept.
Like, why can't you guys just admit? Like, look.
Trying to explain it in basic terms, and you're failing to understand his point.
I
using
haven't
an
said
analogy.
anything about billions of years. The only evidence I've stuck to is the progression of genetic and morphological traits. Didn't say anything about billions of years. We can get into that if that's what you have to
You
resort
have to have that, Jace.
No. Okay,
This
so
is the
hold on.
point that you
All right,
don't.
hold on. No. This is how many billions of years or not does it take for a boat to transition to a car, or vice versa?
Yeah, that doesn't happen. It's not a biological organism.
Yeah.
Well, that's the point.
A boat's not reproducing itself and passing on changed
if it was a complex
characteristics.
organism, if each two things were different complex organisms instead of cars or boats, both complex machines, you still fail
If
to
a
see
boat
the analogy that he's trying to make.
It's not a great analogy, dude. He just rebutted it. He said that it's not biological. It doesn't adapt. It doesn't reproduce. I agree with him. It's not a good analogy. So,
Yeah.
Jace, this is a problem though. For evolution, dude, you have to have billions of years. So, like, I know that you don't like it to be brought to a meta conversation, but unfortunately, that's the first step for you. Okay, so it is a meta conversation. Dude, you're asking us to yield supernatural miracles, right? While claiming there are none. And then you use it as a cop-out. Oh, well, evolution isn't necessarily mutually exclusive with creation, so that you can basically just throw that away. But you need the Big Bang, and then you need abiogenesis. These are supernatural miracles. Then we give them to you. Say we give them to you. You have to have billions of years to even propose this be viable in theory. Okay? So that's the first part of it. No matter what you come up with, it can't happen without billions of years.
What you're saying is just wrong, man.
So you're
It's
saying
just
evolution can
wrong.
happen over a short period of time?
Abiogenesis is like well understood. It's not a supernatural miracle. People have seen in both the lab and in nature protocells forming from inorganic precursors. The whole process.
No, I know you think that.
Lemurs
I know you
is
think
one
that.
of them.
I know you think that, and that's why I said I'm just going to grant them to you because I don't want to get in an abiogenesis debate, which is hilarious that you think you proved it. But what I'm saying is you need billions of years. Address the point. And to even propose evolution requires billions of years.
Billions of years?
Billions.
Billions of years.
Billions, yes.
No.
Yes, objectively, billions.
Again, it's a bit of obfuscation because you don't need billions of years. That's just a feature of what's been found is that the rocks date using physical laws to billions of years. But really, evolution is about the morphological and the genetic progression going from clado and anagenesis types of situations.
Which happens
The
on the million year
dates
scale,
are just
100,000
what's
year scale.
found by experiment, by
Thousands of
dating
years?
the rock.
Oh my God. So wait. So let's say abiogenesis. I say I grant you abiogenesis. Boom, abiogenesis. And then we're going to get to right now. We got humans. What's the fastest that can happen with a purely evolutionary process of common ancestry?
Well, there'd be a lot of factors involved. Like, I don't know, I can't give you an estimate off the top of my head because there's been periods of stasis and punctuated equilibrium where massive radiations follow mass extinctions. So it's really hard to make a prediction like that.
Throw out all the extinctions, say you have a perfect world, no cataclysmic events, no resets, beginning to end. What's the fastest that can happen?
Well, it wouldn't happen. Those extinctions are pivotal events. The radiations that I'm talking about, where you find species that have new traits on top of the same exact traits that older species had. The most frequent occurrence of those happen right after mass extinction events.
Right. You see how easy it was to trap you into my point? You see how I just trapped you into my point? Now you've admitted that you need the extinctions. You got it. Now you need the extinction. We don't need your color commentaries
I
in it.
never agreed to your point originally. I'm saying that's not true.
Well, I know, but I just trapped you into contradicting yourself because now you're saying, oh, well, that's a crucial part of it because you're able to layer these different characteristics that are crucial to the evolutionary process because that's a result of these cataclysmic resets. So now you need to invoke them. So now that's throwing us back into the realm of needing billions of years.
No, I said going from bacteria or single cells, whatever you want to say, to humans wouldn't occur without these mass extinction events because that's when a majority of these adaptive radiations happen.
That's my point. So you need billions of years.
Agreed to what you were saying in the beginning.
So you need billions of years then?
No, you can have mass extinctions that are on a shorter time scale. It just happened that they occurred over billions of years.
Okay, now this is the main goal of this line of questioning. I can keep going too, is to make it abundantly clear. This is objectively speculation, right? Where you're like, oh, it could be. Well, no, this could happen. Don't pretend that we went into a lab and we walked outside with a definitively proven answer. It is nothing like that. It's 100% not like that. It is speculation. It's people trying to write science fiction books, basically. So don't pretend.
It's speculation trying to say that it happened faster than what we say it happened, and because you need these events that are evident in the geological record, the archaeological record, all these things attributed to getting from point A to point B. And without them, then you're speculating on how this could have occurred without the evident events that we can demonstrate.
No, even with the events, you still need billions of years, Jace. That's my point. You need billions of years, and everyone knows that.
You don't need it. You don't need billions of years.
No, I'll give it to him, but because I'm not making that argument. I'm not saying it could happen in less than billions of years, because that would be speculation. What the geological record shows is that it happened over billions of years with all these events in between.
Could
And
your
that's what we
assessment
should
of the
stick to.
geological scenario be incorrect?
Say again, sorry.
Could your assessment of the geological scenario be incorrect?
Well, anything's possible. It's possible it can be incorrect. Now, what I will say is the possibility that it isn't possible, that it's just all incorrect and everything is wrong and evolution didn't really happen. We've just all had it wrong. That's impossible. It is possible that certain parts of the geological record could be slightly wrong. We may find new things in the future. That's how science works. But it's never going to come to the point where we just throw our hands in the air and say, oh, we're totally wrong, guys. Evolution.
What if your
happened.
premise is so wrong that everything after that is just garbage?
Then good luck showing that, man.
Well, no, you guys don't want.
It's actually not hard.
Yeah, you guys don't want to focus on that part of it. You want us to grant it to you and then run through your stories. You've invested so much time in it that people like you, it's going to be very difficult to ever walk it back. And I understand where you're coming from, because it's like people like me, I don't know near as much about it as you. So who am I to come tell you that you're wrong about the conclusions you've drawn, right? When you know way more about the specifics of what you believe happened regarding evolution and biology. I'm sorry, that doesn't change the fact you have to actually address. Why every time I'm talking, you're interrupting?
They don't stop.
Okay, so this is the point. Do you disagree with the majorly accepted premise that it takes like over 1 million generations or more to evolve lasting changes?
No, I just showed a picture. And
I'm not talking to you.
But I just showed you a picture and a description of someone that did it.
Your description says 200 million years in it. Stop
Right,
interrupting.
not billions of years.
Stop interrupting. I just asked a specific question. I'll repeat it. Jace, are you saying you disagree with the commonly held and accepted evolutionary premise that it takes a million generations or more to evolve lasting changes?
I don't think that's as I referred to before, there was massive speciation events after mass extinctions and adaptive radiations that were on scales less than millions of years. Now, if you want to go from the whole bacteria to humans, then yes, that's going to take a long time. But just going from one species to another, it doesn't necessarily always take millions of years. That's more of like an anagenesis.
Brother,
That's
I'm not
more
saying
of
that.
like
I'm
an anagenesis
Man, their
kind
assumptions
of
are just
situation.
folded into more assumptions. It's just actual. It's like just brain damage. You
real
guys are
fast.
actually fucking brain damaged.
Jace, just so you know, I'm not saying that, right? Like, do you know I'm not saying that? I'm talking about the overall concept, the idea that the reason we're here with the variety of species that we have right now, that we observe right now, is a process of something called evolution. Right? It's a byproduct of that process. That's what you believe. Okay, well, it's well known within that paradigm of thinking that it would require a million generations or more
to go from bacteria to humans.
Yes.
Yeah, probably. I would agree.
So
with
we need
that.
billions of years, man.
I'd agree for that. That's a whole different story.
Yeah, it's different than what you're saying before.
No,
but it's not that you
yes,
need
totally
billions of years, right? You can have if the events happened differently, species could have, right? And then we have to speculate because we're going against what the record shows, what the geological record shows and the paleontological record shows. But we can speculate that if these mass extinctions, one or two or all of them, didn't happen, that species would adapt to have faster generations, maybe, or even slower generations, or their mutation rates would change frequency. You can speculate about all that, but the geological record shows what occurred.
Well, that's what you say.
No. It has selected what has occurred. You don't know how old things are. You can't even tell me exactly how long it takes for something to fossilize. Okay? It's absolute garbage. I will go ahead and find the stuff that I've looked into regarding to dating. Okay? You have no idea how old things are. Period. With fucking million periods after it.
And if you if you look within their own paradigm, right, they have stuff like this certain organism that's found that if you take your own timelines and reify them, and then which they're not true, radiometric dating is a whole shit show, but just pretend it's not. If you grant your paradigm, because I know you disagree, Jace, we know, trust me. So whenever you look at your paradigm and then you look at there are certain examples where it's like this species supposedly didn't evolve at all over the course of 2 billion years. Whenever there's a damning piece of evidence like that within your own paradigm, you guys take it, reverse it, flip it, and pretend it's evidence for. You guys do the same thing for dark matter. Sometimes people pretend that dark matter somehow verifies relativity. The idea, and when the truth is, dark matter is a discrepancy of relativity. You guys do the same thing with evolution. They found that within your paradigm, there's a certain species that supposedly didn't evolve over the course of like 2 billion years, and then they say, "Oh, well, no, actually, that's evidence for Darwin's evolution." When it's clearly not.
What I was pointing out earlier with the whole genetic and biological I gave you about the coelacanths, right? That's your misunderstanding, right? Because they aren't what you are saying they are. We can show genetically and morphologically that they aren't just the same exact thing as what they were back then. They're not even in the same family and genus anymore. They have hundreds of clades of suites of characteristics that are different from the fossils that we find.
No, what are you not just... Okay, look, here we go. The scientists examined sulfur bacteria, microorganisms that are too small to see with the unaided eye, that are 1.8 billion years old, and were preserved in rocks from Western Australia's coastal waters. Using cutting-edge technology, they found that the bacteria looked the same as bacteria of the same region from 2.3 billion years ago, and that both sets of ancient bacteria are indistinguishable from modern sulfur bacteria found in mud off the coast of Chile.
Well, I was referring to animals because that's what we were talking about before. But sure, I'm sure there's groups of bacteria that haven't changed much. They're bacteria.
They're identical. They haven't changed at all over the course of billions of years within your own paradigm. And you can say that you're talking about, and it's funny how conveniently you want to just talk about animals or bacteria now when your whole foundation is the change in bacteria. Microevolutionary traits in the bacteria show us evolution's real.
It's because they can't do genetic analysis on fossils that old because there's no DNA. But almost like every other situation, I bet if they could, they would find that they're not exactly the same, that they're quite different from those fossil ones. Because that's what's always found when we can do genetic analysis on these things that might morphologically look pretty similar.
Well, you just said that you can't do it that long ago, and then you said that's what's always found.
Yeah, on the ones that you can do, like coelacanths.
We can look at coelacanths for billions of years?
No, we can look at these living fossils that I've heard creationists claim. We can show in that case, it's even morphologically, they're not even in the same family and genus anymore. But we can show definitely that their genetics are way different than the older fossilized ones.
Okay, and so if they're way different in a shorter period of time, then that doesn't help you explain this other one where they're not different.
Well, then we're going to go back. Then we're going back into the second part that I was talking about earlier, where it's not. There's also an aspect of you have to have a type of speciation occurring. You have to be genetically or geologically isolated, or else if there's no pressure to change, there's not going to be much change.
Will you read the actual study, dude? Will you read it?
Yeah, post it to me.
All right, stay
Can I get back in on this? I had to jump off. I got a phone call. But okay, if I see similar code in one program over similar code in another program, because it is genetic code and genes and coding for proteins and stuff like this. If I see a similarity in computer programs, that must mean that they all came from the same thing, right? Or what was the other thing he said? Morphological and all this stuff. I mean, that's back to my original argument. And you guys getting on to me, that's just a analogy argument. Well, it's the logic of what you're saying. So both your argument is a philosophical argument, so is mine. So, but just because you say it's scientific and just because you can see similarities, that doesn't necessarily follow.
Yeah, 100%
It's like
agree.
my analogy.
Yeah, 100%.
It's like my analogy. Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with that 100% because again, just because there's pattern recognition, similarities, and again, the foundation of looking at something for patterns and making it a theory to it or whatever, that's one thing. But when you guys start coining off, only evolutionists can say this, only evolutionist foundation, or this is definitely proof of it. It just puts in that paradigm that it's a religion. It's a religion.
It's not a religion.
That's why. So hold on. So hold on. You can go after me. So when people start to argue with a religious person and they start quoting from the scripture, that's when everyone goes like, "Oh, okay, this is a religious argument. This is not a science argument or a logical argument." All right, you can go, man.
It's not a religious argument because it's not based on just guessing and making things up. It's actually based on observations and some evidence, very strong evidence that is indisputable, and we don't see a lot of these things, these challenges ever come through to have any validity or any substance to them. They're not making them. It's not a religion. They're seeing this train of logical progression of things they can actually physically see through fossil records, through DNA tests. They even have evolutionary characteristics of the humans over the last 3,000 years. These are part of the theory that are also
you're going to hate this.
Very strong evidence. Thanks for talking over.
That's okay, but you're going to hate what I'm about to do. When I went to the marina, that was an observation. And I can actually, yes, I can. And I went and I took apart the machines, and I said, "Oh, this has gasoline in it. Oh, this has gasoline in it. Oh." I analyzed the circuitry. Oh, this has transistors in it. Oh, this one has transistors in it. I wonder if they must have came from the same place.
Seriously, Paul?
Yes, seriously, because that's what you're arguing.
That is so.
That's what you're arguing.
I can't even dignify that, especially from you, Paul, because I do respect you.
Yes, I can because I don't believe in evolution.
So I won't. It's so silly. I'm not even going to go.
Okay, so
they're not related at all.
That's your argument. That's a silly
They're not
argument.
related at all. No, they are
Yes, they
not
are.
related at all.
Yes, they are. Genetic
No, they're not.
coding and similarities in function.
The logic is
Genetic
not related
code.
whatsoever.
Yes, it is. What is code? What is code? Genetic code. What is it? Information.
Oh,
Yeah, they call it code
pass
because
on.
it's a sequence of nucleotides. But
That
DNA
build
and,
things. That do
computer
things.
code are not the same thing at all.
Yeah, DNA is
Oh,
not
wait a
Code in
binary.
it doesn't mean they're the same. They don't
Okay,
replicate.
they both
Computers
genetic
don't mate.
code and
Cars
computer
don't
code.
mate. Cars
Pause.
don't mate. They don't live forever.
Yeah, but
How do you
just
know
because it's
that?
got the word code in it does not mean it's the same thing.
Well, wait a minute. Computer code tells the program tells the computer what to do, or you can tell the car what to do. I've actually driven a Tesla. Computer code can tell that car to drive down the road. Genetic code can tell. Hold on a second. No, I'm not. Hold on a second. Genetic code tells amino acids how to build protein.
It tells RNA how to protein.
Well, okay, yeah. There's a sequence that goes from the DNA, from the DNA to the RNA that builds protein.
But
it's a code that tells you what to do.
That
it's the same thing.
Human invented mechanical machines don't reproduce while passing on different variants of their traits to an offspring. So it's not analogous with evolution. It doesn't make any sense, man. It's not the same
Yes, it
thing
does.
that's occurring.
Because
No, it doesn't.
I can.
Paul.
Well, it does. Hold on a second. Let me respond. Because honestly, I can say the car's designed, and I can say living systems are designed. And because I see the car's designed and has a designer, and I see similar function and functionality and similarities in the living system, I can say it's designed.
Yeah. So you're
That's
saying
no
functions
difference.
and designs, since the words are the same in both disciplines, that there's a correlation between the two. And there's
He
not.
can go into the code. He can see the transition.
Machines
have
don't
to
operate
say
like living beings.
Every
or living-
organism is
living
designed.
organisms.
You have to say like every organism is designed, and obviously you know that's not the case. There was no supernatural power that designed you from your parents. Your parents just mated and had you. It's just a natural biological
let's go to
process.
Go ahead and
where
rub
did the
2
first
rocks
living
together and
system
see if
come
they can
from?
mate.
Okay, where did the
That's
first
the
living
point.
system?
They don't.
Where did the first living system come from,
You're
please?
just digging yourself a hole.
Where did the first living system that even has this
beneath
ability
you.
come from? Where did this first
Are we
living
talking
system
about
come
living systems or computer code now? Which one
Well,
are we
there's
talking about?
I'm asking you about your paradigm. Where did the
There's
first living
chemical-
system come from?
There's chemical systems around today that self-replicate with variations in their structure. So it came before what we would even consider living.
Okay, then show me from beginning to end in a laboratory, putting all these things in a laboratory, and you build from that first living system to a human being. Go.
Well, as I said,
Go.
David Demers,
Go.
you can look into. I'm going, dude. David Demers, you can look into his work. He witnessed, simple inorganic precursors becoming organic molecules, and then more complex biomolecules that were autocatalytic cycles. So they were self-replicating while changing their structure a little bit until they became RNA, and they autocatalytic cycled into RNA polymers, which then became encapsulated in a lipid monolayer. So they became a protocell, all without any human intervention. This was just what he saw happening in nature in Australia and in a place in Canada. And he's written his research about this that you can look up. I've posted two of them.
Wait a minute.
In the
Wait a
chat.
minute. That's fine. That sounds like what would potentially be the first cell. I'm talking about go from even that process to me in a laboratory.
Like a complex
Well,
animal.
that's
or something.
ridiculous, dude.
It's ridiculous, but that's what you're saying.
That's
Evolution
not
is
what
doing.
evolution
You're saying
claims,
that's what you
bro.
exactly.
No, it
so
doesn't.
I came from. Did I come from that protocell that you just described? Did I come from that?
It doesn't claim that you were made from a protocell in a lab.
Where did I come from
Listen
then?
to yourself.
Where did I come from then?
This is
No, I know.
desperation.
No, it's not desperation. You said
you're
they
projecting.
formed the first protocell in a laboratory. Your argument then has to be that the first living system came from this protocell. From this protocell, a living system came into play. They learned to work together. They started to function and become different functions in the living system. And now we have a human being. That is your argument.
Yeah, that's what all the papers on evolution, from single-celled organisms to multi-celled organisms to
So why are you
eukaryotes to
calling me
animals,
stupid?
and the 100 of clades in between before you get to Homo sapiens details. That's what those papers are detailing, that process.
Then
But they
build
do
me a
not
human
say,
being.
they
Build
do
me a
not
human
say,
being. Build me a
do
human
not
being from a
say,
protocell to me in a laboratory.
Look. I'll just say this: the
don't
major. Hold
say,
on.
they
Look,
don't say
it's just a
that you're
circle.
going to go from a protocell to a human being in the course of a human lifespan in the lab. That's
Yeah, you said
ridiculous.
that already. You
That's
said
the
that already,
dumbest
man.
straw man I've ever heard.
Look. I'm just saying is this though. Like we've all heard it. We've all been taught in schools. I'm fucking 33 years old. I was taught and all the way from biology all the way to now in college that they've been saying that we've all evolved from some sort of plasmic or a puddle of goo and stuff like that. These cells, organisms, which eventually they started eating and growing and evolving, and so on. And eventually they started forming into complex sea organisms and those creatures and started evolving. And then one of them decided, fuck it, I'm gonna walk on land. And then that creature evolved into a lizard. And then from there, it branched off into all these different variations and varieties of species. And it continued and continued and continued. And now, for the normal person, like I said, the majority of average people who are usually religious, they'll go ahead and say that sounds retarded and move on. But when other people starts talking to, real like evolutionists, and you go like, all right, show me exactly how this shit, why can't we have creationism and evolution be taught at the same class? That yes, they could have, our genes do look like theirs. Maybe we could have been genetically modified or genetically made by a higher being or made that way. But instead, we end up getting hijacked with evolutionists teaching this thing, which starts to, like I said, starts to form into a belief cult. And that's exactly where we have it, where like certain things are, oh yeah, it looks reasonably the same because of similar patterns and structures, but there's no evidence to show from species A to species B literally evolved there. And then, like I've said before, in modern time, if I go out there in the wild or go to National Geographic, I'm not going to see a creature go from a turtle to a bird, a lizard to a bird, none of that stuff.
Yeah,
And all I get
evolution
from you,
doesn't say that that's what's going to happen.
So,
Dude.
but the
It's
presumption,
just your misunderstanding, man.
but Jace,
That's not scientists' problem that you don't understand what we're saying.
but Jace, given the paradigm, like any presumption that can be made, it brings about like at least like 10 other things that you could subsume from that one presumption. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's like it can be wildly off, and it is highly speculative because of those things, because you're presuming that one thing that you might find may continue on infinitely, or that trait of how the mechanics are working is going to continue. When if that is incorrect in itself, then something like evolution doesn't need to be in the same ideological construct simply because something like genes exist. Do you see what I'm saying? Or right, like putting all these things together in one paradigm, I guess, is what people want, because we want to have facility and a story, But
Well, yeah.
where,
But do you
where that
disagree with when
He's
there is a
finishing. Let him
genetic
finish.
mutation?
I'm just saying that the narrative quality of evolution tends to overshadow the facility and the science, into where it becomes something that if you believe in a DNA sample being able to identify somebody, then you're like, hey, I got to sign on to evolution here, when these two things could be a little bit more separated. Anyway,
The
I'll
fossil
rest.
records, and even over the short term, 3,000 years or so, we've seen distinct cases of this genetic mutation that can replicate it from parent to child over multitude of millennia for centuries. We know this to be true. It happens, and we can trace it through fossil records or through just our own much short term record
So
keeping.
heredity does not itself like explain the paradigm of evolution kind to kind. It doesn't. But you can prove heredity all day long. I'm not saying you can't.
So from dogs to humans. Is that what you're saying?
Even cats. But I don't even think that there's a line from cats to dogs. But
we
anyway,
came from a type of dog. You know, being
is that where you feel? I don't know.
A type of dog is where we come from.
If
right?
that's what you believe,
No,
you're
we
inherent.
didn't come
That's not a
from.
belief. That's kind of what the
Well,
fossil records.
No, it's a religion.
saying
It should be taught as a religion. It requires faith. It's speculative. It's basically science fiction. If you want to believe we came from rats, then go for it, dude. But don't pretend it's like some definitive
didn't come
scientific
from
fact.
rats.
Yeah, you do. You think that we came from rats.
No, we didn't.
Yes,
None
you
of
did.
this is speculative. None of it has anything to do with the belief in a supernatural power and some form of the soul that somehow
No one's talking
persists
about that. What are you
beyond the
talking
death
about?
of the physical body, like religions do.
That's not what
None of it
religion.
has
No.
anything to do with any of that.
No, trust me. I know that the reason that you guys
I
are so into it is you
appreciate
think
the
that science
implicit admission that religion is a bad thing. I appreciate that. But what you can show in the lab and in the field is not religious. It's just what we can show.
Yeah, but you make religious conclusions, assumptions, and interpretations drawn out over the course of billions of years. And the fact that you guys can admit it, I mean, to all other people, it just looks dumb because, like, we know, like, whether evolution is true or not, like, it requires faith in its current state to understand it or to believe it. But you guys can't admit that. You can't admit that you have to have faith and that there's like a huge variance of interpretations and interpolations and how they understand it. This is objective. All you have to do is go look into evolution. There's like 400,000 different interpretations of it. You guys want to pretend there's one definitive explanation and that it's
matter
accurate.
how many times you say it, with how much confidence you say it with, doesn't make it true, dude. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so you're
That's
just hand
not
wave
how
dismissing,
reality
right?
You're just
So-
projecting right now.
Yeah, you're just hand wave dismissing it.
You're just making ridiculous claims that aren't true, that we can go into a lab and show you that we're not making any kind of religious assumptions or conclusions.
Yes, you are. How do you
based
know what
on
happened? How do you
religion.
know what happened 2 billion years ago? And first of all, to even get the billions of years, right? To even get the billions of years, you have to make assumptions. You have to assume that decay rates are linear and they remain consistent. You have to assume initial conditions. You have to assume parent-daughter isotope relationships and like 30 other things. And that's just for one part of it. Then whenever you get into evolution, so you guys don't like to have it exposed because you like to. Dude, the emperor has no clothes, Jace. Like you guys like
You're
to pretend.
changing the whole
That's
meaning
why
of
you
word.
have to censor
When
me.
you when you test radioactive isotopes and they follow these first order kinetic laws, and you can't show that that ever changes except for in ridiculous conditions similar to the sun that obviously weren't happening here on Earth via the rate team. But in all other conditions, natural conditions here on Earth, that those rates aren't changing. That's not an assumption. The assumption is that they somehow in the past they did change, and we should entertain that, even though you can't show that in any way.
It's already been
That's
shown.
the
It's already been
assumption.
shown. You can turn wood into coal in like a matter of weeks. So you guys can.
You change the half-life of isotopes with it. That's what you're telling me right now.
I'm saying that whenever you claim it takes so long for something to happen, it's not true at all. It's not true at all, and we can show that it's not true in a lab
No,
because you
you're
love
changing
your
what you're
lab so
saying.
much. You can show in a lab that you can turn wood into coal in a matter of weeks. You can show that there's all kinds of discrepancies within the radiometric dating process, and it's well known. And so then what you find out is that to do
No,
the
it's
radiometric
not.
dating,
You're just
to do the
lying.
radiometric dating process requires a geological framework. So you have to have a geological framework and assumption to then even do the dating in the first place. This is easily proven by just sending samples to different prestigious labs and not telling them where they found it. They'll
Yeah,
get
when you
wildly
trick
different.
them.
No, when you say you tricked
Can
them,
I-
what you meant to say is you didn't let them
When
cherry
you
pick and use the
dishonestly
Texas sharpshooter.
trick them,
The
and
reason
you
you
do
interrupt
the
is you know I'm
sampling
exposing your
wrong.
bullshit. That's why you feel the need to interrupt everything.
When you're Snelling and you do the sampling with the purpose of contaminating your sample, then send it to a lab that you know can't distinguish between
That's not what happened.
those
That's not what happened.
contaminations because it doesn't have the accelerator mass spectrometry to do that.
That's not what
And
happened.
then you try to use the results to convince people that there's somehow
That's not what
some
happened.
kind
You're
of
lying. They didn't
problem
contaminate
with
anything.
dating. It's
Jace,
ridiculous, dude.
Jace, you're just making up stories. Can you give us an example of when this happened?
Yeah, I can give you the lab that he sent them to. His own admission about how he did
Who?
the sampling.
Who?
Snelling.
Is
Snelling.
that who?
The
Is
guy
that
who
who was
you're
specified?
talking about.
Because this has happened many, many times, right?
Yeah.
And you realize that
No, it's happened with
you can make wood become coal in a very quick time, and
that's
it gives you the
different.
same
That's a different
radiometric
thing, though.
isotope
Different
halos
thing.
as.
That's
No,
a
but
Stop
Jace,
rocket
interrupting
there's
station.
no
him,
point in
bro.
talking with you,
Jace,
Jace. You
Jace, you're like
constantly
you're in
just
a
talk
church.
over
You
me.
think we're in a church, and like we just have to listen to your sermon. And if
Well,
anyone
you're
dares raise their
preaching to
hand, so
me.
then let him finish, man.
Yeah, are you
Go ahead.
familiar with the
Preach.
scientist who was able to do this repeatedly over and over to begin the coalification process? Within 2 weeks, he has basically coal, and all he's doing is applying heat, a little bit of pressure, and
So
water
he went out in
to
the
wood.
natural conditions where coal fields are found and saw that coal turn to
No, but it
wood
proves that the
turn to
process
coal
can
in
be
2
done.
weeks.
It proves that the process can be done
No,
within a
man.
much shorter time
Yeah.
frame than is
We
claimed.
The
need to assist it though. It
the
doesn't happen
claim is
naturally at all.
not that it's just a general in every case coal or wood turns to coal in this specific amount. The claim, the evidence that's shown is under specific circumstances where these things are found. This is how long it takes.
Here's the thing:
and
you don't
When you
know all the
imitated abiogenesis,
you don't
just
know
like
all
when
the
you claim you.
it has to be
Jace,
aided
you
by
don't
humans.
know all the specific
Humans have to do this.
circumstances
It
of
doesn't
these
happen naturally.
places when this stuff took place. That's the problem.
It
And
doesn't
And
happen.
you also got to
you know
remember
all
that
the
in
You
order
have
to
to show. You have to
believe
show
Are
in
you
that
guys
Jace's
just going to
claim.
talk over everybody? Are you
No,
scared
we're
for
trying to
people
get
to
next.
actually talk?
Yeah, I'm gonna start muting people as it's interrupted. So let Napalm finish.
Yeah. So the problem with this is you come upon huge coal fields, right? And you claim that this could be, millions of years for this process to take place, but you have to be able to completely establish the environment in which all of that took place.
And that's
And you
what's
weren't
done.
there. Nobody was there. The geologists weren't there. They're just based on assumptions, typically based on rock layers. And like a gentleman was pointing out earlier, where I guess a professor took a bunch of students out and said, let's try to date these strata, and they were already talking about millions of years when it was something that took place in 24 hours. That's the problem. There's obvious evidence for a large flood event that took place all over the world. And the amount of things that can happen. Why are you laughing? The
Because,
evidence
dude,
Being really silly.
evidence
hilarious.
all over the world. Not only
No.
through the geology, but also through documentation from multiple different cultures. If you want to ignore that, that's your fault.
I have something quick to say after Jace.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jace. Yeah.
I don't know, man.
I
You
want
all
to
you're
get back
saying is
into.
when you purposely do the processes and the sampling deceitful, you get the wrong results. Duh.
No, this was a scientist who not only did this process because he thought that the coalification could take place much quicker. He proved that it could. Published scientific papers that have still yet to be refuted. So, what is your point, Jace?
The point is, though, that these dates come from very specific conditions that are tested for. It's not just a generalized wood turns to coal in this amount of time every time claim. It's they do
Who made
surveys
that claim?
and geological testing of
He said
the region. So you saying that you can change the conditions and change the rate that wood turns to coal, I agree with, dude. But that's not what has to do with the dates of the coal fields that geologists are dealing with.
Okay, I'm gonna quickly just bring it back to
What I'm
the
trying to tell
radiometric.
you, and I don't think you listened to it previously, was that the same radioactive halos, right? So the halos around that are seen present within the coal, those are still present within his coalification process that he does within a few weeks. How do you explain that?
I would have to see exactly what he's saying. Do you have the paper? Because again, I don't disagree that you can change the conditions and get wood to turn to coal
Yeah, lots of
in
heat,
way
no
faster
oxygen,
time.
things that don't exist on the earth. Yeah.
But the claims of the dates of these sites are under very specific circumstances that are accounted for, tested for isotopically, they're tested for geologically, geophysically. They do many, many surveys of the
Right.
area.
So if you can get the same radioisotope halos as you would get from what is claimed to be millions of years worth of time for the coal to take place, if you can get those same exact fingerprints there, within weeks, what would that do for the theory?
I'd like to see that.
It doesn't do anything because the claim is not just a general coal, wood turns to coal under X amount of time every single time. That's the point, dude. That's not the claim. That's the straw man you're trying to build.
What's used to date the coal?
I would say usually carbon dating, depending on the age of the site. If it's older than 50,000 years or so, then you have to use a different method.
Okay, the point is that when in radiometric dating, for example, I know we talked about this the other day, but when archaeologists or meteorologists or what do you call it, geologists, whatever, but whenever they're actually trying to date a site accurately, they're not going to use something that's going to purposely flaw their data, like using like volcano, like rocks that were just formed, right? Or
yeah.
What are you talking? Purposely flaw their data.
They're going to use a site that is as undisturbed as possible to make sure that they're it's not what do you call that? Like tampered.
What, to get a baseline of let's say 50,000 years. So how do you get a baseline of 50,000 years if you didn't get a sample 50,000 years ago, or you didn't say a specific marker, somebody wrote it down, this date, this is when this rock was formed, or this is when this piece of petrified wood became solidified into rock, right? That's the problem with you guys. You don't have a baseline for any of this shit that you talk about. And when environmental
radioactive decay law,
you're laughing, but you're not even going to look into the qualification process where this gentleman literally got the same halos that people are claiming takes millions and thousands of years to form. He gets them in weeks, completely blowing out of the water your ideas, right?
Yep. It's all religion, bro.
I would have to see exactly what he did, what he said. I'm not going to just take your word for
it. If you
it.
see it and you read it, what are you going to be somebody that's going to go in and try to improve the process?
Well, no, man. If it's true,
never mind.
Because
you have a religion. Because you're going to try to find a way.
Right,
why don't you just post it, man?
You're established.
Yeah, post it. Because what I find is whenever you guys make these kind of crazy claims, it's never what you're claiming in that paper. It's always like your weird interpretation, or usually I just count it out as a lie. You're just trying to deceive other people to believe what you're saying. It doesn't turn out to be what you're saying it is.
You can look it up, Jace. I'm not going to do your homework for you.
And I've
just
talked
like you do for everybody else.
Like people Witsit have cited before. I've went and talked to them and played the clip of what he said that they said, and they're just like, that's not even close to what I was claiming or what I said.
Interpretations.
No, just yesterday, day before, you talked about the orbits around the moon having to take into account the gravitational force of the Earth. Now, yes, there is data and there is things to support that by the articles you read, but in reality, they don't matter at all to any astrophysicist that is projecting and trying to calculate the orbits around the moon and the trajectory to land.
Before we get on to something else, Kosho, did you actually watch what you asked me for the information? I gave you a video that documented it. Did you go look into that gentleman's information?
Post the scientific paper that the guy should have published.
Yeah, so
go ahead
when
and
you
do that. I gave Kosho the information, a start to where he can find all of this information.
You can't just post the paper for us. You're making some crazy claims, man.
Yeah, but your claims are just as crazy too, because again, evolution is not something like a new concept. You have religion and creationism that's been around for so many years, at least about 1,000 years, if you want to placate on that one. And now it's your claim against that claim. And every time when we ask you, please prove your work is always like, oh, it's hypothetical inferences, billions of years, more bullshit. And then, not to top it off, we can see your extreme bias against religion and the supernatural. So you were stating like, oh, about a supernatural being to create. So when you tell to the average Joe, right, What would you rather have in the concept of existence? Being made by a Giga Chad god with a purpose and a reason to be on this world to be challenged, or Lily evolved from monkeys that fucked with corn cobs? That's why we have corn DNA, and we came out of a pool of sperm jelly. Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Well, that's silly. And evolution doesn't claim that. No one who believes
We
in
evolved from
evolution.
monkeys, right? Evolution says that we evolved from monkeys, right?
Yeah, sure. It says we're a type of monkey.
Okay, there we go. I'm not a monkey.
We're
You're
a
a
type
monkey.
of ape. We're all apes.
You're an ape.
Sorry,
You're
Goes
an ape.
for us,
I'm
buddy.
not an ape.
Like, look, you
You're
guys
a
saw where they
mong.
showed
You're a
that the
mong,
boot
is what
has
it is.
petrified fossils inside of it. We're showing you evidence. We're showing you evidence that coal can turn, or wood can turn to coal. This is the thing. You guys make assumptions about what has happened over the course of billions of years, like all kinds of crazy events or lack thereof, the temperatures, the humidity, the pressure environments of the different layers that you guys can't verify even beyond 7.8 miles. You guys make a bunch of assumptions, a bunch of geological assumptions that then spill over into the evolutionary idea. Okay, and this is objective. And if there was some type of crazy, if the Earth actually goes through cycles much more frequently that are much more extreme, we would have petrification at a much quicker process or much quicker rates. And you guys can't concede that. And this is why it's basically a religion. That's why in university it should be taught, sure, but as a religion, it should be taught as a way to interpret the world, right? But it's not some scientific definitive fact. It requires speculation.
You don't know the difference between a religion and science. That's just killing
He
you right now.
doesn't know what
You
he's
Things are
conflate
not
science
based
with
on pure
scientism.
faith. You're
You
making
conflate
no,
science with
science.
scientism.
Now I'm talking.
Let me enlighten you
You're
with something,
interrupting me.
Pastor.
You are interrupting me right now. Let me have a sentence. You don't need to judge because I don't disagree. Because I disagree with you doesn't mean you have to jump all over me. So what we're saying is it's not a religion. Religion is based on faith. There's no scientific evidence whatsoever. Everything we're talking about is either observational science, chemistry science, physics, sciences through test, experimentation, hypothesis, and validations and evidence. Evidence alone precludes it from being a religion.
Let me
may not
define
be
religion.
good.
Let me
It may
define
be-
religion.
Hold on. It may be weak, but it is still evidence.
All right, I'm going
Religion
to define
is not
religion
based
now.
on evidence.
I'm going to define religion. Actually, a belief in a supernatural being can be based on evidence as well. The natural inclination for order. So anyway, a pursuit
that's
or
not
shut
evidence.
up, dude.
That's
A
faith.
pursuit or interest of to which someone ascribes supreme importance, a particular system of faith. Okay, so a belief system built upon the doctrine of men, void of empirical, verifiable evidence. And so whenever you have to make faithful leaps, right? Leaps of faith and interpolation and speculation, this is a religion. And then this is a perfect example of religion because it's something in which, an interest in which you ascribe supreme importance, right? And that's the problem. You guys conflate science with scientism, with the idea, and this is the main part I want to make this very clear. All throughout all of history, you have two types of fundamental people. You have the type of people that conflate consensus with reality. So whatever the quote-unquote scientific consensus is, right? Meaning you have the experiment, then you have the interpretation of it. You guys conflate the two as if the interpretation is infallible. And then there's a consensus belief. You always have the group of people that run around touting the consensus as if definitive and mocking and ridiculing anyone that would dare question it and claim that it's always progressive. Science is progressive. Our understanding is progressive, and we're always just making strides of progress. And that consensus is fact, right? And then there are the other people that are intelligent and wise and understand that scientific consensus has never been correct. It's always wrong. 100% isn't correct, and that through all history, the people that aren't smart enough to figure it out for themselves, or at least think for themselves, they mock and ridicule the people that dare question the current consensus. But then always the person that makes huge scientific advancement is the person that doesn't go with consensus, is the person that challenges consensus. That's how all innovation and new discovery has ever occurred. So whenever we see this cycle repeat over and over, and we have people in 2023 doing the same thing, whatever the mainstream consensus is, they pretend it's fact. Of course, we don't take it seriously because this is the same cycle that always happens.
Correct.
So if someone would be honest, be like, well, this is what I believe the current consensus is pretty accurate. I have faith in our current understanding. I know that it requires some speculation. We have to speculate about what happened so long ago and how long ago things happened. We're constantly guessing about geological layers and the advancement of those layers and what happened within them and blah, blah, blah. If you could admit that it's speculation, that it's a faith-based interpretation of the events, then that would be somewhere where you could have a middle ground with people. But you guys don't do that. You mock and ridicule anyone that dares question the current consensus.
Which
That's
I'm
the
thankful
problem.
for that. No, I'm thankful for that because you know why? Because when people get mocked and told that they're stupid in what they believe in, they tend to just ignore these group of individuals, and they just move away from these nerds. And that's the funny thing about this is just that the way they go about like this has to happen, and the more you corner them and trying to get to an idea of it, where they are. Like, listen, hey, I believe in God, and I don't know if I don't have like hardcore evidence that God exists and all that stuff. But like Chase was laughing just a moment ago about the flood. Like there was a great, some sort of great flood, and I'm laughing, but a whole bunch of geologists says, yeah, there is records of some sort of deluge that might have happened at some sort of time period. So
Yeah, I mean, this is just it's crazy that people understand the concept that I'm saying too. It's like, why do you guys do like? How do you not? Can you not just go look at history and learn from the mistakes of people? Like even within the paradigm, let's use heliocentrism and relativity as an example. You guys think you guys have a script to say relativity is one of the most tested and verified, experimentally verified theories ever, and you guys always just say that over and over and over and over, right? But like so we take your paradigm and let's look at it. Well, if we look back in time just 100 years ago within your own paradigm, everyone thought that there was something called an ether, an absolute frame of reference, and Newtonian mechanics. And anyone that questioned this or came up with a new idea were considered crazy. It was insane. We have tons of evidence. It's the most experimentally valid and tested theory ever. Ether is what sustains electromagnetic energy. We use it to formulate Maxwell's theories and to come up with electromagnetic field theory, to come up with all kinds of technological advancement. Ether, absolute frame of reference, and Newtonian physics. This is for the dynamic forces of the physical world, right? This was agreed upon across the board basically for consensus in terms of consensus. And then Einstein started saying something else. And he was laughed out of the Royal Society the first time he proposed it. His entire different idea. Now you guys claim that is the truth, that Einstein was right and that relativity is true and that all those other people were wrong. But the way that you guys operate, whenever that was going on before Einstein, when Einstein first proposed it, you guys would have mocked and ridiculed Einstein and told him that he was stupid because everyone knows he would have repeated the consensus. So your own worldview is contradictory, right? Like the way that you got to your current understanding requires that consensus be wrong, but you guys now think consensus is infallible. How do you guys not understand this concept?
Good talk, Wizard. Good talk.
Do you understand the concept?
Yeah, consensus follows the evidence usually.
Dude, you're just going to not acknowledge what I just said?
Nope.
So I'm saying because you guys can't. So if you think that consensus is infallible, then according to your own belief system, then you've contradicted. Consensus used to be something other than it is now. So if you had ran around and ridiculed people for not believing the consensus back then you would have been wrong according to your own current consensus.
Can I say something with since they've gone kind of quiet a little bit? Actually, I want to say something else along the same lines. My analogies there's another aspect of my analogies. It's how you interpret the data. If you already have a predisposition that the specific worldview is true, and honestly, the worldview that I think Jace is probably pushing, I don't know if Zanuck was pushing it, but he would push because he doesn't believe in a supernatural agent, is naturalism, which means the only means by which any of this can occur, all this can occur is through some natural process. So he eliminates one possibility right off the bat. So he's automatically, any data that is handed to him that may be valid data, he's going to automatically translate it through that lens. But no matter anything that might contradict that data, he's going to automatically dismiss it. That's why he laughs. That's why he laughs. Because it disagrees with his already predetermined worldview, and he filters everything through that worldview, no matter what.
Paul, they didn't determine their own worldview, though. Like, that's that's kind of how what you're saying ties into what I'm saying is they actually didn't even determine their worldview. It's just the quote unquote scientific consensus. That's it. If they come out tomorrow and make major changes to evolution, if Harvard comes out and says they have a new study that shows that our current understanding of evolution was wrong and there has to be a drastic change, but they show you a study, they show you they did something in a lab, they explain it within their own like reified paradigm, everyone in here will update their worldview. Right? So like I agree with you that they run it through the filter of their worldview, but it's not even a worldview that they determined. That's the
No, I
fundamental
agree with
difference.
you. Well, we all have a sheep mentality, so we always follow the majority. And so that's a natural tendency within all of us. We must resist that.
Yeah, but that's what the ironic part is. Like no productive progress is ever attained unless someone challenges the consensus. And science is supposed to be completely independent of bias. Right. So what they do is they conflate science with scientism, which is science is you do an experiment, you get the results. That's what the results are. It doesn't matter what you wanted there to be or anything like that. Just science. Scientism is the interpretation of the evidence, the selective importance. Like, oh, we'll dismiss this, we'll choose this or whatever. Right. And then this is our interpretation of it. And then look, we have 70% of people agreeing that this is the proper interpretation of it. Therefore, that is the truth. And then people take that interpreted aspect and they conflate that to what science itself is. That's actually scientism, right? And then they say, you confuse religion with science. No, I'm saying scientism is a religion. And that's distinctly different than science.
I agree. Remember Dr. Fauci says attack on me is attack on science, and a few other experts did the same thing too. Now look where we are now. Like look at the situation. Like, believe in the science, the mantra, the little nerdy Marvel comics and all that stuff. You guys can do it. Science is great. If that doesn't sound like a cult religion, I don't know what does, man. It's like, the fact that even the British occult associations went and started studying the scientism that's been growing on the youth and the men children. It's pretty funny. And that's an organization that studies cults, like any sort of cult that might come up, either from Satanism to another domination of Christianity that might do something in particular weird. They actually do studies on that. So the factor is that you guys are falling in that whole, sheeple scientists jump over the bridge, take whatever they give me. I'm not going to refute it because those are their experts.
Yeah. And this is can easily be tested because like, if I'm in here and I'm like, yeah, so I think that the only feasible way to interpret physics is that there has to be a unified theory because like the laws of physics are going to just be the laws of physics, right? There's a natural order and everything's going to follow the same physics. There isn't like, oh, well, we'll break it up into 5 different things and we'll just use it for what we can use it for in that scenario of applicability. No, it's like it would be unified. So I'm like, okay, I'm trying to figure out something that would be logically viable to explain physics unified. And so I'm like, okay, I think that there's an etheric energetic background, sustains electromagnetic energy, and that it's the same from the small to the big. Everything seems to have the same type of geometric expression. You have a conjugate geometric expression of centrifugal divergence and centripetal convergence, or basically a donut, the inside and out, a toroid, right? That's from the small to the big. That everything is intrinsically light, because light is actually nothing more than the background medium. There's not a square inch in all of existence that you don't have light. So you go to the darkest part in the world, there's still light there. We conflate illumination or the visible light with what light itself is. Everything is light, and then you can't have light without electromagnetic radiation. You can't find an area that doesn't have these things. Even a vacuum chamber has electric and magnetic constants. So therefore, everything is tied together with this commonality, this unifying factor. So if we need a unified variable to explain physics, why would we not start with electromagnetic variables, or i.e. light, and seemingly everything is that? And so that should be the first fundamental aspect of it, that light is actually ether is the background medium, and that everything is different modalities of that. They'll mock me, ridicule me, laugh, you're so stupid, ether's been disproven for so long, blah, 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 blah. But in their paradigm of consensus that they appeal to, like, it's admitted that they don't know the answer. They're looking for unified theory, can't come up with one. None of it works. They have to pick and choose all kinds of paradigms that contradicts themselves, has all kinds of paradoxes. They're at a standstill and can't explain tons of stuff. So I'm trying to actually think outside of the current consensus that's at a standstill and think for myself. Whether or not I'm right, I don't know. But like, there's no way no one's gonna ever make progress or actually answer these problems unless they think outside of the consensus, because the consensus is that we're at a standstill. So do you not see how ignorant it would be to like be the person that's like touting the accuracy of the consensus, which admittedly doesn't know the answer, and then mock and ridicule anyone that thinks outside of that to try to solve the problem. While you're not solving the problem, you're just sitting here and mocking the other people trying to think outside of the box. Like, I don't understand how this concept eludes people's grasp.
Well, and here's the thing, though, too. I was just thinking of this while you were talking. I mean, he's automatically most everybody just automatically dismiss one theory, whether it's the ether theory or in the biological system, a creator, right? Now, the question is, have they truly looked to see if there's any evidence for a creator or ether in either case? Have they really done that?
Yeah, wasn't that the premise of CERN with the God particle? That if they were to find one of God's complex tools, if there is some sort of cosmic tool, then God exists. And when they did the experiment in 2012, a whole bunch of scientists says, yeah, God exists. We found one of the tools that made the cosmos. So I don't understand why to this day it's like, oh yeah, religion and creationism. I don't think that actually happened. No.
Well, here's the thing. That's why I was going to say something about the irreducible complexity, and of course it went off the rail when I don't know if it was Whitsitt or Napalm brought it up. I don't remember exactly, but irreducible complexity is if one part of the system is missing, the whole system doesn't work. And a mousetrap, a hammer mousetrap, it's a irreducibly complex system. You remove the latch, it will not work. If you remove the spring, it will not work. If you remove the base, it will not work. And there is a lot of that in the biological system. There's a lot of it. I mean, like if you don't have the heart, the blood won't flow, right? If you don't have the iron in the blood, can't carry oxygen. I mean, you break down one part of the clotting factor in the clotting system, you won't clot and you'll die because you'll bleed to death. I mean, there's a huge bunch of complex systems that are necessary. Even the human eye. Right? They don't talk about the human eye, but this is used in a standard argument. Without the brain, you can't see. You can't discern anything. Without the retina, your brain can't process any information coming in. Without the nerves carrying the system, carrying the impulse to the brain, you can have the light and you have the brain, but you won't know you still can't see. If the lens is not there, then everything's blurry, or you still can't discern anything. The eye is a very complex, irreducibly complex system. And they argue, oh, well, you can get these ocular things like whatever the basic, whatever they say from, what is it?
Not irreducibly. I mean, you can.
It's not irreducibly.
No, you can identify all the parts and pieces and what they do. Come to the definitive.
If I remove, I think you misunderstood what I'm saying. If I remove the optic nerve, will the eye work? Well, I mean, can you see with the optic nerve?
Well,
okay, if the eyeballs received in the optic nerve,
why is that irreducibly complex?
Okay, if I remove a piece of it, will it function properly, like it's supposed to do? That's irreducible complexity.
It won't roll. No, it's not. I don't understand.
Yeah, your car. Okay, if I remove the transmission from your car, will your car go?
No. Well, that can.
If I take all the gas out of it, will it go?
No.
If I remove all the spark plugs from it, will it go?
But explain why that's irreducibly complex. That doesn't make sense to me.
Okay, because if I remove a key component, it will cease to function.
Okay.
That's irreducible complexity.
Oh, okay. Okay.
It's about function. What's the purpose of a mousetrap? What's its purpose?
It kills mice.
Okay, if I remove the spring, can it kill mice?
No, it's broke.
Right. The biological system is irreducibly complex.
So after all these 2 hours or even more, we're back at the same thing I started with. How can one thing work with the other without the other? It doesn't work.
Exactly. I mean,
and the other thing, one more thing, the evolutionists need to imagine this, okay, in your paradigm. For some reason, at some point, everything comes from one source, and that one source started developing different species, and these different, even though they're from one source, started attacking each other to, you know, one side gets stronger, the other side to clarify their territorium and so forth. And like the absurdity of it, that everything in that paradigm comes from one thing that for some reason then started doing different things that attacked each other to create more defined things, is absolutely ridiculous.
Hey, you know what else is ridiculous? When somebody will start explaining like a function that they totally don't take into account what Paul's trying to explain is when you try to explain one thing like in specific, you're not doing it justice, because even without that one thing, the functionality of the organism is not gonna work.
Well,
You're not gonna have functionality.
Well, that's why actually one of the reasons I went to the proton pump. Okay, because here's the thing about a proton pump: it maintains a certain gradient in the cell. Without that gradient, you can't produce ATP. ATP is the energy currency of the cell, so it's very necessary. So if you change, hold on a second. I'm just trying to unpack that more. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry, Paul, but really, man, to be honest, though, that's just conjecture and like I've never witnessed ATP being produced. I've never witnessed proteins being unfolded. All the functions in the cell that they claim is actually going on, I've never witnessed none of them. Have you?
I mean, there's been electron studies, and there's things that they do to. If you want to dismiss the biology, which I'm trying to agree on, so if you want to dismiss it, I'm actually looking at something that we all can agree on. At least, well, not you, but probably a lot of the flat earthers and the atheists can agree on, that the protein pump exists, that DNA exists, that protein synthesis is part of the biological system. I was trying to focus on something we all agree on. If you want if you don't think that's not true, then my argument's mute. So, but if you want to make the argument that doesn't exist because you haven't seen it,
DNA.
Okay, DNA was discovered. So I forget how many years ago. So you're saying that person that discovered it didn't discover it?
1951, bro. I'm sorry. 1953. So what? You're saying that in 1953 they had good enough electron microscopes, whatever.
Electron microscopes. I was trying to get the word
electron microscopes. Their electron microscopes actually seen fucking DNA. Is that what you're
I don't know
saying?
how they discovered it. I don't remember exactly how they discovered it. I don't remember.
Why do you invoke it if you don't know nothing?
Okay, because
about
the current technology allows you to see it.
Well, you know what? If I kept on stacking shit, and they do this with NASA too. They just always stack, double down, push the envelope further and further and further, and then before you know it, your story that first began as a fairy tale now somehow has a backbone, just like the way they're trying to say that humans came from fucking small little marsupials, little rats, is what fucking Whitsitt said.
Yeah, I agree, and it's like once you have a committee.
Hold on a second. He was speaking to me, and I was going to respond. So go ahead. Well, here's the problem.
Hey, look, real quick,
I've been in this conspiracy world now. You said something.
DNA,
I'm going to say something now, please.
10 seconds.
You said something. I'm going to say something now, please. I've been in the conspiracy world for about 6 or 7 years now. Okay. I questioned everything, just like most people on this panel did. But I've also come to realize, as soon as you throw out everything, okay, if you throw out everything that we've been taught, every scientific discovery, everything, then you have nothing to stand on at all. You have to go back and say, well, this discovery was not valid, it's not true, then you have to, it's on you to go back and show how that discovery is not true. I would say Napalm and Whitsett at least come back with data saying they are interpreting this way, and then they come and say no, then this data is not accurate, and here's why. But you saying all of it's wrong, then you can't. How can you know anything? You can't know anything.
That's not that's not what he's saying. All right, hold on. Let me just.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, hold on. Let me get in because I've been next, and Rags just kind of interrupted when I was gonna say it. Look, what we're all saying is this: if you have a government, committees, and science organizations pathologically fucking lying, 9 out of 10 times they're lying. The one time they're telling the truth, then everything needs to be reinvestigated and re-researched. Because at some point,
100%.
at some point you're going to know, like, okay, let's see exactly where it's going on. Let's go ahead on what's going on with the education. Let's go ahead and check where did you get these sources? How did you do this? Because it's not like we're saying we're throwing everything away. It just has to be re-researched. That's all it is.
Well, they have that, but don't come in right off the bat and say, hold on a second. Then don't come in right off the bat. Well, I want to respond to that. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Like, you said that thing about DNA, but man, there's a lot of people who've been looking into all these, this misinformation that people can't talk about. And I wonder why they just censor it. Like, it's not going to hurt anybody. It's not going to kill anybody. Now, if you happen to like come across one of those little microscopic organisms that kill people, and it's your turn, I mean, even though that the death rate is for these little organisms are killing 81-year-olds and above, even though that's the case, they still make it misinformation. Like it's not going to hurt anybody. But anyway, that's besides the point. So when it comes to DNA, I've actually looked into DNA a little bit. And I looked where the first photo came from, who discovered it, the methods they used, and it's all bullshit, dude.
Okay,
now,
so let's say they're bullshit. Okay, you paused.
Instead, I'll come with facts. Okay, I'll post
You
my
paused,
citations.
so I was going to
You
respond.
can look at them.
Okay, so you can let's say they are bullshit. Let's say what you said, that first discovery of the DNA is bullshit. So what about the technology we have today that can actually image the inside of a cell? I mean, what about a microscope that you can actually get and look at it? It's powerful enough to put an organism under the slide and see a lot of the structure of the cell. Then you get a little bit more powerful microscope, a little bit more powerful instrument, and you can dive even deeper and see even more detail. So you're saying that all that is wrong.
Dude.
How do you know?
Show me a picture of DNA then. Show me. And you know what? When you Google it,
What if
find CGI horseshit.
Okay, define what you mean by picture.
Well, whatever a picture is, an image taken by a microscope.
If I develop a technology strong enough that can, with certain imagery, I can actually create an image of something, knowing the data is accurate. I mean, if you're saying a photograph like a camera, you can't. I mean, a camera is not sensitive enough to do that level of photography. So you're going to have to use something else to do that.
But you haven't even investigated the methods they use to actually.
I know how electron microscopes work. I've actually seen those things. I know how, and if they use an electron microscope,
it takes to actually expose the actual DNA, because the DNA is enveloped in the whole cell and the nucleus.
Okay, whatever, good white. I mean, if you want to, I mean, if you question everything, then question everything. That's fine.
What we're supposed to do, man? Like, how many
even investigated?
Like, how many people you are like? It's like this. Every time the government or any sort of science committee, like they were saying, like there was in Puerto Rico, they had a few doctors that were telling that the women in the island were malnutritious, right? And so they started giving them, believing the science, believing the doctors, they started giving them vitamin boost. And later on, if it wasn't for that brave female doctor and that other doctor, from the southern Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico would not exist because they were doing sterilizations, and there are plenty of other places too that's been done. So that's why things need to be investigated and researched and looked out thoroughly. And again, we're dealing with the NASA situation. NASA hit themselves with the whole blue marble bullshit, where they were saying, yeah, we use composite picture. Then we look at the guy who made it, and he even said himself, oh yeah, this is how I do it. Like we were thinking that he was stitching the photos of all those satellite images on the ball, but he didn't do that. And now it's the same thing with this microscopic stuff.
Yeah, real quick. Deathbringer. If you're gonna say Puerto Rico like that, man, don't ever say Puerto Rico.
I was gonna say.
What the hell do you mean I can't say Puerto Rico like that? What the hell are you talking about?
I was gonna say stop saying Puerto Rico like that, but whether or not we can have an image.
Puerto Rican, I can't even say that. Okay.
Hey Paul, I'll tell you what I'm gonna do, dude. I'm gonna pull up the reason.
Roboting.
Be held accountable for this, and that way, there could be some sort of rapport with me and Paul, because for me just to say all DNA is bullshit without any evidence, that's not cool. And then for him to claim that DNA is real without any evidence isn't cool. Just the established narrative.
Yo, can you guys hear me?
That way I can tell, and I bring forth, and he can look at it, and at least there's some sort of track record.
You're roboting.
All right, my turn. Okay, my turn. Now, as I'm not really crazy about this guy, Good White, but however, he does have something here. Do we have an image or whatever of DNA? They actually image the shit. And even if we don't have an image of it, I mean, is there not something telling our bodies or organic material how to replicate and reproduce itself? Like, there must be something there doing it, right? There has to be some kind of information there telling our body how to grow, regenerate, build cells, all that shit.
Well, he's gonna. I'm about to show you guys an image of it looks like it's an electron microscope image of DNA. Now he's going to say because it's computer done and because of this, that, and the other thing. But I mean, either this is valid, whoever designed this, or they didn't. So if you want to dismiss this as computer generated, I think that's usually what he was going to say. Well, obviously, when you use electron microscope, you have to use a computer to create the image. But honestly, I have to use a computer to create an image on my phone. So because it's generated, because I get electromagnetic waves from something, it hits my phone and it's converted by the computer PC in the phone, that makes it not valid. That's a bit of a stretch. But here, electron microscope image of DNA, I just dropped it.
Well, like I said, even if this DNA thing, we can't get a picture of it or something, there's got to be some kind of information telling organic shit how to reproduce. No.
Exactly, I agree.
Otherwise, what's the difference between us and a banana or something, or a piece of lettuce, whatever?
I put in chat what is known as Picture 51. It is the first recorded sighting of DNA through a light microscope. You can actually see it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm honest, I'm just looking at some gray blur in both pictures, so how would it follow from what we are seeing? Just for the sake of the conversation, guys, right?
Well, there's a thing called chain of custody in any investigation or anything, right? Now, you'd have to argue. Okay, I don't know. I just pulled out a quick cursory search, and I didn't dive deep into the website. Okay, I have seen an electron microscope. I have seen it. And I've actually seen images from things and how you can go down to very, very, very small detail from an electron microscope. But you can. It's not something like if you take a picture of some of the images the electron microscope can do, your human eye can't even pick that stuff up. We don't have the right magnification for that to even occur. So the electron microscope is supposed to be the way to get down deeper into seeing things at a very small detail level. Now, the thing is, if someone develops that technology to do that, right, and he takes the DNA and he takes an image of it, you have to trust that he did the whole process from the time he put probably the slide inside the machine to publishing it on an article. See, that's the chain of custody issue. So, okay, was this source a government source? No. I went to college and I actually saw things and did things like, I mean, the heart exists. Do you know why? Because I saw a cadaver on the table with it wide open, and I saw the heart. The heart of the human. I don't have to cut my heart open to know that the heart's inside me. And certain level of schools are like that. So you have, I mean, you can go down to. I've been thinking about doing this myself, going down to local university here and try to find if they're doing the quantum eraser experiment, and see if they're doing it, so I can actually see it. Not just wait some paper I read on the internet and go see it. Maybe they're doing the Cavendish experiment. Let's go see if they're doing it. The local college down the street. You know what I mean? I mean, this is where you run into a problem if you start to question everything. I question the government like there's no tomorrow. Don't get me wrong. I question it. I don't trust anything coming from the government.
Yeah, but doesn't the Bible tell you to question everything or something?
It does. It does. But I mean,
you should be questioning everything. You're a Bible man, right?
Well, I know. Well, this says test everything and hold on to that which is true. But here's the thing: if my wife comes and tells me something, either I trust my wife or I don't. If I trust her, now if she's shown herself to be unfaithful, then I'll question her. But do I test everything she tells me? No. If I know somebody at the local college and I know the professor, do I question everything he says?
No. I hear that, but this is a little different. This is a little different than your wife telling you the dinner's ready or something, or she was at the mall.
Well, I mean, but I'm trying to show the level that there's a certain level of trust you do have to put in certain things. Like, I mean, if I go to 5 different institutions, college institutions, and they've imaged DNA through the electron microscope, does that mean all of them are in cahoots, saying that that they're trying to show that DNA is this is real because we've all kind of got together in some dark room and said let's tell the world that DNA is real.
Well, what do they imagine if DNA is not real? Sorry to cut you off, but if DNA is not real, what are they doing? Like, they're convicting people for life sometimes based on this DNA thing. So if it's not real, what are they doing in court?
Yeah,
I agree. And that's another thing. And the people have gotten off. They've gotten off because of DNA evidence.
Yeah,
they've actually taken them out of prison.
Yeah, same thing with fingerprints too. Like fingerprints, and they were showing investigations that they were saying that, oh yeah, remember that bullshit fallacy? They were saying that fingerprints are unique to everyone, and then later on, some guy did a study and ended up finding there was 10 exact copies of fingerprints in an actual local county. So the funny thing is, it's just that science itself can be wrong, and the thing is, when you teach or educate a bunch of people wrong think or wrong situation, they're not in a global conspiracy. They just don't know any better.
Fingerprints aren't unique. Hold on.
Yeah, fingerprints aren't unique
to people.
No, they're not. There are people that could have duplicate fingerprints. There was a whole thing to it.
Well, that's fucked up. They were arresting people on that. Okay, that changes everything. They were arresting people based on fingerprint shit.
Yeah, hang on a second though.
It's extremely unlikely.
Most people though aren't convicted just on fingerprint evidence alone.
Yeah.
But you may have. I mean, let's say there's 1,000 people in the town that have 10 of them have the same fingerprint. Well, you're trying to prove a case, and you do find the person that's the suspect in the case. The fingerprints matches him, and then there's other pieces of corroborating evidence. I don't think anybody's just convicted on just fingerprints alone.
No, it's not. Usually, it's the cops will find you guilty, and you got to prove your innocence through a whole bunch of shit. And hopefully, if you're lucky enough, you got a nice big fat lawyer or mean shark, you might get out of it. In some cases, well, you're probably doing another 20 years for some sort of false accusation or something.
That's a whole nother.
Yeah, I know,
the
but
fingerprint thing.
Yeah.
The fingerprint thing it's not impossible for people to have the same fingerprint, but it's extremely unlikely, and it's just an identifier as far as seeing if you were the one who did the crime. Just like Paul had said, and DNA is much more. Yeah, well, no, it's the difference with the DNA is
the probability is so much lower that it's probably not going to happen. But when they check your DNA, they're not checking the entire genome. You know, they'll check.
Well,
so
if you have a twin, genetically they're exactly the same.
It could be like Judge Dredd. Remember Judge Dredd, where he had the twin?
Right. Exactly.
If you have a twin, yeah.
Yeah, like for instance, there are plenty of cases where people will see their own doppelganger and like stuff like that, and you have a lot of lookalikes going out there, and they're not twins. You know, they have different mothers and stuff. There's only so many variations and features that the human body is going to be able to make unique, right? And so that goes in the same ground with like fingerprints. Shit, like there was two guys from I think one guy was from North Dakota and some other state, and they look like twins. They took a picture together. They sat next to each other like, dude, this was crazy. And there's plenty of that thing going around in airports and trains and stuff where they'll take pics, they'll make friends and stuff. It's just humans aren't going to be, when the more you have population of human, the patterns are going to start repeating.
Well, here, I want to go back. I want to circle back to something. I'm actually can talk a little bit more. I'm actually in my truck warming up because it's cold where I'm at, and I'm probably heading home. But they made the argument, because it's a living system and it's different than a mechanical system. But here's the thing. I mean, it's all, as Jeremy said, without some form of information. Now, where that information is located, that could be a different question. But the information in the DNA tells the biological system what to do. So if it tells it to grow a tree, it tells an acorn to grow a tree. It doesn't tell it to grow a fish. Doesn't tell it to grow a dog. It tells it to grow a tree. The sperm and the egg tell it to grow a human. So some kind of code is directing the development of that living system, just like a code in a computer can tell a printer to print 3D print something or print something on a piece of paper. It's the same concept. Go ahead.
Yeah, there has to be some kind of information there that's telling the body how to reproduce, because sometimes it fucks up and you might get 6 toes. Do you have 6 fingers? My name is De Niro Montoya shit. So there's got to be.
I got a cousin missing part of a thumb because he was born with it that way. So something told it not to grow his thumb all the way. Go ahead.
Well, I mean,
something's called that's DNA.
Right. That's what we were arguing. Yeah.
Somebody was saying it wasn't real. Where are you at now, Good White Light?
Guys, spend your energy wisely.
I want to say this, and the Globers should agree with me, and even there's some flat earthers should agree with me. You can't throw everything out. You have to. There are certain things. Even biology is a science, not in the scientism term, but in the science, because you can manipulate the DNA and cause a change in the living system. That means the DNA does cause things to happen. That's a science. It's not scientism. That's a science. You can cut off sunlight from a plant and then it will die. So that's a science. Biology is a science. It's not a pseudoscience.
Yeah, whatever you want to call the DNA, whether we do or don't have a picture of it, the information's obviously there. I mean, was that your overarching point, that there's information there?
Yeah, basically, yeah. I don't remember the original point. Good White took me off on a tangent.
Yeah, he does that.
Oh. And here's the thing about. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, man. You can go ahead, man.
I was going to say the problem with this community, and I hear this a lot, and that's why I get a little frustrated. We don't find enough common ground on both sides. If everything is a question, you will never find common ground. You got to find common ground to move this forward. If you don't, it's going to be around and around we go. Where we stop, nobody knows.
It's going to be a Mickey Mouse mess. I hear you. A merry-go-round of nonsense. I know.
No, I could agree with you on that too. But the problem is, it's just like for instance, I put everything that I'm not positively sure. Like if you give me some sources and information, I'll archive it and put it on a 50-50 board, right? There are some things that are like pretty out there that I'll more lean to because I've seen enough information. Like say for instance, the Hollow Earth Germans or Hollow Earth. I'll put it out there, but I'm always open for like any sort of evidence or claims and stuff. But the issue is the other side is very religious and zealous in their ways, and they won't even want to budge. It's like they just don't even give one marker of ground of like, do you not think for a moment that the stuff you're saying kind of sounds pretty fucking crazy? Like, maybe open your mind a bit. No, this is what it is, and you're dumb and you're wrong. There is no God. Okay, cool, man. It is what it is.
No, I agree with you. As soon as Jace C, whatever his name was, started laughing, I'm going like, really? You think that's going to further this conversation when you start laughing at people? I laugh at sometimes, but I try not to because it puts me off.
Yeah, shit's it's definitely off-putting when people just start laughing at you like a hyena like that. Like, come on.
And a lot of things he would argue. I know probably certain. I know probably intelligent design people. But a lot of the things he was pointing out would be evidence of design.
Yep.
And it's how you interpret the evidence. Like when somebody's talking about two genes spliced, whatever you want to call it. See, the thing is, just because you see here, this is the thing. If you see similarities in anything, that can be evidence for a similar designer. I drive down the road all the time. Everybody's driving down the road. I see cars with four wheels everywhere. You know what I mean? There's similarities. There's cars are different. A Tesla is different than the Ford, but there's similarities. But the similarities don't invoke evolution. They can invoke a creator because all those things were created. So just because you have similarities, even in genes or splicing of genes, if you splice something together, I can splice a sword and an axe together. Okay.
I'm all for a creator. I'm all for a creator, yeah. And I think there was one. But still, in the back of my mind, there's this thing like, all right, where'd the creator come from? I don't want to hear about your infinite regress fallacy. Okay, that's not even just where the creator.
Jeremy, you understand that's the whole point, is that to prevent infinite regress, you have to invoke some type of creative sentient entity that exists outside the confinement of matter and time. So, like, it doesn't come from anywhere. It's ever existent. Like, that the only option is something that can exist outside the confinement of time, or you have an infinite regress fallacy. Well, some creative force that exists outside of time is a god, right?
Also, yeah, also another answer to your question, Jeremy, would be just the fact that, as simple as it sounds, and it's sort of obvious too, but it's just, we're not meant to know everything.
I hear that.
There's certain things that we're just not meant to know, and it's sort of like it's sort of frivolous to even begin to try to understand, like, where did the creator? We just know that there had to have been one, and yeah, it's cool to ponder, but I ultimately think that there's some things that we're just we're not meant to know absolutely everything. We can come within a degree of that, but there's some things that.
Well, I know, but but you're saying the creator started. Hold on, Paul. But you're saying the creator like had no start. Like, that's hard for me to grasp. Just not having a start.
The creator didn't come from anywhere. If everything came from the creator, like, you have no matter what, there has to be some point where something was ever existent outside of time and wasn't dependent on anything. You're gonna have to reach that point at some. That's kind of the point. Like, people think that the infinite regress can be applied to God as well. No, actually, that's why there has to be a creator. It's because it's the only way out of the infinite regress, which is that something is infinitely ever existent. So, like, that's kind of what I'm saying. It's like the creator exists outside of time, bro. Like, there's no confinement on the creative force. Everything came from it. It was ever existing, right? Without that, then you do have an infinite regress.
Well, here's the thing. Let me say this real quick, Jeremy. I've said this before, and I'll say it's worth saying again because of this nature of the discussion. There's two aspects of knowing, like, all I've ever known is a finite existence. That's all I've ever known, but you can't know my existence because you're not me, right? But you can understand a finite existence because you're finite, right? So that being said, you cannot know in the experiential sense have something that's always existed, but propositionally I can understand it.
I'm just saying it's hard for me to think about something without a start. You know what I mean?
Because
this
that's
thing
your
always being
existence.
there, like that thing had to come from somewhere. It's just always been there. Like that doesn't just sit well with me.
Well, but that's because it's because that's your existence. But logically, and like which it was inferring, the inference is you have to have something that has always been. That to have being, you have to have something that grounds that being, and that being has always had to be there.
Yeah, like I mean, no matter what, you're gonna reach that point where that problem has to be answered, logically speaking. Logically
Right.
speaking, to avoid infinite regress, something has to exist outside of the confinement of time, which is not an actual confinement. It's a conceptual one that we've created based on what we experience. But yeah, like that's what you're asking when you're saying, well, what came before it? Or it's a time oriented question.
Yeah, because Jeremy, let's just say that you knew that answer. Let's say that the creator came down and from heaven or whatever kind of in whatever way, and literally communicated to you or told you directly, "Hey, I came from fill in the blank. It's right over there. It's in this other dimension. That's where I came from." So then let's just say you knew that for sure. He said, "Yep, I came from there. I came here. I created this whole realm here, and that's the deal." Wouldn't your next question be, well, okay, then where did that realm come from?
Yeah.
That's why it ends up being that. It ends up being the infinite regress in that way.
You say that the creator of this place was created, right? Well, then that's not the creator. If the creator of this place was created, then it's not the creator. Either way, you have to get to a point where it's ever existent. Like it's just like, yeah, it's you could consider.
Do you guys
it
understand why that?
but-
Do you guys understand why that doesn't sit well in my mind? The ever, forever, infinity thing.
Well, what's the other option?
I don't know.
Yeah, like why is there an eternal creator? Just what was it? Floating somewhere? Is he just creating dimensions? I mean, I hear what you're saying with that. Like why does that thing exist? You're saying?
Well, also that's
Like
let's say
this
putting
thing that came-
Cartesian limits on it, like where, right? So it's like when and where are not things
Like
that
how
would be
more
applied to the creator.
It's more like how.
No,
how did
nor
he come
time.
about?
So
Right.
this,
Well, like-
okay, guys, this concept of like always and forever is also something that the creator or the God is not bound to. So this idea of like forever, time, not bound to that either. It's experiencing all at once. So that's not a limitation either.
Well, yeah, that's funny that you say that because you know how the Bible defines God? The I am, Yahweh, ever present.
Yeah,
that means he's outside of time, and he is
outside of time.
Right.
This is an age-old question, right? This is why atheism has only been claimed in like the last few hundred years. Because throughout all time, people have known that this very thing requires some type of creator, not limited to what we understand to be time. It's just like a basic logical thing. And like the fact that people now say that they're atheists is actually kind of absurd.
Yeah, I'm all for a
It's
creator.
brain damage.
Yep.
I'm all for a creator. I think there is a creator, but it's not a where or when question. It's more of a how. Like if I were to ask him, I wouldn't say where did you come from or when. I'd be like, how did you get here? You know what I mean? Like, do you have a dad? Like, how did you get here?
I'll answer it.
Did you spawn out of nowhere?
I'll say
That's not for us to know.
Well, no, if you asked him how did I get here, so if you asked him that question, how, he would say, well, I've always been here. I didn't come from nowhere. I've always been here.
Yeah, he wouldn't say, like, how did you get here? He'd be like, what? I mean, I always was here. I didn't get here. So there's no mechanism for how I got here.
But even that idea implies some kind of a transition through time. Where did I come from? How did I get? That all implies that there's some sequence of one moment to another moment, type of idea. Whereas that's like a human thing that we experience because we go through time and, oh yeah, I ate this for lunch yesterday, or I was born in 30 years ago, or whatever it is. It's like implying a time thing. So that makes sense why we're talking in these ways because we're used to that. But if one could even fathom on a whole nother level to where it's completely outside of the whole construct of time and things coming before other things. And that gets down to some like base level of an eternal type level that isn't really based upon a sequence of time. The sequence of time is created from the eternal in the first place.
Well, the way I define time whenever I try this discussion I'm going to take the man-made convention out because I think that's actually kind of a mute point because I think God created time because the time has a past and present and a future, right? So, but it's also a measurement of change. Even the past, present, and future is a measurement of change. Like there's a previous moment, that there's a change occurring. There has to be a change for time to even be in play. If God is unchanging, which the scripture and people seem to think about, then before he created, nothing is happening. There is no change occurring. But the moment he creates, and the moment is even a bad term, time begins. Because there was before creation, and now there's creation. So you have a change occurring.
I think the creator would have been subject to time, maybe just not time as we know it, but some matter of time. Like he must have been sitting there like, oh, I think I'm going to make Earth today. And then he goes and makes Earth. Like there would have been like even for him, even if it was only in his mind, there would have been a sequence of events happening. Like he's thinking this and he's thinking that. I don't know.
Well, but here's the thing though, Jeremy, if he's ever present, okay, using that back, going back to that again, all his thoughts are all at once.
Crazy.
Right.
That's
the hard part to understand.
Yeah. So that means he doesn't like we have one thought that follows another. He doesn't. All his thoughts are all at once.
Which is insane for sure. It's hard for us to grasp, but like doesn't mean it's untrue. Like
But his actions, here's the thing, there's a difference between his thoughts and his actions. His actions require time.
I mean, I can go with this eternal. I go with this eternal God thing because the other way is even crazier. The other way has something coming from nothing because you would have had nothing, and then you would have had something had to happen from nowhere like this.
Well, with the eternal God thing, it also answers the question as to why it seems crazy. It's because we're a step down in a limited form, so we're literally incapable of fully understanding that which is not limited to what we're limited to. So it's like, it sounds crazy. Well, it makes sense that it sounds crazy because we have an intrinsic, like an innate limit that we experience, right? So it makes sense that we couldn't fully understand it. The other side of the coin is just like, we can't understand it, and there's no reason that it would be beyond our comprehension, right? It's just completely illogical.
Something from nothing.
Yeah, like it just
that doesn't make sense.
It makes no sense. It makes sense for us not to be able to comprehend the mind of a creator, right? Like that makes sense. So it's omnipresent, like all powerful, like that. It's ever existent. Like that makes sense that we couldn't understand that because we're limited. We die. You know what I'm saying? So of course we can't understand.
Well, let me put it in a different way. How can a non-existent entity change its state? Does nothingness change its state? It changes its state to something. I mean, that doesn't make logical sense.
Wait, what was the question?
How can a non-existent entity, okay, like nothingness is a non-existence, right? Change its state into something.
Yeah, that's great. That's what I mean. That's an even harder. I'm not crazy about this eternal thing always being there, never having a start, but I'm also even more not crazier about the something coming from nothing thing.
Well, nothing can't exist. So like even on its face, that doesn't make sense.
Right. There has to be something. Yeah.
What is even more mind-boggling is look at the human nature, look at the dominion we have over this plane and over the very creatures, the beasts of the field. There is no other creature that has the mind power to create things, to think about things than a human being has. There is no like let's say a small amount of apes starting to have a philosophical debate about where they come from. There is no delphins in the ocean creating an army to invade the shoreline of the US or something. Like it doesn't exist. Man is the only superior being. How can it be that only one species, which is man, that supposedly comes from the same source, for some reason is a million times more superior than any other being? Like literally, we have thousands. We would have thousands of techniques, for example, of killing a bison. Okay, like man is so much superior than any other being, any other beast of the field. How is it that people still think they come out of the same like soup, primal soup? It's unbelievably retarded.
You have to understand though, like, okay, this is what it is. There's a motivation to believe that. Okay, and so the motivation is the longing to be the arbiter of truth oneself, right? So it's like the idea of some like existential moral accountability is not something that people like. Therefore, they're trying to rationalize an alternative. That's it. And so that's it, right? That's the fundamental part. And then you get into them trying to do that rationalization, and then you get all kinds of crazy ideas. If you actually boil it down to what it is, the idea that someone would put us here and we experience negative things and bad things happen and there's some type of existential superior moral accountability or arbiter of truth is that thing that people innately fight against.
Well, it's actually the lie of the garden. They want to be their own god, so they have to kill God. They have to get rid of him, so they can be their own arbiter
more
of truth and
concise way to
reality.
say what I said. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And just go like this. There's a logical and moral thing. How many genders there are? What's the age of consent? And you'll start to notice a common pattern. That's why I've always say, like, if you really want to start getting into the nitty gritty with the globers, just start asking these things and watch them break. Because if they don't believe in that stuff, well, hey, your role models are saying complete opposites of what you're saying. You're quoting people on the ideas of NASA who also believe in 1,000 Pokemon genders. So I don't know where at one point where logic goes and where the fucking supernatural of make believe pseudo-science comes from.
Of course, that's a fallacy, right? You don't have to believe.
Bro, pseudoscience. Hold on, man. Pseudoscience. Say it again. That shit was nobody caught that.
What, pseudoscience or pseudo-science?
Yeah, you said pseudo-science. That shit was
yeah.
Well, here's the thing. There's a link in the chain. I've shared this before. You know, if you believe in naturalism, which is basically what they push, only natural world exists. You remove purpose, right? But then you have to kind of make up your own purpose. But purpose tells you what the moral fabric should be. It's kind of like the guide rule. It tells you, like, if my job is to reflect the image of God, which honestly, if you stop and think about it, if we're made in the image of God, that means we're supposed to reflect Him. But anything that does not reflect Him technically is sin. So, if you want to get down to brass tacks, if God's give you stewardship over something and you go over and take it away, you're breaking His law, right? Because you're the steward, like He's a steward or servant or whatever you want to call it. But so, like a hammer, a purpose of a hammer is to drive a nail, but it's not designed to drive a screw. It'll damage the screw. It's designed to drive a nail. So if you go outside of its purpose, it always damages the thing. It can damage itself and also damage the thing it's supposed to do. If you
as far
if
as
you
the
don't
thing,
keep the
which
limits
is
purpose.
my bad.
Go ahead. No, I'm done.
As far as Witz's thing of moral liability, yeah, that could be one reason. I think another reason, there could be other reasons though. One of them would be to fit this whole control paradigm they have of billions of years and you're nothing, just keep consuming shit like that.
But the motivation for that is to remove moral accountability. Like, if you boil it all down, right? It's like, and most people won't admit this because it just sounds bad. Like, it just sounds bad on its face to say that you don't like the idea of moral accountability, because the follow-up is like, why? Like, what are you doing that you're afraid, That's why, like, when Edward Hubble says the horror of a unique position, you're like, what are you doing that you're so scared there may be a creator, right? But so they'll never say this out loud. That's why most of the time when you boil it down, they'll say evolution and God aren't mutually exclusive. God could make evolution, but the truth is they don't believe in a God, and they think that evolution is their explanation as to how it exists without a God. That's the truth. And it's because of moral accountability, bro. Like, it's the idea that, for one, people have resentment towards the creator because they see bad things happen, or they've had loved ones die, or they've seen them suffer. They've seen bad things happen. So they have resentment to the creator. And so their negative experiences, they hold resentment against the creator, right? The second one is like the idea of who gives this creator the right to, hold me accountable or determine what I am allowed to do or what should or shouldn't make me happy? I should be my own God. So these are just like age-old fights, of the flesh, and that's the true motivation, bro. Like you're never going to get an evolutionist or an atheist to tell you that, but that's the truth, right? Which is that they'll tell you the why God does bad things part, right? They'll actually begin to morally judge the creator while simultaneously claiming there is no moral objectivity. But it's that, there's something outside of them, existential outside of them, that holds them accountable morally. Like the pride of man does not like that idea. That's really what it is, bro. I mean, because it's much more logical in every way that there's some type of intelligent designer in every way, right? But it's like they don't like that, bro. They'll go as far as to say everything comes from nothing and we just don't know, blah blah blah, before they say, oh well, there's some types of sentient creator that has intention and determined what happens here and placed the order here and exists outside of time and in Cartesian coordinates and locations and is all powerful. Because that immediately means that we are held accountable to that immediately.
It's not just accountability, like that's a huge thing, but also that there are written rules to this life, and that you need to start listening to a higher authority that is not you. When you assume that authority, everything goes awry. Like that is not a good place to be, because you're going to have urges, you're going to have temptations. This world is not. It's it's a lot of different flavors in this world, and you can't look to yourself for all the answers. That's all I'm saying.
The funny thing is we see the reflection of this on the earth. If you as a young teenager disobey your parents and you don't listen to your parents, it might most likely will end up in bad things. The same way it goes even further. If you start disobeying the law, if you're going to start to be a criminal, most of the time, it will happen that you might end up being locked up or even worse. So if you break certain things, rudimentary things, that should actually guide, like if you would keep them, would guide you into a fulfilled life. If you break them, they lead you into darkness, into disaster. And the same way as we can see this in the material world already, whatever you do, there's also going to be for the action you do, there will be a reaction. You can be sure that this premise is also about heavenly things, right? So if we have a court system here on earth that is divinely inspired and given by the creator, there will be a court system that is way different, because it will be pure and just and righteous by one judge, and he is the judge of all things. And it just makes sense. We just see a very reflection, a rudimentary carnal reflection of these established systems here on earth. I mean, you just need to look around you. You just need to look at children being raised by their parents.
Exactly, bro. You got. I was about to say that. You got it. Like that's we're so without excuse that the way things work is the only way we can exist is for parents to have children, and that right there shows you this very concept, which is that like you have to reprimand them and you have to hold them accountable and you have to teach them what's right or wrong. You have to let them learn on their own, and they have free will to do right or wrong. No matter what you teach them, they can still do things wrong. We're literally given like a lifetime example of the very thing that we question, which is like a parent-child relationship.
Exactly, and there's literally no excuse. There is none. Like if you want to run away from this truth, you're lying to yourself. You can make up so many other gods and deities that are not just pure and righteous and perfect in their law, but it will never be the creator. The creator must be pure and perfect, and his very reflection, or his very divine nature is being seen in creation, and there's no excuse. There can't be any excuse, because you're well aware of this. Everyone in here is well aware of these established things that also Witzer just said. But even in a small scale, when you just look at a family system, at the basis of family, how does it work? How does a father raises his child? If the child is disobeying his father, it will end up in very bad ways.
Well, if your child comes and asks for money for heroin, like, are you going to give them the money for heroin? No, of course not. So you actually say no out of love. Say they sneak out and they do heroin, and then they get addicted, and then you find out and you ground them. You don't let them leave the house, and then they start withdrawing, and they have like a very like terrible 3 days where they withdraw. Does that mean you don't love them? No, you do love them, and they have to experience the bad thing because you love them.
Yes, they need to experience the
Can I give another piece of this too? I mean, and I'll give you another. I'm analogy full today, so I'm gonna give you another one. I was in the military, and one of the process while I was in basic training is you have to go and like when you go in front of an officer or you're anybody of a higher ordnance, you just can't go in any way you want. You got to come in a certain way. You got to salute. You got to address them in a certain way. You know, and use it as an analogy. If I walked in and sat down and just say, "Hey, bro, what's happening?" to my superior officer, he'd probably, court martial me and kick me out. And I think we don't think that God is the same way. But even with your own children, how my children come to me and ask me for something has a lot to do if I'm going to answer their question or not. If I say, okay, Daddy, I want you to, and they smack their table and I want a juice or I want something. I'm going to no, not that way. You're not getting it. Not that way. I'm not going to give it to you. And a lot of times when I hear people talking about, well, I want God to do X, Y, Z, or I'm not going to hear you. And
like an angry child, right? A child that is that just can't live with limitations, or with rules or guidance. It just wants his will to be done, but not the will of the father.
Paul, you may have roboted, brother.
Oh, sorry.
No, sorry. I was just letting him know.
I'm in a store. No, it's me. I'm in a store.
My apologies. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
There's two. It's probably me. The scripture says that God dwells in two places. He lives in a high and lofty place, but he also dwells with the humble. So, if you want to approach God, you need to come to him humbly. I think he will listen if you approach him humbly. If you don't, brat, he's going to go like you. So.
Yeah, I like the heroin. I like the heroin analogy because it's like if the child comes up to you and they're like, "I want heroin. Give me some money for heroin." You're like, "No." And then they can't understand. They're like, "But heroin makes me feel good. It makes me high. It makes me feel good. I want to do heroin." Actually, heroin's terrible for them. They're going to become addicted. It's really bad for their health. They could even die. It's terrible for them. But they're short-sighted, and they think heroin makes them feel good, so that's what they want. And they'll throw a fit, and they'll kick and scream, and they'll break stuff or whatever it is. They're throwing a fit, but of course that heroin is definitely bad for them. They do not need to do heroin. That's the same way that humans are. Humans are like the child that throws the fit and wants their way. And when they're told no, they're like, that's not fair. I should be allowed to do what I want. This makes me feel good. When the truth is that out of love, you would tell the child no because it's actually going to hurt them. But see, the humans run around with this inflated sense of understanding and ego where we're judging the creator. It's like the child going to her friends and being like, my parents are so such control freaks that they won't even let me feel good. Why would my parents, if they actually love me, why wouldn't they let me do something that makes me feel good? And it's like, nah, bro, you're trying to do heroin. It's bad for you. That's how people are with the creator. It's just funny. Imagine that child trying to morally critique their parents or claim that their parents don't love them. That's what people sound like to me when they morally judge the creator.
And again, you see the perfectness of his words when we look at what the Messiah said. Truly, I tell you, he said, unless you change and become like little children, you will never enter the kingdom of heaven. It just makes perfect sense.
Yeah, because children just think their parents are superheroes, and they ask them the questions and they listen to them and trust them wholeheartedly, and they're innocent.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Like even if you don't understand what your parents are saying or why they're saying it, you trust them, right?
Yes. That's why, you know, for me, the perfection that is being revealed within the word regarding the time that is now, that was in the past, or is yet to come, is just perfect. Everything is in there. There's not one thing I couldn't find when I had a question about life that I wouldn't find in the scripture already answered. For me, it doesn't exist. I always had an answer to any question that would be within his words. And I think that's amazing.
Yeah, for sure. Especially when you start getting into the Hebrew, it's like, wow.
Yeah, I'll be honest, man. I need to even dig deeper. I actually need to. I want to learn Hebrew because I think it's a beautiful language, and I mean, why not? You know, why not learn this very ancient language?
Yeah, for sure. It's just much more elegant language. We think English is so awesome because we have so many words, but it's actually why English sucks because loses its impact and profundity, gets diluted. But yeah, like Hebrew is one of those things where in order to properly interpret it, it requires wisdom because you have to be able to take the context and then properly decide which application of that Hebrew word is currently being used. Whereas now in English, we have so many different words for each little thing that it doesn't require any wisdom to convey messages. You know what I'm saying? Like rarely does it require contextual interpretation of words in English. So
exactly.
I think that's kind of cool that that's like that. Like it's like the creator kind of made it where it's not like you just sit down and you open a book and now you know the answer. Like you gotta like really try to figure it out and keep learning.
Yes. How is a child behaving? You know, a very little young child. How are they behaving? They question a lot. You know, I mean, if they're not have been already, you know, put to sleep by many things you can inject into a child. But this is a different topic. I mean, a natural child will start asking everything, right, about his parents. Like when his father is like building a little hut in the garden, the child will ask, Dad, what is this for? That for? No. That's why I love to have children myself because I just can't wait to experience that, and that's why I think um, I just wish the best for you, for your family with it, because I mean there's exciting things coming for you, you know, as a father, um, you know, teaching a child things of the world, and it's just amazing if I think about it. I think this is I think one of the most precious things in life that you can experience.
Thank you, bro.
It's so wonderful just to think about this, man. Like a child that is yet has been not imprinted with the certain information by itself is seeking new information, asking, Father, what are you doing with this tool? And then you just teach him, you know, this is so like, man, and that's how I see my father who out there in heaven, right? He is like always willing to teach. Like he's not just like um he's just not like let's say like looking around is like, you know, just do your thing or whatever. He's like he wants you to have a relationship, right, like you have with your let's say father in flesh, you know. And I think that's just wonderful, you know, if you just can ask questions and you get answers. That's just so much fun.
Yeah, I think everyone should try to have children for sure.
Yes, indeed. It will be a horrible state if um, if it keeps going like it is right now. But I mean, many people can't have children anymore, right? Many people don't want to have children because they're deceived. You know, I mean, there's a whole anti-children agenda going on, right? Like children are like the little devils, and they make your life bad and you can't be successful or whatnot, like so much lies about family structure and so forth. So much
I mean,
bullshit.
I've actually thought about that over the last few years, last year or so. About it does seem like there's an agenda to stop reproduction. Both the feminist movement, the gay and lesbian movement, the trans movement,
Yes.
all that seems to be aimed at. I mean, even watching the Manosphere, I've been watching that. Getting people to change their priorities. Like, what are you looking for? Like women looking for certain things in men. Well, that's reducing, what the overall potential population growth. It's all that seems to be. It seems like an anti-baby population reduction movement. It all seems to be geared in that direction.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense too, of course. I mean, they're eugenicists and, well, what they do is they control it. So, like the manosphere, quote unquote, it is this like really staunch reaction to the pendulum that swung too far the other way.
Right, exactly. Yeah, I agree. I've been watching a lot of those videos lately just to kind of, because I came across it and was curious what they were saying.
But they say a lot of like this one's like the realization of some of these traditional truths is kind of being misguided, right? So it's like, yeah, there's an instinct, there's a difference between men and women, and men are supposed to have the authority because they have the responsibility. So instead of being like men have the authority because they also have the responsibility. So say that it goes creator, man, woman, child. If your family is doing something, you as the man are the one that answers for it. Like you're accountable to the creator for the family. So it isn't this like patriarchal like selfish thing that's like I'm a control freak. It's like this. It's actually like requires tons of responsibility that you bear. It's actually kind of heavy when you fully grasp the responsibility, right? The manosphere, if you will, isn't really addressing that part of it. It's kind of just throwing the authority part out of it or out there, which is, they have good arguments, right? Like if the man's supposed to protect, then he needs to have the authority to make the decisions so that he can properly protect. It's common sense. That makes sense, but it's like he doesn't seem to fully lay out that, well, he has a responsibility to answer to the creator, and that's the truth of it. So it's just, that's one example.
I was going to bring
Another
that
one
up.
is promiscuity.
Solve the economic problem either, because if everyone's chasing the same bag, it's you don't solve anything. You just push at the same button.
Well, they also push promiscuity, right? So they push that, like, the manosphere. He's referring to, like, this new movement of today that's going incredibly viral, like with Andrew Tate and many other people, where it's like men defending masculinity against the accusation of it being toxic. But, like, yeah, it's like getting like diluted with promiscuity and like that you should just have tons of other women, and that men can have sex with tons of women and it not really affect them, but women cannot. And there's definitely truth to that. Like it's significantly different. It affects women way more, but men still shouldn't just run around sleeping with everybody. And so it's sad. It's just like the pendulum swinging back much more violently because of how far it got swung in the other direction. The same thing's going to happen with conservatism, right? They're shoving leftism down everyone's throat so much that the pendulum's going to swing back so hard that we're going to drop a lot of the the positive liberal sentiments that are needed for the society. So yeah, it's pretty crazy to see it happen because like the conservative traditional pendulum is going to come back, but it's going to actually kind of be destructive.
I mean, I can definitely see that. And actually, from what I saw with the Manosphere too, I can see that what you said is true too. I mean, when you destroy traditional marriage I think the outcome is what we're seeing. Because even in the Manosphere, there's a push to say men shouldn't get married. I'm hearing that a lot. But I mean, but I can understand the logic because for men, it's a huge, loss. But when me and my wife started dating, one of the things she told me, and it's probably one of the reasons I stuck around. She said it wasn't about the money. She says I just want to find the right person. And I thought, wow. And I thought we've been together 10 years, and she's not a feminist. She doesn't believe in feminism at all. Now, she was a bit of a partier when I first met her, but she was not a feminist in any way. And I think that's probably why our marriage has lasted. And she did her best to stay pure, you know. And when I met her, she did her best. I mean, she stumbled along the way, but she wasn't out sleeping around with every guy she came across, you know. So
Yeah,
I think there's,
like
you
because
know,
even my wife though, like she kind of fell for some of the modern ideas of like men and women aren't equal, and equal means the same, and we're not the same. And you know, like if you ask women like what do they want a guy that's taller than them, that's stronger than them, that protects them, that's more intelligent than them, that makes more money than them. Well, then you're actually not even, you're admitting you're not even asking for something that's quote unquote equal. And yeah, like, but I will say that's why I try to tell men a lot, like where the woman is currently in today's society isn't like the end all be all. Like if you're like a strong man of conviction, women will instinctively follow. They'll like long to follow. You don't have to force a woman to follow you. They want to. And I think that's why I try to tell men like they need to just kind of focus on themselves for a second.
Yes.
Yeah.
Even if they don't admit that like that's the qualities that they want. Like I swear, some women just don't even know what they want.
They don't know what they want. It's the
They'll
truth.
say one thing and get it, and it could ruin everything. You know.
They are men and women are equally different. Equally different. Okay, that's simple.
well, I mean, we're equal under the law, so to speak, but yeah, we're very different in a lot of ways. And we should be that. And honestly, I said this the other day, I think, to somewhere. Our differences is actually how God made us, and they're necessary. You know, differences aren't meant to be a competition. It's meant to be, you know, actually, we're supposed to reflect the Creator in different ways, you know, and I think that's necessary. And then, I mean, my wife is more like when our kids get hurt, she goes over and nurtures them. I'm like, get off your butt. It's okay. You're fine. Tough, you know, tough it up. You know, but both of those are needed, you know, because you don't want to be, so.
Yeah, we're equally important, right? Like, or
Right.
like we're equally valuable, but like outside of that, we're completely not equal.
See, and
Those
that's
get
why
conflated.
that's why it says they become one, right?
Yeah, it's like a complementary equation.
Like I was telling my daughter, she's doing a part of her homework today, and she kept, I can't do it. I was like, I don't want to hear that. It's like until you try, you cannot say that. You will not say that. You know. So, and I think that's that's what a father does. Tells them to buck it up. So,
Yeah, for sure.
I think the whole feminism thing, it makes everything so difficult because it's hard for men to like voice this issue that happens, that arises from it. I don't know. It's kind of weird. Like men aren't really unconditionally loved, you know, but you can't really like point that out and say it without like seeming, I don't know, like it's not something we should say or something, you know, but it's just a weird dynamic with the whole feminist thing, trying to make them see when they're blind to it.
well, I mean, in a way, I mean, I hate to say this, and I'm glad Whitsitt said what he said. We are under God ultimately. So really, the only unconditional love we should be receiving is from God Himself, because the world does expect stuff from us, and we should expect certain things from other men, and I think that's another part of the problem. Good men don't hold other men accountable anymore. You know,
Yeah,
I remember the day when my dad was growing up, that I'll tell you a story that actually happened. It was found out by the men in my neighborhood that my grandfather was beating and being abusive to my aunt and uncle, or my aunts, not my aunt and uncle, but my aunts and my grandmother. So guess what the men of the community did? They came over to my grandfather and told him what for. Said, if you don't stop this, we're going to beat the shit out of you. And my dad told me that. And actually, my dad, it was so bad that my dad got a shotgun And grandfather was walking through the door, said, if you walk through that door, I'm gonna blow you right back out of it. That's how bad it was getting. But I mean, that kind of thing doesn't happen anymore. You can't hold anybody else accountable, you know? And so I think that's probably why things are going ape shit now, you know? No one's been held accountable anymore, you know, especially men.
I think it's actually the men's fault. Yeah, I have like an unpopular opinion in that sense. Like, I think it's actually the men's fault that we're in this situation. I think.
I agree.
Yeah, like women naturally want to follow the men, and if the men are strong, if you're not worthy of being followed, of course they're not going to follow you. And if you look around at the men, I mean, they're not worthy of being followed. So.
Well, if the men are being lied to and they're being sent to war to be killed off to destroy history and destroy the family and destroy order, then you know you're going to lose a lot of that foundation that's going to know that there was a problem in the first place.
Yeah, it's more than
that's
that,
what the last 100 years have been. Just war after war after war to fucking put us, kick us in line.
Yeah, but there's other stuff too, like things that people, like men, have bought. You know, like you take the ticket, and things are going to happen like that. They're trying to feminize men. They're trying to do a whole bunch of stuff that people are just sitting there and accepting. They need to stand up.
Well, that's why a lot of men are standing up now. But like Riggs was saying before, you had 100 years of subversion, destroying the all the heroes and historical factors of what men used to be. Now it's toxic masculinity to open doors, defend women, to even think that two genders aren't the same. And now you have an age of Andrew Tate villainy male where shit, like I either be a simp in the beta and support some sort of woman, or I can go ahead and get whatever the hell I want and be a real modern man. Screw society. Society's outcasted all these boys to being monsters, rapists, and all these other things. So why participate? Let it collapse. Let the purge happen. That's how most of these guys are seeing it now, and then we'll rebuild after this.
Yeah, that's true, and that's what I think is the misguided part. Like, basically, it's like, well, how masculinity adapted to the modern society, where in fact I think the men have a responsibility to actually change society itself. And I definitely don't dispute that that's a difficult task at this point, and maybe one could argue even impossible, but it's still kind of the responsibility of men. And like, if we conform too much, so like if you conform to the modern society and you want to implement masculinity, then you don't get married, you just sleep with a bunch of women, you just get money. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's kind of that's basically the way you adapt, because like men are screwed, right? Like if you get married, the woman can run off, sleep with tons of different people, then take you for all your money. Actually, you can not even be the father of the child and still have to pay child support for long periods of time. They can refuse DNA tests. They can throw you in jail. They can take half of what you get when they decide to leave, which is like 85% of the time. Then they can just take all your stuff. And this is all true, but like the answer is not to bend morally, and I think that's kind of what the quote-unquote manosphere is doing, right? It's like adapting to society as opposed to trying to do what men are supposed to do, which is correct it.
I agree. And it's hard, though, legally, with the things you were bringing up. That's kind of tough to change those things,
No,
yeah,
no doubt.
Yeah, I'm in agreement to that too. It's like I'm more in the. I still want to continue to preserve any sort of form left over of. There's a lot of good women out there, and there's a lot of good men out there, and good boys and good girls that are lost to this mess, and they're strong in their willpower to not be broke by this. But right now, as it stands, like there are a majority of men. That's why the manosphere is one of the most growingest, largest thing out there. Even some sort of political or whatever YouTuber or streamer wants to get on this because it's the most highest talk point there is. There is literally a mass migration of men and young boys that are just opting out of society, and we're seeing it all in the demographic and data. So right now as it is, we're just kind of right now fortunate and lucky that these young men haven't joined into anything like extreme. That hey, you know what? If society wants to call me a monster, then let me be that monster.
I wonder how much it has to do with like the testosterone levels dropping, or if that is a result of the behavior. You know what I mean? But if you look at testosterone levels, man, we're working with like half the testosterone of our grandfathers or something crazy. I don't know if it's the medication and the foods. I'm sure it all has a lot to do with it.
Oh, it definitely is that too, and also like you have studies where like they even said that young boys, they act different when you start mixing the genders, and you have it where male teachers have the ideas and understanding on how to teach and raise young boys, and so when you have female teachers and female school lens looking at these young boys being rambunctious, adventurous and too much energy, they just drug them up with Ritalin. And then there's this whole calling kids and guys like violent when you're a young age. Shit, I got called stupid for decades and over violent for just being just being a boy. So it that's how you get this feminized, and you get them people drinking soy. Like, we shouldn't even be drinking that shit. And look how much estrogen that has.
It's true. It's definitely a big problem, man. Wide reaching. A lot of things go into it, but yeah, man, got to stand up and change society. I totally agree. And what you were saying about like the man having the responsibility to God of their family, like that kind of hit home a little bit. I never, like, it's obvious, but hearing it said, I don't know, really hit me hard. It's a great point.
Yeah, it's actually kind of heavy to be like, it's heavy. Yeah, because like they still have their own agency, right? So that's a heavy responsibility to be responsible for them. So yeah, I think that's just always left out of the equation, where it's like if you have the authority, you also have the responsibility. Kind of like if you're the general manager of an NFL team and they suck, where everyone's like, this manager sucks, this GM sucks, and yeah, that he has the authority but the responsibility as well. I just think that men don't even know this anymore, bro. And I think we're kind of being misguided, where we're kind of blaming women. And true, I'm just gonna be blunt about this, but women are actually very vulnerable creatures, bro. Like, they're emotionally driven and emotionally vulnerable. So we should actually exercise immense empathy, even for like the most degenerate, depraved women, because in modern society they're being basically abused. Right? They're being misguided emotionally, and they're vulnerable, right? So it's kind of like our beef is not really with them. Our beef is with what's being normalized in society, and then how men have kind of dropped the ball, and then that's cascaded through the rest of society. And yeah, it just sucks. That's the life of a man. The man, it's tougher to be a man.
Yeah.
It's just reality.
And righting the ship is tough. Go ahead.
Now, if you want to blame the boomers, yeah, I am in agreement with that, but I'm not going to blame the Gen Xers, millennials, and Zoomers. Like when it comes to the women, though, yeah, there are a lot of degenerate women, and there are a lot of femcels. They're too ugly to find any sort of guy to hit them on, and they're getting all upset and hating all men and all that stuff. But honestly, I don't pay no mind, because usually, the old saying goes, they're going to die alone, so why pay them any attention? That's what they want. They want validation. But I don't want to blame, like, the current generation, like Gen X and down, of men, because they really had nothing to do with this. Like, they were too much busy wasting their time trying to survive, trying to find some sort of stake in society, because that brainwash was at full blown. And that's why everyone says thanks, boomers, because like the boomers allow the corporations to gain more power. You got CEOs started getting 90% more money in salary. So yeah, that's where like a lot of that saying goes. Like, well, you guys had like free education, almost at no cost, single family base income, and you told the Gen X to man up and go get a job and all this other shit. So I was like, you could blame them. Like, I can understand that, but like say for a guy like me who's 33, like, if there's a good girl out there, or plenty of good girls, they should get help from like their family and whatever. But I ain't saving no girl, man. I'm not saving no beta either. If they dug their grave, let them sit in it, and let them muster about it after they die. And reflect all the fuck ups they've made.
Well, everybody has their own agency. I don't blame any one group more than another. They all had their own ability to make efforts within their time. So like, we're making efforts right now with all the things that we make efforts with. This is what our job would be, so to speak.
Yeah, well, those that stayed pure and those that stayed convicted with the truth and, reading and learning and understanding everything we could pass this knowledge the best we can, save as many people as we possibly can, and see what happens, There's probably going to be another fucking crazy thing that's going to happen around the future. We all feel it. We're on a knife's edge that something big is going to happen in 2023. That's going to be another test. Natural selection.
Yeah, I think this whole manosphere thing, it has to kind of start off extreme to catch appeal, but ultimately it's going to have to level out because it's a bit too extreme. But I wonder where it goes, or if it's just another controlled op. We'll see.
Like, what do you mean, like extremes? Like, are you talking about like them?
Well, it's all about the man, nothing about the girl, nothing about family. Even it's just like what's it said? It's about grab the bag, focus on yourself, don't get married. That's kind of the sentiment. Like I see a lot of these guys. That's what they're pushing.
Yeah, that's because it got to a point like this. If you want to marry in a really, because right now marriage is a bad idea, and legally, right? We all agree.
That's the thing. Legally, see, they're conflating like a state, state laws and all that stuff to basically equating it to God's form of like marriage and companionship. Like it's a false equivocation that they've asserted and succeeded, because everyone, when they think of marriage, they think, oh, I have to go sign a paper, and they associate it with like some kind of like God bond, and it's totally different.
And the issue is, right, as you're going through all this stuff, is that so what does a young man who's been told by his family, by everything, to go get married, have kids, and then get divorced, rape, and then die in a trailer and lose everything you've ever worked for the last 20 years goes down the drain. So you have guys like Andrew Tate and the Manosphere that goes like, listen, how about you decide to go for the things that you like? You want to play video games all day? Get a decent job. Don't get a crazy house, and have fun. Or if you want to hustle, you can hustle and date all these crazy chicks and never cohabitate and all that stuff. Because for the last 20 years, young men have always been told, bend the knee, be part of that foundation for the family. And they watch their fathers, uncles, and grandfathers live in that trailer alone, drinking themselves to death. So I guess maybe this is the age of villains. This is the causality of telling all those young men from those generations to be the corner store of like enslavement and ATM machines. And now you got villains. Which is kind of funny, because with a state-controlled marriage, without marriage kind of tethering men to families, and now you, like I said, a whole fighting age men with no country, no homeland. Now that puts a lot of situations into dire situations. Russia, we're all talking about Russia and this, and shit, I'm not joining no military fight Russia, even if Russia invades.
Hey, Deathbringer, were you the one who was joining the Air Force? I forget. Deathbringer?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I went on mute. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going into logistics. I'm not going into military, Army, Marines, or whatever. But yeah, they told me like straight up, Def, you have to go fight Russia. I was like, all right, I'm not doing that. Have fun. They gotta lock me up. Lock me up. No big deal. I'm not gonna put a gun in my head.
Yeah, they're not gonna send the Air Force in to fight Russia.
Yeah. Yep. Like I said, if I'm logistics. No, go ahead, man.
No. You know, I ended up working logistics actually. I was a linguist, and then I got into some shit, and I ended up working on logistics as well.
And now you work on Discord.
Yeah, it's not bad. The logistics in the Navy, at least, is everybody wants to be your friend because you know, you got all the, at least in the Navy, you got all the keys, all the rooms, and all the equipment, credit cards. It's not a bad gig.
Yeah, it's just look, patriotism was killed. Yo, I've even seen some of the shit on the Air Force. Friends of mine who are already in there. That patriotism and all that stuff can be right-leaning, extreme right squad. So like being a patriot, and even the American flag has some sort of stem to racism. That's why I'm only joining the military for money and the retirement. Nothing else. I'm not doing it because some patriotism to a country that doesn't give two shits about me. It's all about money.
Well, what about all the shots that they make you get, man?
Well, I heard that you can use a religious exemption, and someone walked me through all the process. So I'm going to use that. But if somehow down the road, like if I have no choice, I'll just go to school for welding and fuck the military. No, backup plans, you know? And I don't know. Like I said, I don't see myself getting married or having a family. It's in my good years and fucking driving, shooting, and gaming until I die. You know, I did the 10-year marriage thing with a girlfriend. Didn't work out.
Oh damn.
Yeah.
I don't know. I thought I knew the age limit, but maybe it changed or maybe it's different than I thought. But isn't there a limit to when you can how old you can join?
Well, they said 39, but now it's going up to 40.
Oh, it's 39.
Because they're
okay.
Yeah, they're taking HIV, tattoos, criminal records, face tattoos. And they're taking everybody. They are desperado. They're running down so much in retention, they don't even have enough for logistics to maintain some of these bases. So, it's a free market for me.
Well, the Air Force is going to be more strict than other branches. At least I go to tattoos and the you know criminal background stuff. I think they're slightly more strict with people they accept. But I could be wrong.
Yeah, I've heard it was always been picky.
Yeah.
So.
Well, they take care of you for sure. I was on an Air Force base for 6 months, and they get like, you know, ice cream, you know, soft serve in the bucket, ice cream sandwiches, all that shit, 24/7.
Bro, the food at Air Force Base is great. Just letting you know.
Yeah, they take care of you.
Yep, that's why everyone's telling me, man. Like fucking that meme where the Air Force guys is eating like lobster. Army guys like, yo, what the hell is this shit? Marines go like, my box of crayons. And we don't talk about the Navy. The bait meat.
Well, on submarines, I think you get lobster once a week, but on every Air Force base I've been on, they get steak and lobster twice a week. So
sounds fucking great. Got to get that protein. But yeah, man, it's kind of hard now to convince a bunch of boys to man up and do anything now. So it's kind of too late now. That song is already done. But I do respect for those that are married, have kids, like with it, and a few others that are here, you know, that they know a lot going on and teaching the kids proper. You have my respect for that. But
I got a lot of respect for grandfathers.
Oh yeah, big time.
Once I think that's a point of accomplishment. Like when you can say you've made it, you become a grandpa. It's pretty successful.
Yeah.
Even a shit grandfather.
Yeah, you're seeing two generations right in front of your face. That's why a lot of the stuff that Andrew Tate says, he's using the voice of traditionalism, and it's working so well, especially to a lot of these chicks. You know, even if he supposedly trafficked girls or not, who knows? But the factor is like, he's talking about his grandmother wanted to see everyone, and she was responsible for like 76 people in that room, if the story's true or not. But the factor is, I've seen cases like that myself too. You know, one woman created that many people. You know, she does deserve a medal.
Gonna pick on Paul, but I didn't want to interrupt the conversation. But because earlier he said what did he say? He said I was in the military, and I was gonna say, oh wait, don't you mean the Air Force? I was gonna mess around with him, but like you said, you can pick on the Air Force, but they really do. They're spoiled. They get taken care of. So maybe I'm just jealous. Plus, like, let's say I wanted to join the Space Force. I think they only accept people who were in the Air Force. Like you can't have been in another branch. I think that's the rules.
Also thought they were also intelligence too, right? Intelligence, kind of an intelligence branch.
I would assume that they're most of their operations are going to be based around crypto or crypto, but yeah, cryptography and what do you call that? Cyber warfare. I would assume that's going to be most of their operations.
Yeah. Well, hopefully those boys and girls are doing a phenomenal job, because the enemy tends to tell you what they're going to do before they do it. And Klaus Schwab is talking about a cybersecurity problem, terrorism, in the upcoming months. See what happens with that. Looking James Bond looking villain, man.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what the next attacks are going to look like, because we have a lot of infrastructure on the internet that's wildly changing, like in real time. So it'd be interesting to see how this year ends up as far as that kind of thing, cyber crime, cyber warfare. Be interesting.
I wonder how that's going to turn out. It's like, I just want us to stop sending shit over to Ukraine for fucking 1 minute. God damn, how much money those fuckers are going to keep getting?
They say that we've spent in Ukraine
like trillions of dollars so far at this point. Like, 60 billion there, 120 billion there. It's like, god damn. Seeing those buckets.
What does it really matter, man? It's all the stage anyways, right?
Yeah,
if all nations, I always think about this, man. If all nations at one point came together to make a peace treaty because of some penguins and ice, you can be sure that all the nations work together in a certain way to have a greater goal.
Yeah, but was that a peace treaty?
The Antarctic Treaty.
Antarctic.
Yeah.
Sorry, the regular treaty. Yes. My fault. I'm sorry. That was wrong.
There was a TikTok video going on. Go ahead, Nick.
No, go ahead, Deathbringer.
Well, there is a TikTok video going on. I try to track down reports to it that Russia and China is leaving the Antarctic Treaty. And when I Google that up, it seems to be a lot of fact checking that says No, Russia's not leaving the Antarctic Treaty. You know, so. And when I looked at the TikTok videos, they were showing written by Ian from Routers. So I don't know what's going much about that, but if they do decided, because Russia has been fucking talking about Antarctic Nazi bases and shit like that for a while now.
I don't know that.
Dude, have you remember the stuff I posted where their whole uniform turned to the German uniform from World War II?
No, I haven't seen it.
Dude, I like look up my name. I posted like a whole bunch of fucking images there on the chat. Like their uniform looks very close, even with the skull and bones, you know. And I saw that shit. And that only proved to my point that this hollow German thing might be a legit thing, because they're probably picking a side when these fuckers come out.
I mean, you work all together, man. I mean, look at space. Most of the supplies are from, Russian rockets for the ISS and so forth. It's just all a big theater. It's like the only thing that Russia is doing with the Ukraine war, I think, is just getting rid of the military stuff that would have been also needed to be destroyed anyways, and to just drop it somewhere and then let it be destroyed is just cheaper than dismantling it step by step.
Off from you?
Huh? I think that's also how the Americans did it, right? With Afghanistan, Iraq, and whatnot, to get rid of all the old gear, military gear that would, old bombs and whatnot, because there's also a date of like an a date of whatever, you know what I mean. From then it needs to be like dismantled in a very expensive way, like think about dismantling a charged bomb. It's just cheaper to just throw it on some country that no one cares about. I'm just saying it this way because it is what it is,
We are sending Abrams, though. Now, there's people that just took a bunch of pictures, and we're just sending a whole bunch of brand new, never touched, virgin, just, still clean as hell, never seen combat Abrams to them.
I mean, you gotta also test some gear, right? I mean,
well, here's the issue, though. In order to drive one of those things, it's sophisticated technology. It's going to take months in training. You can't just sit in the tank like a video game. And somehow we're giving it them without any sort of drivers or mercs. Thumbs up. This is like their little way of like maybe using their assets or Black Ops bullshit or any sort of operative or anyone dumb enough to join and get them to drive the tanks. Because sending tanks to a bunch of citizens that I got roughly drafted by a bunch of Ukrainian police, they're not going to know how to drive an Abram.
But I think what is the most influential and biggest war that is going on right now is the war of silent weapons, right? We are in a war right now, the war of information. Because look at what it changes within people if they are exposed to a certain type of information. For example, Flat Earth.
Oh, yeah, that's it. But with Flat Earth, like, people don't believe in Flat Earth, they're going to keep moving their day like it's nothing, right? Other shit can be connected to Flat Earth. Like, someone could say, like, how did you fall for that scandemic? And then you go, like, well, if you fell for that and now you're questioning that, you may also want to look about space. But most people's minds now.
How many Flat Earthers would have fallen for the plan them,
Scandemic?
Yeah.
Well, not a lot of them. A lot of them that I've talked to here have not gotten it. And the ones that are touting about getting it, and the one that just had FTE just had a mini heart attack on stream. So it's the Globers that are falling for it, though. Believe in the silence.
He had a heart attack?
Yeah, that's what some people were saying there. And I looked at it, and he says he had a heart problem, and he had to get off stream and some shit like that. His last live stream video back then.
Why was he? I heard he was in a hospital or something. Why was he in a hospital?
Yes, because he got a heart attack. He got the not the jab.
Dude, fight the Flat Earth content sucks. anyone sweating him thinking that's the move or something, his content sucks. I don't know who thinks he's putting out good content. That shit's trash.
The only time I've ever met this dude was on Modern Day Debates with Witsit, and his version of debate is, I'm now having an interrogation to you. You have to answer to me. You know, this punchable face nerd getting all aggressive for no fucking reason. So yeah, I don't know, man. He sounds pretty cringe.
Yeah, I would say that, you know, I'm sorry for the people who have been lied to, but I mean, essentially they made a choice to do that with their body, right? And then, I mean, you had a choice, right? That's the thing. No one was like literally forced to it.
Except for some places in Australia. There are some places where they grabbed the kids and jabbed them, and there were a few schools that were, hey, we decided to jab your kids without permission, you fucking motherfucker.
I mean, they will always, like, if it would be put to trial, they will always argument in a way that they give still the decision to the children, which still is very perverted, because a child cannot really determine what is good for himself.
Yeah, that's why that teacher, that whoever did it should be beaten in front of everyone.
Dude,
Fucking lashed.
When I went to the last class of school in 2021, like my last year in school, they literally had like 2 buses coming the same year, like a jab bus, like a whole bus that has like a little clinic inside with like a doctor and whatnot, and they were all over Germany, right? And every like major city, you have like a major city, and they went to schools, and you could just go into the bus and you know, in your break time and get the jab, and that's it. You know, they literally advertised it in the school, right? Like, no, get your child, or if you're 18, now get yourself the jab, blah blah. The bus is coming at blah 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 at this time. Just come to us.
There was a country where, I don't know, prostitution must have been legal or something, but they were giving out. They were like, yo, if you get the thing, you get a free blowjob. So.
Oh.
And then they were doing that in America on a minor scale. You get like a donut or a piece of pizza or some shit. They were trying to like incentivize.
Can you still remember? Oh, sorry.
What's up?
You still remember the mukbang from this New York politician or whoever was like I think he was like I know this guy who ate a burger and said, "Oh, get some fries and burger when you get the jab."
Talking about Mayor Blasio.
Dude, that was so cringe. When I watched this, man, I couldn't believe my eyes, man.
Yeah, welcome to New York City. I am one of its fucking residents.
Oh, okay. That was so cringe, man. The way he was sitting. Get some fries and burger. Insane.
Yeah, you should see Chicago. She dresses in costumes.
Dude, we literally had. See, you know what's funny in Germany? There's a guy who made a video clip where you see like these you know, these climate activists, throwing a bunch of paint at like a politician's office or something, and you have like a police car right next to it while they're like literally doing illegal stuff, and the police car drives off. Like these climate activists like are like causing huge damage to the building by like, you know, putting permanent paint or whatnot on it, and the police drives off. And then right after this, he inserts a video from 1 or 2 years ago where the police car in a park in Germany is driving over a big field, hunting down a guy who was not wearing his mouthpiece, and literally wrecking the car because the police was driving over a tree stump, you know, a cut off tree stump, and you like the front bumper of the car would like completely be put onto the under. Like, just think about this, man. This is insane. What happened in the past 2 years?
And they pushed everyone to the edge, and now everyone can only see an edge argument